aspiration within that person. So into the sales conversation, I just want to touch on something that you need to have in terms of a mindset or a framework in any sales conversation. And that's identifying who that person is. So who that person is, not who their name is, but are they a pleasure seeker or are they a pain avoider? So how does that person react emotionally to either side? Do they like the pleasure and the upside, or do they want to avoid the pain and the downside and the risk? And depending on who those people are and how they react to those two factors, we need to tailor the language in our conversation and our solution. So after we found out if they're pleasure or a pain, we want to do what Nikki said, and we want to get them nodding and have a goal with it. Play a game. So maybe you're trying to get 2 yeses every minute. And the more we can get them nodding, the more that proposal or that piece of contract is theirs. So we get them nodding by using exact phraseology. So Jeff tells me, David, I want to build wealth for my family to go sailing in Indonesia. And I don't say, oh, Jeff, sounds like you want to grow your investment. I say, Jeff, you know what? I can't wait to build that wealth for you to go sailing in Indonesia. And all of a sudden, I said, Jeff, did you want to go sailing in Indonesia? Yeah, that sounds great. So I'm getting a yes. So I'm getting nodding using exact phraseology. And then I'm going to get them to what I call hold the pen. So how do you get them in the conversation to work in and start owning what you're talking about? So maybe that's highlighting specific pieces in your proposal. Maybe that's just doing a few calculations. So just, Jeff, if you wouldn't mind, can you tell me about what you're making on average here? So if you're making about 4%, what does it look like? Okay, so now that contract and that proposal is Jeff's, right? The next thing, once we've established everything and all of our points of value and let them build the proposal, we want to ask for the sale and wait.
Called the power plant.
And what we wait for is any objections. And once they say their objections, we answer them. They can't say no. So those are the 5 steps that I want you to go through when you're going through a proposal and retailoring and having those conversations.
Okay, so no one started out a salesperson. Everyone became a salesperson. Now, some people found it easier. They had natural talents. But nonetheless, I promise you that there was white-knuckle fear in the first sales encounter for every single person, whether they be great at it or average at it or fighting with it. You've got to get out of your comfort zone. So if you want bigger muscles, you go to the gym. The gym, when it comes to sales, is being comfortable in front of people. It's being comfortable talking. It's being comfortable asserting your opinions. So improv classes, Toastmasters, any opportunity you can get on stage. Now, all you need to do is find something that is so much more terrifying than being in a sales meeting that you are able to walk into that sales meeting and it is all of a sudden easy. The problem with sales meetings is for some people, they're the most scary thing that happens in their life. You go skydiving a couple of times, you webcast for 24 hours, putting your strategies on the line for judgment for the entire world. You do that a couple of 100 times and I promise you that all of a sudden you're not scared.
Please don't do that a couple of 100 times.
The last one is make sure that you have tools. So if you're not a salesperson, where's the video that in a minute and a half explains your value proposition and goes through that 5 to 7 messages that are best about your business? Where's that discussion guide, that A3 piece that you sell and you visually anchor the stuff that you're talking about as you sell to your prospects that empowers them to go have the same conversation with their other stakeholders? Where's the autoresponder that makes sure that there's 1 or 2 or 3 times that they're hit up throughout the sales cycle to make sure that you don't have to be the guy making all the calls?
Woo! All right, everyone, it's that time again.
I am
hands on your head if you pass.
Very, very kind, very, very kind. So I am just about out of breath, out of wind. This is now my 6th hour on stage over a 10-hour period. So I've earned a rest. And it's really good news for you guys because the person taking the reins is who I told you about earlier. It's none other than the Adam Long, the general manager, the Gen Y GM of our communications agency. He's going to give me a high five. Now, I want you guys to hit him with some really, really hard questions. It's Stump me at stumpthestrategist.com. Because you know what? While we've been working here hard, this guy's been asleep at home in bed next to his wife that loves him and gives him cuddles with his 2 or 3 cats. You got to be feeling pretty fresh.
I'd love to have 3 cats. That would be.
Is it just 2?
It's just 2, but that was the most
Two.
amazing thing.
I tell you what, if you can push through and get 10 questions submitted over the next hour, I'll buy you another cat.
It's a deal. I'm just having a look at the scoreboard now. Of course, I was here until about 8 p.m. last night when I took the chance to go home. Yeah. It is now 0400 hours, and what's the 04? Oh my God, it's early. It is early. It is energetic. We're pumped and ready to go. But I'm just noticing, so you've got 80 past questions up there, none stumped. Now, I've always been told I'm a creative person, so I think I might start to get a little bit creative and see if we can balance out the tables there.
Sure.
Maybe see if we can get some stumps as well as past.
Well, you know what? We need harder questions. We need curly ones that have meaty, specific answers. That's what we're looking for. So if by now we've switched over, but if you're still on the old feed, it's 24-hour, 24-HOUR, Stump, STUMP, VTHE, Strategist, STRATEGIST, Marathon, Part 3, to make sure you go onto the new feed.
Great.
So an introduction, for those of you that don't know, your claim to fame. So Adam is an entrepreneur. He started many businesses, most of which he's responsible for the success that we've had over the last 12 months as he took the reins. He's a really smart guy around clever digital stuff, crowdsourcing and crowdfunding, another thing that you've done very successfully, launching businesses. And I tell you what, if you need a guy that can shoestring, think smart, he's your man. He's also a brilliant marketing thinker.
What a long introduction. You don't have a rest.
All right.
Leave your pen and get out of here.
Leave the pen.
Good on you. All right, that was Jeff Cooper. Jeff Cooper, senior partner at Step Change Marketing, one of the founders, one of the guys behind the proposal scoping tool, predatory marketing, and a stack of other things. So this is Stump the Strategist. We will take any question on marketing, communication, sales, business strategy. Hey, at this time in the morning, we'll take questions on dating advice, how to fix your relationship. Hey, you're going to submit anything you like online or come on down, because we are live on stage from Fishburners in Sydney. Fishburners is 608 Harris Street. You can come on down. The beers are still going. They're still hungover from last night. I think there might even be some breakfast. Grab some for me on your way in as well. So there's 2 ways you can ask questions. You can, of course, come and join us down here, or you can submit them online using the chat function on Google Hangout, put a comment on the video, or email us at stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Now, doing 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours is a little bit of an odd proposition. Some might even say you'd be barking mad to try it. Couldn't be closer to the bone on that one. We are absolutely barking mad, because we are doing this all in aid of raising money for Assistance Dogs. Assistance Dogs is a fantastic charity that raises dogs, trains them up to assist people with disabilities and impairments so they can live a more fulfilling life. These dogs are amazing. We've had 2 in the studio today demonstrating they can pull your socks off, they can get a beer out of the fridge for you, they can pay the cashier. The most amazing dogs you could ever meet. And why are we doing it for them? Well, you know what? Stump the Strategist is all about solving the chewiest, nuttiest marketing problems. Now, if you come to us with a marketing problem, we solve that for you in 9 minutes. And hey, we've got 80 that we've solved in the last 16 hours, 80 that we've solved. If solving that problem is worth $1.5 million to you, I think Dave here might send you an invoice for $500,000. We'll go give that to Assistance Dogs. It's all about what value can we deliver, share a little bit of that with Assistance Dogs. So this is an absolutely stellar lineup. This is the finest team of strategists I've ever had the pleasure of taking the stage.
At least today.
For Stump the Strategist. Ever since we started. So with that, let's open up Stump the Strategist for our next round of questions. Questions on
I've actually got a few here that have come through. They must have, one of them must have heard that you like cats.
Yeah.
There's a few here, but I'm just going to throw this out here because I think we're bored of you guys getting past. So let's try and stump you.
Yeah.
This one's short. It's very open-ended, but I think it's a fun one. So what are all the ways I can use cats in marketing?
Alrighty. Any clarifying questions?
I would
Really,
say
you've thought about this, so let's just make it accurate.
All right.
I'll give you a minute.
Okay, cats. Man, I wish I liked
So think viral campaigns, guys.
The
That's
classic.
usually the cat
How do I
space,
run
YouTube.
a viral campaign?
That's the extra bit that this person has added in.
Can I join me right here, Adam? I thought you'd cuddle up next to me. Cool. So I want to start where any great marketing framework should start. And so where that is, it's called the RAM model. So we want to look at what's the result we want to create, who's the audience we want to reach out to, what's the message that we want to use, and then what's the medium. So right now we have this middle M. It's a message around cats. So I don't know what the cats are doing or who the cats are or what the people are, but what I do know is in order to make this effective, you need to look at, okay, who is this audience? So let's pull an audience out of the hat, and let's say it's an avid cat owner. He owns 2 cats and loves.
You're going to talk about me again, are you?
So there's a cat owner that has 2 cats, loves Macca's. The result is, you know what? My business is I sell sandwiches. So I'm a sandwich shop, and luckily he loves McDonald's. So now we know the result is we want to switch McDonald's users into our sandwich shop. And how we want to do that is we want to reach out to that audience that has 2 cats and loves McDonald's. We want to have a message around cats. So maybe these cats are clawing apart our sandwich where McDonald's is just sitting there. Because it's so juicy and tasty and fresh, these cats are just digging into it. And that's our little video that we create. And then once we've created our video of these cats clawing apart our delicious, beautiful, fresh sandwich, we then look at the medium. So the medium here, we're going to look at a few social channels because those are the easiest to start with. So look at Facebook, look at YouTube. But then if you actually want to use this as a marketing tactic, think about how you can get it out to your database and your current customers to just show them how awesome you are against Mackers.
Wow. That is certainly quite an answer, Dave. Nicely done. I think what was sitting behind this question, and it seems like the kind of question that someone trying to stitch us up has written for us, it comes back to that little clue at the end, which was about being viral. How do you actually get things to go viral? And it's implicit in the question. Look, the easiest way to make something to go viral is put a cute cat in it. Now, the question is, as Dave was saying, is that actually going to get you the result you're after? What are you actually trying to achieve with a viral video? And when you say, look, I'd like a campaign that just goes viral, it's a little bit like going to an author and asking them to write a bestseller. If there was a tried and true proven way to do it every single time, they would have already done it. They would have just got underway and started it. So look, what it comes down to is this concept of a meme, which is a word that only appeared in the last decade or so. Now, a meme was defined by Richard Dawkins to express this idea of ideas that grow and multiply the same way genes do. So if you think of genes in an evolutionary process, genes join up with other genes, they multiply, they pass on, and they continue. This is what a meme is. A meme is an idea that has its own compelling power to spread through a community, with the idea adapting as it goes. Now, in more recent years, the word meme is being used to describe, well, cat videos and pictures with a funny little tagline over the top and all the variations that you can use over the top. The main consistent theme amongst all memes is just simply that they get passed on. But if we're going back to what you're actually trying to achieve by using cats in marketing, and I applaud you for doing so, make sure it's actually pegging back to the result that you're actually trying to achieve. So, yeah, go on.
You keep going.
Mate, I could talk about cats all night.
So I want to introduce a new term. It's called cat remarkability. And so we define cat remarkability as equal to the experience over the expectation. So what you get over and above what you actually expect. And so an example of how you use cat remarkability, of a B2B, say you have a financial services company that wants to use cats. And you want to look at what's the key positioning of the financial service company. So maybe it's you're very agile, you move really quickly. Maybe it's you're really friendly. So what you can do is you actually segment your customers to the top 10%, and you look at sending them each a cat. And so you send it to them in their office, they get this playful little cat, and it comes with the name of maybe your top performing fund on it. And all of a sudden, you have cat remarkability.
Wow.
Wow.
Anything to add, Nikki, or should we call this one a wrap?
All I was going to say, my 2 cents. Use the cats in caregiver brands because cats are cute. And like Kleenex uses the puppy. It's the only reason I buy Kleenex. Use the cats that way. So a caregiver brand is the brands that they're all about healing. They're about soft things, caring, giving back to the community. It might be a nursing home, could be toilet paper, it could be anything, but the spin you put on it should involve cats. What is it? Secondly, cat pre-rolls.
Cat pre-rolls.
I just thought, cat pre-rolls because whoever likes cats usually likes pre-rolls.
Genius.
YouTube likes pre-rolls.
Put in front of knitting videos
People
because
like cats.
people that
Great
like
insight,
cats
Nikki.
like knitting.
So Adam, maybe you just wrap this all up in a beautiful framework
great.
for us and we call this a question.
So look, one of the funniest questions I think we've had in the last 18 hours or 16 hours or however long we've actually been up here. Look, before you jump to the message and the medium and the way that you approach is always start with the result that you're actually trying to achieve. Putting the cart before the horse and deciding the way you want to express an idea before you're really clear on what you want that idea to achieve is just nonsense. Get clear on the result you want. Make sure you know who your audience is, then decide the message it's going to match up to what they're after, then decide the best medium for expressing it. You do that, you can't go too far wrong. If you start with, how do I make a viral cat video? Well, you'll make a cute video, but I think you might struggle with your marketing. Thank you so much for your question. Let's call it there.
All right, guys. From heaven or from the underworld, on the curveball. 3, 2, 1. Didn't we pass?
That's it.
We're
That's
getting
not a
class.
pass.
That's it.
I think it might
Nice
be our
flying
first
pass. That was
dump
beautiful.
for the night.
We killed that. That was destroyed.
Alrighty. Oh, thank you.
We're running out of whiteboard pens. Lloyd. No, they need to make a whiteboard pen that when it's getting really low, it changes colors. So that way you know exactly when you need to replace your pen.
That's a genius idea.
Genius.
Gosh, you think
Now we just need the question for which that's the answer.
And that is the question.
All right, just a quick IT check.
We are broadcasting. Live. Sir? Yeah. That's me. Yeah. No, not live.
How are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing really well.
We're doing good?
Yeah.
Doing well?
So,
How are our viewership? There's no one watching. Where are my friends? Where are my friends in the US? I worked so hard on these tech questions.
You turned off your mic.
so what we'll do is so then there's some question. For example, how do you introduce your valuation? You could ask
Save your mic off.
No. No, I want to stump. I want to get stumped. I started at like 3 months, and then I started building strategy.
All right, so with a couple of minor technical difficulties now ironed over, we are continuing our epic marathon 24-hour Stump the Strategist program, all raising funds for Assistance Dogs, that fantastic charity that raises and trains dogs to assist people with disabilities. So it's been an epic few hours so far, 16 hours into the program. We are 75 questions past for none stumped, hoping for some tricky questions. Of course, it is all audience voting. It is entirely up to the audience whether we came from a place of inspiration or from somewhere else. Now, we're taking questions live in the studio today down at Ultimo. We're at Fishburners, which is 608 Harris Street. Fishburners is the startup community and service offices for startups. There's been some interesting questions coming from the startup space. We're also taking questions online. You can submit them using the chat function on Google Hangout, commenting on the YouTube stream, or you can email us, stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com.
We got it right this time.
stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Now, good news is a few questions have been coming through by email, which we're going to jump into. Now, that's lucky because it's looking a little bit quiet in the audience here. Not surprising for 4:15 in the morning. So we're going to go to one of our questions submitted online. Our beautiful technical assistant, Ivan, what do you got for us?
All right, I got one here from the States.
Great.
So I have 2 jewelry shops that are 9,000 miles apart, not kilometers.
9,000?
Yes, not kilometers. Volume of traffic is about 50-50 for each location. Currently, I have just one website that doesn't really differentiate the two and not sure if it's giving customers the info they need. What should I do about it to give customers the best digital experience? We don't do a lot of online sales, and it's primarily used to tell customers our background and contact information. So once again, 2 jewelry stores, 9,000 miles apart. They currently have one website that doesn't really differentiate the two.
9,000 miles, that makes them on other sides of the world.
Pretty much.
All right, so we've basically got a global business with 2 stores.
Yes.
Yep.
They're
great.
jewelry shops, so they sell, yeah, they're in the similar realm.
Yep, fantastic. All right, any clarifying questions from the guys here? All right, let's start the clock.
So, I'm gonna kick things off here with the first question I always ask when looking into websites, and that question is, what are the need states of your customers? So there's a little philosophy that we like to use, which is speak into the listening, which means actually talk about and act in a way that our customers are thinking. And this is also known as need state marketing. So for you, it sounds like you have 2 locations really far apart, and those customers might have similar need states in terms of what they want, but because the actual information is so different, you need to break that out on the website within those 2 need states. So if I were you, I would keep it all on one site, keep it all on one page, and just break it out into a section that's above the fold. So above the fold is the term that we use, that we don't want customers to have to scroll to find the right information. We want it to be front and center for them. And so you want it to be above the fold, and you need to lead with I'm in X and I'm in Y. And right from there, those customers will be able to tell where they need to look for the right info. So you can either have these drive to different pages on your website, or you can just have them have more information down below where they might have to do a little scrolling. That information would be the crucial. So the top one is always what you want to have your call to action. So I don't know your business, and I don't know what you do in terms of online sales and offline, but this is where you're either click to buy or click to call, or it's just a way that we move the customer onto the next step of the customer journey.
Great. Now, there's a principle with digital journeys and online journeys that I don't want you to miss, and that is every click you ask your customer to do is a barrier to action. Those little loading times, If it's anywhere longer than 3/4 of a second for a new page to load, people are getting distracted, they're on to the next thing, they're missing it. So the primary role of your website needs to be to make it easy to find your stores. You've got to have your contact details where they can see it straight away, not hidden behind a contact us tab. Now, that's your video, that's your website 101 play. Next thing is what should you actually be doing with your digital journey. The first principle here is you need to be building yourself a database of your customers. You can't these days just let your customers come into your store and leave again without getting their contact details and a way to actually build a relationship with them over time. You want to be collecting details at every stage as much as possible. We're talking emails, even better mobile numbers, because where emails change over time as people change jobs, get new email addresses, phone numbers don't change. Grab their mobile number. The second thing you want to be doing is making sure you're building a relationship with them, and that involves contacting them anywhere between 8 and 13 times a year in order to have that relationship. Why 8 to 13 times a year? Well, we had Kevin Baker on stage with us a little bit earlier this evening. Kevin Baker is the email marketing guru that we go to. He says you need to be reaching out to them that many times in order to get the frequency to stay top of mind. Because when people are thinking, where do I get jewelry from? Or more likely, what gift do I buy for someone? You've got to stay top of mind where you're the first place that they think of. So you want to be prompting for the occasions that people actually come into your jewelry store to actually buy. And if you're collecting data, you can start to build on what you've already learnt about your customers. Were they in for a birthday last time? Good news is that person's got a birthday same time next year. What a great chance to remind them. You also want to be prompting for a repeat purchase based on what they've purchased in the past. Now, we all know the kings of online shopping are Amazon. And what Amazon pioneered and does better than anyone else is a recommendation engine. If customers who like this also like this, customers who bought this also bought this. Now, if you're getting a sense of what people's tastes are in terms of do they like white gold or yellow gold, do they like sapphires or do they like diamonds, you can start to prompt for similar purchases of a similar vein and start to use some of the learnings that Amazon has created. Now, I'm going to keep going until you jump in, Nikki.
All right.
You can't stop me.
I've just got a guiding principle to sit over the top of this and always keep in mind, which is mobile first. So the internet is shrinking and it's shrinking to the size of your mobile phone. So when you build this new website or if you're looking to improve the website, hop on your phone and look at it from a customer's point of view, especially when the girls are sitting around with their friends. They're going to pull out their phone to show them some of the ideas they were thinking of, some of the jewelry on the website. It needs to be visible. The product needs to look good on your phone, and that will translate to looking good on the website, on a desktop, but it needs to start with mobile. The second thing is, Dave mentioned a little bit earlier, but video driven. So the majority of what everyone's doing on the website, on the internet these days, is watching videos non-stop. So start with a video on your homepage above the fold. It needs to be an explainer video, so anywhere from 1 minute to 2 minutes, maybe around 90 seconds. And it needs to sum up your key messages in those 90 seconds and get their attention, get them interested. So as Dave's got over there, the dwell time these days on an internet homepage is 8 seconds. You need to capture their attention before they click onto the next jewelry store.
That number itself is actually something that makes people quiver in their boots, and as it should. 8 seconds. The average dwell time on a website. That means you have 8 seconds before they're getting bored and moving on. Video extends that much longer. So you want to be using video, not just on your homepage, but as part of your contact strategy for how you're reaching out to them those 8 to 13 times a year. Dave?
Cool. So back to the digital experience. Want to keep a few things in mind. The first one is be single-minded. Don't try and do lots of things on your website. As a small business, the temptation is to do more and more and more on your website. Well, you actually want to do less and less and less and just narrow it down to make it easy to know the one step that customer has to take in the right direction. And going along with Nikki's theme of owning the mobile, owning whatever browser you're on, however people are searching, look into a website called squarespace.com. It'll allow you to build a website simply without all the investment, that's beautiful and that fits on all devices and all the criteria that we outlined here in terms of creating that great digital journey.
If you want to see one, our Stump Strategist website that was built on Squarespace.
That's right. StumpStrategist.com, built on Squarespace.
Nicely done. Good little plug there. So the last thing you want to be doing with your digital journey is getting them offline, getting off online and into store, because that's where the sales are happening. You told us in the question. So you want to be driving in store with every touch point that you have. We talked about getting that as really clear contact details on your website. We also talked about wanting to contact your customers 8 to 13 times a year. What you can do is start to blend your approach. So when you're getting customers in store, using that opportunity to build the reason to contact them. We talked about video as a primary method of communications. Nikki said mobile first, Nikki said video first. These are the two ways you want to be reaching your customers online. If you can drive them in store with something unique that they can't get online by going for cheaper places online that they can't get except by having an experience in your store, you start to win. Can you offer previews of new products as they come out? Hold a champagne and gold evening where you get to sip champagne and try out all the new products that are coming in. Can you hold an experience just for mums and bubs, an excuse to come in, meet other mums with bubs, and also find out what jewelry works best and is actually child friendly without the kids pulling them off your ear, for example. Now, if you're driving in store with these events, you can film it and that becomes a video that becomes part of your contact strategy. The idea is that when you're doing this, you want to be doing them for leverage to build things once that you can use many times. So to sum up, we said for every one of your contact points, think mobile first, think video first, use a platform like Squarespace because it's simple and it updates really easily for a business like yours. You want to be building your database, collecting details at every stage of the journey. When they come into store, when they come online, what they're buying, what they like, what they don't like, and use that as a basis to contact them 8 to 13 times a year. When you can get them in store, when you're running events and experiences that they can get in store but nowhere else, use that to drive your contact strategy. And you know what? There's 1,000 other things that you could be doing on a digital journey as well. You don't need to. Just do a couple of things and do them really well. Thank you so much for your question. Well done, guys. All right, so that was the question. 2 jewelry shops, 9,000 miles apart, 1 website. How do we have a digital journey that bridges them? So thank you for your question. We'll now open up for voting.
So everyone, hands on your head for pass. 3, 2, 1. Woo!
And we got a pass.
Yay!
Well done. Thank you very much. So 76 down.
Stumped.
76. This is an absolute marathon attempt to get to 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. You'd be barking mad to try it, they said. And well, I guess we're the only ones foolhardy enough to do it at 4:30 in the morning, all in the name of a good cause, which is raising funds for assistance dogs. So if the stuff we're talking about tonight is giving you a new insight or a new opportunity or a new idea in your business, that's going to do something good for your bottom line. Share a bit of that bottom line with Assistance Dogs. Jump online at assistancedogs.org.au and make a donation there, or you can come on down to our event here in Ultimo. Details are on the website and make a donation there. So it's been a stellar lineup of strategists that we've had over the last 16 hours. We've had ABC's comedian Dan Illick. We've had futurist Craig Rispin. We've had customer experience expert Ivan Frangi. We've had marketing's Mr. Wolf, Darren Woolley. And you know what? There's a host of other guest strategists coming up over the next few hours as well. Jet Swain, the change maker. Ivan Frangi's coming back again. Tim Longhurst, the futurist, will be joining us for the closing hours, and a stack of others that you can see on the website. So we've got the strategists, we've got the clock, which will come back in a second. All we need now are some more questions. So you can submit your questions by emailing stumpme@stumpthestrategist.com.
That's step change marketing.
Thank you, Dave. Where would I be without you?
Good thing I'm here.
stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Thank you, Dave.
Maybe that's bad marketing. Maybe we need to change it to stumpthestrategist.com.
Maybe.
Oh, man.
Put it on a checklist somewhere. You can submit using the chat function on YouTube or by commenting on the YouTube video. We've got a few that we've collected, the backlog that we're working through, hopefully before that next flood of questions come in around 7 a.m. this morning. So we'll go now to another online question with the team that we've got here. Digital strategy, approaches to business, getting the best leverage out of your market, the best types of questions we're after. So Ivan, what have you got from our online questions?
All right, here it is. Is there any room for a new superannuation fund in Australia?
Ooh.
It's an ambitious task, but I'm creating the business case for starting a new superannuation fund that focuses on ethical investments. How do I find my market and launch a new fund?
So the question there was a new superannuation fund. So that would be for Australia then?
That's in Australia, yep.
And the specific questions were, how do I find my market?
Yeah.
And what was the second part of it?
Just launch a new fund.
Great.
And they focus on ethical investments.
Ethical investments, great.
That's their difference.
That makes me feel warm and fuzzy already.
Doesn't it?
All right, guys. Any clarifying questions? You two good to go? All right, 9 minutes on the clock. Let's take it away. So look, the first part of the question there was, is there room for another super fund in Australia? And I think, well, yeah, the answer is yes, straight away on that one. So there are more than 200 superannuation funds in Australia at the moment. And now I know we've got some people watching online from the UK and the US. A superannuation fund is a type of pension savings plan where a percentage of your income is taken by your employer, put into a high interest account that accumulates over time. Then when you retire, you can collect that in regular payments. So superannuation is mandatory in Australia, which is good news for you asking the question. What it means is everybody needs to be in a superannuation fund one way or another. Now, you've targeted something very specific and quite interesting, which is the ethical investments angle. So one of the concerns that people have is that there's groups of people. One of them is called the LOHAS market, the lifestyles of health and sustainability. There are people who are socially minded, ethically responsible, they give to charities, they volunteer, and then they're concerned that their retirement money is going to fund the types of projects that they would never support in their day-to-day life. That a retirement fund is going to support, for example, non-renewable energy production or non-renewable forestry, for example. And the concern there is that there's this mismatch between the ethics that they have day to day and the ethics they want to see for the world around them. So it's a very interesting angle, but unfortunately it's not new. You wouldn't be the first ethical superannuation fund in Australia, which means you have to tap into predatory marketing right from the start. Now, predatory marketing is a distinction that most marketers miss. It's all about how do you get people to switch. How do you get them to switch where their dollars would otherwise go? How do you get them to switch their behavior? Ultimately, how do you get them to switch to your super fund? Now, that's going to be tough because there's a lot of inertia around super funds. I've already signed up, my money's going through my employer, I don't need to think about it. And what you find is that, particularly in the younger age groups, very difficult to get them to switch without a very powerful story. So predatory marketing asks, what's the weakness that comes from your competitor's greatest strength? Now you need to ask, are you trying to switch people from non-ethical or standard superannuation funds into your ethical fund? Or is the easiest opportunity for you as a new business, as a new startup, to switch people from an existing ethical superannuation fund into your ethical superannuation fund? That's going to define the way you actually approach this, which is, who's your greatest competitor? And we ask, where's the money going? Where would it go if you didn't exist? What's the weakness that comes out of their greatest strength? Now, I don't want you to miss the distinction on that. We're not targeting the weaknesses in general because people can fix their weaknesses. We're targeting the weakness that comes out of their greatest strength, the things that they find really hard to change because it's working for them. So to find your market and get off the ground, there's a process we use called agile strategy development, which Nikki might be able to talk you through how we start and get through to an agile strategy and some of the tools we work there. The good news is we've actually done something like this before. Can't tell you who, but let's have a chat. So start with which is the market you're actually targeting. Get clear on who your greatest competitor actually is, and you want to get predatory on them.
Yeah. So Nikki, while you kind of put that together, so I think the answer is kind of easy in terms of where we're switching from, and if we're just switching from the regular Joe super fund. If you think of the percentage of super funds that are ethical, it's just not that big of an opportunity. It's almost not worth playing. So I would look at, you know what, regular, your big bank funds, the other major funds, we're switching from there. And if we're switching from there, the thing we need to focus on first is the returns, and then second is the ethical piece of it. So we might launch something like the like-for-like fund matching guarantee, where whatever fund you currently have, we'll put our funds next to yours and track it like, with a green, yellow, and red, what the difference is, and differences are between each fund, and why you should actually choose our fund. So we established that, and if we can't find an advantage in our fund in terms of getting a better return, because that's what it's all about, whether we're ethical or not, we want to make and have a retirement fund at the end of the day, then we do something like we guarantee after 12 months, if we haven't hit it, then we'll refund all your money. So it's a way to break into the industry. If you've got some capital, take the risk off the table and start to pull other funds apart and get really penetrated.
Right. So once you've found your market, you've then got to test the market. But touching on what Adam said, so the agile strategy, the tools that we use there, he's currently done a little outline here. I was going, what part of the whole week are you talking about? So the agile strategy is a whole week process, and it's quite specific to each of our clients. But we generally start with the context. So you really need to understand the context that you're entering to understand the opportunities and the challenges, both internally and externally. And that's over different horizons. So that's what's happening in the next 1,000 days, what's happening in the next 3 to 7 years, and what's happening up to 10 years, so 7 to 10 years. So we get a really good understanding of our context before we move on to anything else. And then we move into challenges and opportunities. So from that context, what are the 3, 4 top challenges and opportunities that come out of there?
So these could be things like the fact that people are spending more time on their mobile phones and on their typical website. So if you're going to reach out to them, are you using mobile first instead of the website? It could be that, you know what, under a certain age, people are just really struggling to connect with their future self, struggling to connect with the decisions that they make today, impacting their future and where they end up. It could be that you're finding new media, new ways to actually reach out to groups that others haven't taken advantage of. Or it could be challenges like, you know what, you just can't guarantee returns from any superannuation fund, and it's a really difficult thing to deal with.
Yeah, and then launch with a small test group to start with before you go broader. So test, learn from that test, refine it, and then try and repeat again.
And the testing is really important because you won't necessarily get your ideal target market first time. There's always an adoption curve with any new offering, and superannuation is absolutely no different. What you'll find is that when you go for the early adopters, moving into the early majority, the message needs to change and tweak a little bit as you go by. So why Nikki's saying start with a small launch is you want to reach out to these early adopters first to work out what the actual most powerful switching message is. Once it's working for them, you can scale it up, slowly adapt your message. The key thing with testing is test and learn. Make sure you're measuring the results that you're after. You're refining your message, you're refining your approach in a cycle so that you're constantly getting better, constantly improving.
Cool. And so when Adam talks about creating that adoption and communicating those points of difference, I think what we can really leverage is our fund has a completely different implication to the world than every other super fund. So we want to communicate the implication of how our fund makes the world different. And this is can be leveraged by the one thing that they say Mother Teresa and Stalin have in common.
Oh, what?
That Mother Teresa and Stalin have in common is that one person is a tragedy and 1,000 people is a statistic. So you find that one person that your funds made an ethical difference to, and you bring out that story as the implication, backed up by the rational justification of you can still make them boats of money in the long run.
Great. So to bring it all together, you want to start off by realizing that the game here is predatory. It's all about switching. And when you're switching, just having an ethical value proposition isn't enough. You've got to create and provide those reasons why people should take action and switch from where they are currently. You've got to know the context that you're working in and do that scan to see where are the opportunities that no one else has seen. Find the challenges that no one else has dealt with. Test these propositions and scale up what's working for you. And remember to focus on the implication for the individual. Get away from the macro broad perspectives of here's what super is going to do for everyone and what does it mean for you as an individual. Very good.
That's some good stuff.
Had a whole launch program, yeah.
There you go. And if you just want to zoom in on Nikki's whiteboard, there's the detailed play-by-play, everything you need to get started. So that's a massive undertaking, starting a new superannuation fund. I applaud you for giving it a go. It's a tough one. Good luck, of course. Give us a call if you need a hand with doing that. We can, of course, help out where we can. So with the audience here that we've got, we're going to open up for voting now. We want to know, were we stumped? Was that answer, well, not exactly inspirational, or did we pass? Were there strategies, were there models, were there tools that were useful in that for you that you think can apply to your business or this superannuation business? We're going to take voting, so everybody stand up. And in 3, 2, 1, we're voting. Stumped or passed? Dave's voting passed, and it's a pass. Woo! Well done, guys. Nicely done. So this is Stump the Strategist live and online. And Stump the Strategist is the only format of getting marketers on stage where instead of just talking about the generic concepts of marketing, we're actually taking your chewiest, nuttiest marketing challenges, ripping them apart on stage, and in 9 minutes against the clock, building you a marketing strategy, the tools, the processes, and the models to help you solve it. Now, you do have the opportunity to stump us, and we always let people vote whether we were stumped or whether we were passed. Some people have described that as a little bit foolhardy, a little bit like walking that fine line between bravery and stupidity. And frankly, we're never sure which side of the line we're going to fall. For those of you with cable, it's a little bit like the Gruen transfer meets whose line is it anyway? A bit of Mr. Squiggle. And now with this 24-hour marathon, a little bit to go to Jack London and 24. So we are taking an epic undertaking to do 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. And for that, we're going to need some more questions. So we've got questions that are coming through online and from the audience. We'll take our next question from online. Our lovely assistant, Ivan, just off stage. What's the next question that we've got online, Ivan? Get the clock ready. We'll get the audio ready, and then we'll
mate. Oh, there we go. Back on.
We're gonna let you have that whole whiteboard to yourself.
You guys ready for this one?
What do you got for us, Ivan?
All right. My business is a law firm that helps companies deal with insolvency. It's a tough proposition to talk about. Our customers are already in trouble and struggling. Then we ask for a fee. How do we find and convert more customers?
Lawyers always asking for fees. All right, so what was the question?
So law firm helps companies deal with insolvency.
Yep.
Their customers are already in trouble and struggling, and then we ask for a fee. How do we find and convert more customers?
So it's definitely helping them when they're insolvent. It's not putting them back into insolvency.
Of course. They wouldn't dare.
So it's how do we find these customers and convert them?
That's it.
Great question.
All right. Gotcha.
All right, so we're ready to go? Start the clock.
Cool. So finding these customers is actually really, really easy. And I'm surprised as an insolvency firm you should know this, but every time the ATO winds up a business, it's actually public information. So they send that out and you can get a hold of that, and that's when you want to call these people. So essentially, all of your customers and leads are being handed to you. And the game then becomes selling them and converting them and kind of winning them with the first call. So in terms of getting them in and knowing where they are, that's easy. The ATO publishes them. In terms of actually converting them, that's a whole different story. So can go through a few things here, unless you want to take it off.
Yeah, look, there was something interesting in your question about the fact that these people are already struggling. I mean, insolvency is a really tough thing for anyone to experience. And for business owners that have poured their heart and soul into creating something and to see that not go the way they planned, that's absolutely crushing. Now, interesting that you mentioned in your question that then you ask for a fee, and this is coming up as an issue. Because what's interesting there is your role as an insolvency lawyer isn't to charge a fee. It's actually to help them deal with what's really a traumatic life event and business event to go through. And the thing that you don't want to skirt around is actually the pain of what they're going through. You've got to acknowledge it, and you've actually got to address it and see how bad it is. Take them to a point where they can understand the reality of their situation, so they can see that working with you is actually going to be the best thing for them. Now, that's a little bit unusual because people like to think that in sales, let's just avoid the pain. Let's just skip past it. We'll just go quickly. Maybe I can do them a favor by rushing through my sales pitch, and then they'll just say yes or the other side. But you actually want to take them on this journey and find out, well, how bad is it for you really? And when we say how bad it is, we've got to start with the measurable and then get into the emotional so people truly understand the situation they get into, because there's something called the gambler's emotional fallacy in this one, which is that when people aren't winning, they're not sure how bad the situation really is. Our senior partner, Jeff Cooper, used to work at a TAB, and when someone was down at the TAB, you'd ask him, say, how bad is it? Say, I don't know. It's not good. Oh, really? How much are you down? No, I don't know. Whereas if someone had won, you'd say, how good is it? $324.85 I won in Harry's Boy on race 6, and it's just a good day. The trouble is, your job is to help people get through the pain. They can't get there until you show them how bad it is. So you've got to help them do the maths of exactly how bad the situation is, and then work out what does that mean for you personally. So what is this impact? What is the impact of this insolvency on your home life? What does it mean for when you have to face your staff at the morning meeting? Did you know that we can actually help all this pain go away? The fee doesn't become an issue when you've demonstrated and helped them realize just how bad the situation is and how easy you're going to make it for them. So once you've got through the pain, you've got to be really clear with what are the messages you have that actually take that pain away. Don't talk about being a lawyer. Don't talk about the bland things that every other lawyer talks about. Talk about the messages that match to the pain that you've brought out in that conversation and take that away.
So touching on that pain, if you put yourself in the customer's position, they don't want to hear about it. They don't want to hear from you. They've got their hands over their ears. They're going, la, la, la. I'm not listening.
I'm not going into insult.
And I think, I don't know your customers, but I think you'll find it hard to get them into a sales conversation to start with. So you need a simple message that says, don't panic, you're okay, stop, breathe, and you've probably got less than a minute to get it through. So one thing I'd recommend is a video, a short, simple explainer video that cuts through everything else they're hearing. If you're calling them from the ATO list, I'm sure there's other people calling them. So you need to be able to get them on the phone, say, don't panic, I'll just send you a quick video, have a look, and I'm sure it'll be okay. Following on from that, you then need to get them to come and visit you in your offices. You need to get them in for a face-to-face conversation so you can take them through this story. So you need to offer them something, because at this point, you need to offer them something simple, something preferably free, because they don't have any money, to get them in the door. So a simple guarantee or a promise, first session free. If we don't offer you any value, or sorry, first session $800. If we don't offer you any value, it's free.
Now, the interesting thing about these offers is that often you can use things that are already happening in your business that others just aren't talking about. So classic example, we worked with a real estate agency down in Victoria. Now, they were coming up against another real estate agency that was offering free first consultation. When you're selling your home, we'll come in and do a free assessment and it's free. Now, every other real estate agent also does a free assessment up front, but this was the only agency talking about it as being a free offer. For people who hadn't sold their homes before, they were going to these guys because that sounded better. So for you as an insolvency lawyer, there'll be a part of your process, your scoping process that you'd be doing anyway. Offer that as a free experience that they can have up front as a way of getting to know you, trialing you out.
Cool. And so, Adam, I'm going to build on that idea with a little bit of turbocharge, old American style. And so there's nothing better than a free meeting or a complimentary, what I've called the avoid the pain session. That's free, then an avoid the pain session that's actually worth $995, but if you call today and book your meeting today, it's free. So what we're doing is taking the concept that Nikki said of, have the simple message, get them to not panic. So once you win this first call, you send them the video, and then you talk to them the messages of don't panic. Once you get them on the phone and not panicking, you get them in person with this complimentary avoid the pain session that actually has a ton of value, because everyone can offer a free session, but if yours has value, then yours is the premium, and you go to the one that's $1,000 off for free for a limited time before you go to the one that's always free. And so once you do that, it's a bit of a framework for getting people from winding up to cooling down to in the office. And once they're in the office, you just want to have the conversation around them with what their options are, what are the upsides, and what are the downsides. And I've actually dealt with a company that has been through insolvency before. So I know the 3 stages. You can either go into voluntary administration, you can go into finance, or you can test your luck pushing the ATO for more time. And usually voluntary administration ends to winding up in the loss of your company. So you want to get someone that's actually out to save you versus take you into administration.
Wow.
Adam.
Mate, I'm sorry to hear you've been through that. That's a really tough thing to go through. So there's a consistent theme here, which is don't avoid the pain. Fact is, it is a tough situation, and you can't skirt around that. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is when it comes to finding these clients, the other is who's already speaking to them. Who are the referral partners that you can reach out to? The accountants, the other types of lawyers that you can match up to. Now, an accountant wants to do the best thing for their client, so they're likely to be referring multiple insolvency law firms. So what you've got to do, your job as a marketer, is to power your referral partners with the sales tools that's going to make it really easy for them to refer you above all the others that they may be referring. That's where the video comes in, that short explainer video that Nikki stepped through. That's where powerful sales tools, and I know Nikki's got one in mind, but I think we're out of time to get through that one. But arm them to the teeth with the sales tools so that they could do the job as well as if you were in the room. And that involves mapping out the ideal discussion. And the ideal discussion doesn't step around the pain. You've got to take them through, understand how bad it is, what that means for them personally. And then when you come in with your message and why you, it's got to match the pain that they've said they're dealing with in their process. You want to express it simply. You want to get it into video. You want this message of don't panic consistently throughout it, that you can actually make it easy for them the whole way through. You want to get them in the door finally, because your sales with a lawyer don't happen over the phone. They don't happen online. They happen face to face. So offer an avoid the pain session for free. And that's probably enough to keep you busy for the next 12 months. Whew. All right, thank you very much. That was a great question for a law firm dealing with insolvency. Thank you for your question. Thank you for submitting it online. Now, all the questions, all the answers in the videos will be available on our website once we wrap up this absolutely epic endeavor to do 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. Now, the goal is to have 100 marketing strategies passed, not 100 questions asked, but we want to pass these things. We want to give you strategies, models, processes that are useful and you can actually use in your business before Dave keels over and collapses, having been at this for hours and hours straight. So
since 10 o'clock.
Wow. Woo. Okay, so we're going to take a vote on this one. We want to know, was that passed? Was there something useful in there? Are we stumped with the processes that we put in front of you with the audience that we've got here? 3, 2, 1. And we got another pass. Well done.
78.
Very good. So, do we have a new strategist lining up ready to come on stage? That must mean it is 0500 hours. What's the O for? Oh my gosh, it's early. Good morning, Vietnam and the rest of the world. We are running Stump the Strategist live. Welcome back to the stage, Jeff Cooper, Senior Partner, one of the founders of Step Change Marketing, and one of the original strategists. See, Stump the Strategist, this isn't the first time we've run it. You may tell just from how quick we are off the bat. Now, Step Change Marketing itself started in the middle of the global financial crisis with no clients.
All the best businesses start in a global financial crisis.
No IP. And Jeff, let's face it, you started with no idea, didn't you?
This is true. This is true. So I'm just getting the boards wiped down.
And you know what? In all the years that we've been running Stump the Strategist, we've only ever been asked once, how do you market a marketing consultancy? And hey, we got a few answers for that. Look, Jeff started Step Change Marketing with Ashton Bishop without really having any
And the lovely
clients.
Simon Rutherford.
And Simon Rutherford there every step of the way. So how do you get a business like that started? We said, you know what, let's turn around this idea of marketers getting on stage and talking about themselves, take any chewy, nutty, crunchy marketing challenge and just solve it live on stage to cut out all the bull. You know, I think the first one you had your parents, Ash's parents, Simon's parents.
Yeah, there was about 10 people at the first one. And that grew to about 11 at the next one.
Oh, great.
The last
It's a 10% increase.
Yeah. The last one we ran before this, though, in Sydney had 160 people. So they've been growing and growing and growing. Now, obviously, Thursday night at 7 p.m. with drinks and entertainment and the rest of it's a much easier proposition than right now. But we needed something to kick it to the next level. So we said, look, what can we do that's for a good cause? And how can we be absolutely barking mad and deliver 100 strategies in 24 hours?
And here we are.
And here we are.
Working through it. So this is Nikki Adams, strategy exec at Step Change Marketing. You sticking around for a few more questions? Good on
Lovely,
you.
thank you very much.
And we just had exit from the stage, David Seagal, our resident Chicagoan, strategy exec extraordinaire, strategist, and master tactician when it comes to executing on marketing strategies. Some really interesting ideas there around social powering paid media from that perspective. So, Dave, are you off home now? You're going to have a nap? Dave has been at this for hours. You've got me a little bit fresh. I know Jeff's 8 hours into this foolhardy endeavor.
I'm feeling it. I'm hurt. I'm bleeding. But I've got 2 more hours in me and I get to go home to sleep.
Marketing strategy is an endurance game, and to prove it, that's why we're getting through 100 in total. So we've got 3 strategists ready to go. We've got an audience with some questions ready to go. We're going to go over to gentleman over here with a question, please.
Okay, so I've brewed, bottled, and packaged an
Sorry,
alcohol.
what was your name?
James.
Thanks, James.
I've brewed, bottled, and packaged an alcoholic ginger beer. I have around 15 local bars and restaurants selling my product at the moment.
Yeah.
People who try it love it, but since my product is more niche than beer or cider, it's tough to get people to switch drinks or even have the first taste.
Yeah.
How can I build interest for my product and try and place myself against beer and cider? How do I compete against them?
Right, so it's alcoholic ginger beer, and it's a new product, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're trying to get people to switch and try it for the first time, but you're running into a bit of trouble there. What are you struggling with there? What have you tried?
I've tried samples, things like that, promotions.
Yeah. Okay. And we think the opportunity is coming up against beer and cider drinkers?
Yeah, that's my main competition. That's the logical way to go.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for James before we get started? No. Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like you guys are raring to go. 9 minutes on the clock. Here we go, and take it away.
All right. So we talk about it all the time. First of all, get your message right. The message is 6 times more powerful than the medium you put it in, right? So a billboard with the right thing said on it is much more powerful than one with the wrong thing said on it. And in fact, the message you put on it makes a bigger difference than whether it was a billboard or how many weeks it was up and the rest of it. So you've got to work out where, which is what you've already done, you've got to work out where your customers are going to come from. Now, what you've told us is that they're coming from beer and apple cider. That's great. But how does that inform your messaging strategy and your communication strategy? The first thing you need to do is start to look at the people within beer and within cider, and I would have personas for them. Things that are slightly comical that you can make fun of. So for instance, not for teachers. Works off the classic "an apple a day keeps the doctor away." And what you're saying here is that you can imagine drawing up and making it pictorial. What you're saying is that apple cider drinkers are a little bit square. It used to be new and different, but now it's the safe drink, it's the easy drink. It's the drink for people that can't handle beer, but ginger beer has more bite. So what I'm saying here is that if you look through those that are drinking beer and those that are drinking ginger beer within your subcategories, you can actually start to build personas and position against them. I think by giving people an understanding of who they don't want to be, you can actually make it clear, or at least frame the positioning in a fun way, that this particular product is for them or for someone that they want to be.
Hey, James, that's a tough gig you got going there. I don't know if you've seen the marketing budgets for the beer and cider companies, but you're not coming up against other startups. This is a massive undertaking coming up against them. And I think you've hit the nail on the head with your job is really to switch from beer and cider drinkers, because they're probably the lowest hanging fruit, the ones most likely to try your product. Now, when people are starting a product like an alcoholic beverage, the temptation here is to make it relevant to the most number of people. Just say, here's something that everyone will enjoy, so everyone should try it and everyone will buy it and everything will be wonderful. But it's just not true. Look, as a marketer with limited time, limited budget, limited attention, what I want to ask is, what's the smallest number of people you can speak to in order to get traction? You don't have the budget of the big brands. And look, we've heard stories of, for example, Absolute Vodka. When they first started, it was sales reps going door to door, every single bar, explaining the concept. It's a tough, long, hard road to go down. So where we want to get to is an audience you can speak to that we call inch wide, mile deep. This is niche marketing. Inch wide, mile deep. And what we say is, instead of talking to absolutely everybody, what's the smallest number of people you can be the absolute most relevant to? So you're not trying to switch beer and cider in all occasions, you're switching them in very specific occasions. What you want is an occasion and a trigger that gets people to think of your product. Let me give you an example. What if, instead of trying to go to every single bar out there, you approach chefs? Because no one else is approaching chefs to talk about beer and cider. And you got Australia's top chefs to match your product to some of their best-selling meals as a recommendation. Instead of matching wines, it now becomes matching alcoholic ginger beer. So instead of trying to switch people's current behavior, you're providing a situation where people can experience it with the right food from a recommended person, from an advisor that people trust. If you get in with the chefs, then you get in with the foodies, right, Nikki? Nikki's one of the biggest foodies I know. You get in with the foodies, you've got
the smallest foodie I know.
You get in with the foodies, you've gotten in with the people that are going to talk about you and actively recommend, because foodies talk when they're not talking, they're Instagramming or Pinteresting their food. So this is the opportunity to get in with a large group of people that influences everyone else without starting with the whole I want to talk to everyone positioning. So what's the smallest number of people you can speak to? Who are the influencers? And grow from there with an occasion or a trigger as a starting point.
So I was just building on that occasion and trigger point, Stones.
Yeah.
So pick an event, so a picnic or a family occasion. You can drink it around your kids. Make it the family drink. So pick one position, trigger it around the event and the occasion, and stick with that one thing. So ties into everything that you've said, but it's the family drink, unlike beer. Drink it around your kids, have it at the picnic.
Okay, so I've got two little tactics here that are not so much communications tactics, just good things I'd do if I was a business owner and was in your position. They're a little bit sneaky, particularly the first one, so you have to forgive me for that. Look, you need to find out where your product should be, and niche retail is almost exactly the place you want to start. So the question is, what are some similar and yet non-compete products, and where are they? And then what I would do is I would target in specific postcodes or geographies where you can get quite tightly in. So you want to get one or two locations within the same couple of blocks. Now, I'll tell you why. The first thing is effective frequency. So you want to create a bit of a movement, you want to get uptake, you need to get frequency of use. It's very hard if you've got one person in one suburb stocking it and another person in another suburb stocking it. The problem you get is that it's really difficult to obtain and it's hard to start a habit. So you actually need to focus in on those tight little retail niches. So I would do this, right? I would find similar in terms of their positioning and their tone and their experience products that are non-compete. And I would call them and I would say, within this geographical area, where can I get your product? Now, of course, they're going to tell you because they think that they're driving sales. But what they're actually doing is they're going to give you a list, a prospect list of all the places you should look that are likely to take a product like yours. Now, you're then going to focus in within a certain geographic area so that you can get 2 shops on the same strip, 3 shops on the same strip. Because when it turns up everywhere, that I start to think that it's moving, that it's got momentum. I start to think that I should be telling my friends about it, and I get that kind of consumption opportunity where it drives behavior.
I think one opportunity is in the packaging of the actual bottle. So when you head into a liquor store, you get in there and it's overwhelming. There's thousands of beers and ciders. Then there's ginger beer, which should sit probably in between the two. So use the packaging to really differentiate yourself. This could be through, so it's similar to what a few other alcohol companies have done. The vodka, which vodka?
I can't even remember their name, but you got to know it because you walk into the bottle shop, there's this Crystal Skull sitting on the shelf, and you go, oh, look at that. Next to it is a tequila that comes in a 1700 style pistol. You go, oh, look at that.
The other one's Voss water that comes in the beautiful cylindrical glass bottle.
Premium.
People buy that just for the bottle.
This is a great example of aided recall because the bottle itself becomes the brand, becomes the message. Cool. So once you're doing remarkable packaging, there's two thoughts Nick and I are playing with over here. Firstly is remarkable packaging is proudly displayed in the home. It gets put somewhere prominent when people come in, they ask, oh, I see you've got that Crystal Skull vodka. It gets talked about. The other is it becomes a gifting occasion. Remarkable packaging means it's something people would be willing to give as a gift. So with 46 seconds to go, let's wrap this all together. Where you want to start is not by talking to everyone, being the most relevant to everyone, and it's a product for everyone. Get specific, inch wide, mile deep. Target it to a specific audience of influencers, such as chefs, which get you to foodies, or target it to a specific event and occasion that acts as a trigger, like picnics, like a family environment. You want to be building a powerful message that Jeff talked you through about that your referrers and your early adopters can use to explain why they've had a great experience. You want to look at niche retail and get out of that super competitive space, bottle shops with all the others. If you are going in there, have remarkable packaging. Remarkable meaning literally, will people talk about it? Will they actually remark about it? Once you've got that, follow up with effective frequency so you're actually building a relationship with them. Whew, there we go.
Wow.
So, alcoholic ginger beer. It sounds interesting, actually. It's one of those behavioral economic heuristics. The more you talk about it, the more you actually want it. I wouldn't mind one of them right now.
Absolutely.
There you go. Your first testimonial will be coming from Nikki. Send her a sample. You're happy to do a video testimonial, right?
I'm happy to taste some samples and do a video testimonial.
Good on you, Nikki. So that question was, how do we get people to switch from beer and cider to alcoholic ginger beer? We're going to open up for voting. How did we go with that one, which is question number 79? Were we stumped or were we passed? Voting from the audience. James's opinion matters more than anyone else on this one. And as a pass from James, thank you very much. That's right. How are you feeling, Jeff?
I tell you what, I said before I'm tired and bloodied, I'm still tired and bloodied. You know, the only thing that's going to make me feel better is a bit of rest, but we've got another hour and a half left in me, and then I'm out of here.
So we'll be going right through to 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Today.
Oh, geez, what day is it? I'm already losing track. We've been at this for a little while. Lucky the reinforcements are coming through.
Fun day.
We're going to get through our next question now. Chewiest, nuttiest marketing challenges. Now, there's three things that make a good question for those of you watching online, those of you here with us today. Three things make a really good question. First one is make it real. So if you ask, how to sell ice to an Eskimo, or how do we get Americans to play AFL, and we have been asked those in the past, we can build some models for you. We can talk in general terms.
Might even have a bit of fun doing so.
I think so. But the best questions are ones that are a real situation for real businesses like yours here. So let's make them real. Second thing is get specific. If you say, how can I use social media? Again, we'll give you a general answer to a general question. Give us the situation, the specific area you want to use it in, and we can get a much targeted strategy for you. Third thing is ask questions that are generous. For the other people watching in other businesses, ask questions that you think, you know what, there's probably other businesses struggling with this as well. Ask it in a way that we can give some useful information for everyone. So with those three things in mind, I'll just recap the two. Well, there's one rule and a caveat for the event that we're running. Remember, we're only giving opinion, not advice. We don't know your business. Unfortunately, we're working with the questions you ask here or the questions you ask online. I don't know as much about your business as you do, and I'm not stupid enough to tell you that I do. So we're giving opinion today, not advice. Opinion is free. Advice, well, Jeff likes to send an invoice for that.
I do like to send invoices, this is true.
And the other rule is it's 9 minutes without interruption. So we're going to get going and build you the framework, the strategies, the tools, and the models for approaching your marketing challenge. We just ask that you give us 9 minutes without lobbing in any hand grenades like, oh, we tried that already last year. But what you don't know about my business is that you're right. We don't know your business, so just give us a 9-minute clear run. It's the only rule. Frankly, I don't know why we bother saying the rule, Jeff, because frankly, no one ever follows it. But I think this audience might be different.
It's always this time. It's always this time.
All right. So, question, challenge, Chewy, marketing issue number 80.
80.
We're going to go for one of the online questions and come back for live ones in a little bit. Ivan, our technical guru and offstage assistant, he's been at this since I think midnight. What do we got next?
All right. I have an amazing family business that sells and ships paper. So it's hard to admit, but obviously the industry is struggling and I feel stuck. We have great service and our clients really love us, but as they go green and get the marching orders from their bosses, the orders decrease. We are a bit old school, so we don't have a huge appetite for innovation, but I've seen my revenue drop 20% and the big companies are winning because they beat us on price. What strategy should I use to grow my business and compete?
Okay. So sorry, just the first bit of that question
So
again.
paper sells and ships paper.
Okay, so we're looking at wholesale?
Does not specify, but it sounds like it.
Sounds like it'd be a fair assumption to say it's a
Yeah.
wholesale paper
would be.
company. Yeah.
So their clients love us, they got great service, but people are going green.
Yeah, okay.
And bigger companies are beating them on price.
Right, okay. There's the
So they're struggling to compete on that front.
Yeah. All right. Anything else from the guys up front, or shall we get into it?
Yeah, let's hit it.
Great. All right, with 9 minutes on the clock, we are off and away.
Okay, so 2 issues here, one being green, the second one being price, and I will deal with price in a second. I just want to step in on green. So green is something that often gets stamped on products, but actually sometimes when you look below the surface, just scratch a little bit, what's happening behind isn't such a good thing. So I'll give you an example, paper cups. Now, paper cups, they're recyclable, right? Well, actually wrong. Paper cups most often are bonded with a plastic called PLU. This plastic doesn't actually biodegrade unless it's under a very specific type of situation. And in fact, in landfill, it almost doesn't at all. So here's the thing, when you've got a public out there that are saying paper cups are better than plastic, they're saying that because of a perception that might not even be real. Now, what I told you is that sometimes those paper cups don't biodegrade at all, and sometimes they do over 60 to 70 years. When you look at the number of paper cups that are being used every day across the country, across the globe, you understand we've got a problem whether or not they happen to be green, and the fact is that most of them don't. So the first thing I would do, if people are being driven by green as one of the drivers, I would investigate the real story around that, because if you've got customers that love you and have great service, then perhaps there's an education job to be done around whether or not those green products really are any good. Now, when it comes to price, price is one of those things that people use to make a decision on a product when they can't really weigh up the other factors around it. So you've got to help them do that. Now, if you guys have great service, help them build the business case for that. Because if they say to their boss, hey, you know, those guys over there are really nice, bow, bow, we lose. If they can say to their boss, you know what, it does cost us $10 extra, but actually because they do X and Y, it gets me another hour of productivity. And you know what, boss, you actually pay me more than $10 an hour. So what you're actually doing here is you're going to go through and you're going to break down this great service and build it into a business case that they can actually take and use their boss. They want to use you. You've got to arm them with the reason. So the story on whether or not the green is as green as they think it might be, but then also the rational business case to have that conversation with their boss.
Right, sorry. I'm going to touch on the point you said innovation is hard for you. So you're not quite into the innovation thing. It's a little bit hard. It's a little bit new. I've got a quick framework here, very roughly drawn up here, that will allow you to play with your marketing budget, make sure you're covering all your bases and what's working stays working, but also giving you some allowance to play around and see what else you could do with your money. So to start off with, split your budget into 70-30. To spend 70% on what you know works well and what you're currently doing that works well. And use the other 30% to try something that you think will work, that you've thought about, you're pretty sure that's going to start working for you. So that's year one. In year two, after you've tested the new ideas, break it into 50% for what's working, for what you know works. So reduce it from 70 to 50. For the other 50%, break it down into 30% for what you think is working from the previous 30, and 20% on novel and new ideas. So you brought the novel and new ideas from up here. We'll just pick out the good ones for that 30%, and then we'll start exploring with other new ideas. Now this pattern repeats itself. Hope that was clear. This pattern repeats itself for years to come. So it gives you 50% on what you know works, 30% on what you think is working, 20% on novel and new ideas.
Great. I can't help but think of The Office with this question, paper suppliers. So, no, The American Office. I'm a big fan of The American Office. So if there's one thing I've learned from The Office about papers, it's a tough industry. And when you're stuck in a tough industry where you're consistently losing on price and price alone, this is your opportunity to innovate. Nikki's built you the model for how do you do that without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's about setting aside an innovation budget that lets you try new things and then scale up what works. So here's a couple of areas you might like to explore for innovation. Now, there's a few prompts here. What I want you to do is, for you watching at The Office, like that, watching at The Office online, I want you to use these as prompts and yes, and what's going to make this work? Can you crowdsource? Is it about getting new specialty papers that have been designed by groups of students? Can you run a competition online? Can you get artists that haven't done paper before to sell their patterns, their designs, so you have crowdsourced products that no one else has? Can you change the situations that you actually service? Instead of being wholesale paper, can you have a rapid paper delivery for offices when they run out? Can you have a rapid delivery motorbike, for example, that gets the paper there faster than anyone else? And this comes back to this idea you said, you've got great service. What does service actually mean? You can't just say service to your customers. You have to demonstrate it. You have to do service. And something like a rapid delivery motorbike might get it there. Can you find new audiences that you haven't reached out to before and get really specialist? So we are the paper for this situation. Can you build exclusivity? Instead of worrying about competing on price and putting your prices down, put them up massively and say your paper is only available for private schools, for example. Find an audience that you can have exclusivity with. Or can you extend the range of what you're doing? If you've already got distribution in place with paper, are there other products that you can work into your chain and start to shift away from relying on paper through to other supplies that make sense for your industry, building in ink, toner, and all the other things?
Okay, so two things that stood out for me for the question. First of all, the bosses were coming in and raining on the parade. The second one was that it was coming down to price. So you have the addresses of these bosses. You're delivering the paper there. So at least down to a street address, you know who these guys are. I reckon you start to engage them somehow, some way. Send them a gift, get to know them, start a conversation with them. You've got the two things before that we talked around the green argument, whether or not it's real, also around the price conversation. We've got what Adam shared as well. But why wouldn't you open up that communications channel and start to have that conversation? Now, the conversation I would be having, if you can't drop your paper prices, but you have great service, which means you have people that are willing to dedicate resources to their customers, the question I have for you is, where else can people save? Because I would have thought in the running of an office that saving a few bucks on the paper was the least of their worries. I would have thought it was having black and white as the default on a printer rather than color. I would have thought it was making people use the services differently. I would have thought it was having timing switches on the air conditioning so it turns off at a certain time, energy efficient lighting, the rest of it. So all the bosses want to do is save money. They don't mind whether they save it from paper or whether they save it from somewhere else, but you're allowing them to choose paper as the place to save. I say that you put together a top 10 places to save that look across office supplies more generally in the running of an office, and you go in there and instead of selling paper to them, you sell an audit and a checklist to make sure that they're compliant in these 10 areas to save as much money as possible. My guess is that if you build that list right, the amount of money you'll be able to save them will be greater than the price differential between your paper. That means for at least the next 6 months to 12 months, you've managed to buy yourself time to sell them the paper again. You're going to be in there anyway. It's not extra work. Take them through an audit and add some value.
Great. So the question was, when we're already losing on price as a wholesale paper business, how do we win our customers back and keep our business going? First thing was sell to the boss, address the pain points that they're experiencing and make sure you're getting in there and being clear what those are. Demonstrate rather than say your value proposition. Show how you do great service. Don't just claim it. And you want to grow the green story to include all the other places you can save, as Jeff just talked through. You then want to build the innovation pipeline. Nikki's mapped out a model for setting aside a budget that allows you to try new things and activate them across areas like crowdsourcing, changing a situation, new audiences, exclusivity, extending a range, and shifting the business away from commodity products where you're just losing on price. And with 14 seconds to go, I think we'll call it there. Whew, beat the clock on that one.
Delivered.
All right.
So we've got a new gentleman up the back of the room, probably wondering what the hell's going on. Is that the case?
Yay.
Oh, yes.
Back more.
And so you've been home, you've slept, and you're back in this morning? Yeah, okay, so we haven't been home, we haven't slept. Yeah.
He saw me leave last night.
He's a greasy little thing. I haven't been home, I haven't slept. Nikki's been with me all night. Ivan's been pulling the late night shift. We've solved 80 problems. You're going to have to find a problem for us. You're also going to have to tell us. Right, so you can see the progress.
Wow, okay. So, well, I don't know. The quality may be dropping off. We may be about to hit a row of
no idea
stumps.
whether these strategies are good anymore.
Yeah.
But we've got to close off this one. So voting stumped or passed for paper wholesaling. You saw half the question. That's enough to have an opinion. Were we stumped? Were we passed? I'm seeing one stumped, one passed. Two. Yay! Very good. Thank you very much. So,
All right.
marketing challenge number 80. 20 to go. I'm noticing the first light of dawn trickling through the window.
We are on the home stretch now.
Jess,
Some people said we couldn't do it. We said get nicked.
Jeff still might not be able to do it. Hang in there. You're almost there. Okay. So, my question is, what are all these people doing in my bedroom? Question, challenge, chewy, nutty, crunchy issue number 81. Andrew, take us away. What do you got for us?
Thanks, Adam. My question.
Is that on? Let me just have a sip of coffee as we go.
Oh, someone got coffee and didn't get it for the rest of us.
Yeah, what is
There's
that?
coffee in here.
My question is, I'm in the space of data and analytics. And I've realized that no one really cares about what I do. So they're not interested in the process, the mechanics. They're only interested in the outcomes. Well, that's what I think they're interested in.
Yeah.
And I'm keen to know your thoughts on where would be places or ways or options to think about marketing the outcome without getting stuck on the process. And there's lots of examples previously given last night about the doctor doesn't, you don't go to a doctor and ask about the scalpel, you just want to know they're going to fix the pain.
Yeah.
And where your thoughts would be on where do you see pain, what sort of pain is really important to be fixed, and then how would you go about capturing that market and picking one that's doable with that inch wide, mile deep strategy. It's pretty broad, pretty broad.
It is, but you've not only asked a question, you've also slipped in some of your own strategies in answering that. It's very sneaky.
Your strategies.
I'm absolutely exhausted. If you want to take a mic and get up here and have a crack, we'd love to see you up here.
All right, so just to recap the question, you're in data analytics, You're finding that the people you'd like to be working with are more interested in the outcomes you can deliver than what you do. And you're interested, having spent a few stumpy questions with us already, you're interested in this idea of pain and how can we use pain and inch wide, mile deep marketing to grow this business. Any clarifying questions from the guys up front?
No, I'm all good on this one.
No? All right, 9 minutes on the clock, and away we go.
Okay, so you're 100% right. I know that you probably know this, but for the benefit of those viewing, I'm going to walk through it. Features, which is what you do, they do not sell. It's the implications that sell. The example I love, right, is you've got a 2,000 watt vacuum cleaner, but no one cares. I don't even know what wattage my vacuum cleaner is. What I care about is that there's a benefit. It sucks up a little bit more dirt, or I can vacuum a little bit faster. And you know what? If you can hit me with a benefit, I'm probably a little bit interested. I'm thinking about, main grocery buyer or a woman at home who probably makes a decision on the vacuum cleaner. Now, if we go to implication, this is where we really start to rock and roll. So 2,000 watts being the feature, sucks up more dirt being the benefit. The implication is what matters.
Are you talking about vacuum cleaners?
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
I think you missed that bit.
No.
Okay.
The implication is that my kid's asthma won't flare up or my husband won't snore. This right here is where mum is buying, and she just wants this feature and the benefit to make it all make sense. So I see two problems in the use of data analytics and two barriers that sit in the way of it being adopted. The first one is that clients currently believe they don't have any data. Now that's complete crap. They've got a financial system, they've got a project management system, they've got data sitting all around the place, they've got website analytics. But that's the first thing that I believe in selling these services, which we do from time to time, you need to get past. The second one is that they don't know how to do it, and they think that it's really, really confusing. The way that we've gotten around that is just to say, just give me some of your data, right? Just give me anything that you've got and I'll have a crack at it and work around it. The last one that I've got for you is pick an industry. If you can pick an industry and get a few test cases, it all becomes really, really relevant. It's like, wow, you can do that for a business just like me. And as soon as that happens, you're ahead.
Great.
So building on that, just like me, Jeff, is case studies and testimonials. If people are focused on outcomes, show them what you can do by showing them what you've done for people like them. So get case studies that actually quantify the dollars you've saved them, that quantify the emotional benefits that you've given them, so how morale's improved in the business, things like that, and capture them on video if you can. So video is obviously the best way to do it, otherwise case studies with pictures and analogies. So people like them. One other thing I was just going to throw out there, and you might disagree with me, but you said you're not sure if people are interested in the process. You think they're outcome focused. But I think possibly people just don't understand the process. So if you were to actually map it out on an A3 business card, something like that, so you can run them through the process that they don't even realize you're doing. So they can actually see the value that you're adding, because otherwise they might not realize just how much effort and time goes into the single outcome.
And this will be a barrier for an industry like yours, where people think data analytics, sounds like hard work. I'm going to have to take senior people out of the business. I don't know how it's going to happen, and I don't know what I'm going to get on the other side. So there's two sides to this message that have come up from both Jeff and Nikki here. The first one is driving the category, which is the pain that you talked about. What are the things we can tap into? And I'll give you a few examples there. And that comes down to the implication. What are you changing in their life? Now that drives the category of, okay, I understand now I need to get data analytics into my business. Then why would they pick yours against all the other data analytics that are out there? That's where Nikki's point of mapping out your process and showing how it's more valuable, easier, or simpler than what anyone else is offering comes together. So in terms of pain, now, business owners tend to be driven more by gain than pain. They have to be in order to have the balls to start a business, grow it from scratch. But what they are susceptible to is FOMO, the fear of missing out. And this is what you can play with by benchmarking how they're going against other businesses. It's one thing to say, oh, you don't have data analytics in your business. It's another to say the top performers in your category are using data analytics. Let's have a look at how you're going. And if they're falling below the top category, it's that fear of missing out. The second thing is that fear of uncertainty itself. And there's a stack of uncertainty in the decisions that get made in businesses every day, from the strategies to sales, from customers. And I know from speaking to business owners that they feel like their staff just aren't making rational decisions. Like someone has an idea and off they go and run if it gets executed at all, and they're not having strong conversations. And look, we do a lot of work with the Executive Connection, which is a network of 1,600 CEOs, and they say, look, I love hanging out with the other CEOs because they understand good decision making. I can't get that from my staff. That's an implication you can tap into. Hey, Mr. Business Owner, you're struggling because your staff aren't making the decisions as good as you are. Let's take the uncertainty, let's take the human element out of it and make decisions based on your actual data, because that'll give you better certainty that your strategies will get off the ground, that they won't fizzle out, and your staff aren't just talking and having a talk fest. You can get to something worth doing. You want to be tapping into the things that they're worried about the most, and this is why the face-to-face consultation is going to be so important for you to work out what's actually in your top 3 issues this month as a business owner. Is it about getting your strategies off the ground? Is it that you're just not getting the sales that you want? Is it that you think your customers could be spending more with you, or you don't know why they're going to leave and when? And say, look, these are the types of things that we can uncover from the data and the analytics that we can do on that. So
I'd have a crack at an unstated objections list. These are all the reasons someone wouldn't do business with you. They're probably going to lie to you about or not tell you. I'll give you a really good example. The number 1 reason someone will say no to doing business with us is price, right? The number 2 reason, although they won't always tell us, is perceived workload when they hire us. So you see, they're not even going to tell me that when they sit down. So I need to take that message in and I need to handle that objection. So an unstated objections list is a really, really good way to have a framework for putting on the table all the reasons that someone might not work with you. And here's the insight. We always talk, when you talk about what can you achieve, it's usually upside. What we forget is that 3/4 of human beings actually are more motivated about moving away from pain than they are towards gain. In other words, the upside might sell to the CEO, but the person making the decision being the researcher or the marketing director, they're actually, if you could give them back 6 hours a week, that's what they'd want. Actually, do you know what? They work really hard to move the business metrics, but their number 1 criteria is save me time. And I think that in looking at those 2 things, you can actually start to get much better conversion by not selling necessarily about what you do, but what you can do, and looking for the pain that sits around the current processes that you can replace.
Great. So going back to this idea of benchmarking and the fear of missing out as pain, actually gives you a way in to speak to business owners that I've seen used really effectively in other industries, but not in data analytics. And the way it works, so I've seen this used by a HR company in New Zealand. You might have been here when I've mentioned this about 8 hours ago, but the opportunity there was they were benchmarking human resources performance in business. And what you can do is send a survey to business owners and CEOs, offering them the results off the back, and say, are you using data analytics in your business to help with your strategies, to get more sales from customers, to have better conversation with staff about their work plans? All the things that you know are the implications that matter to them. And when they come back with no, 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 you send them a personal follow-up saying, hey, look, you're falling a little bit behind your peers. We can help you with that. And in fact, we have a gateway product, which is a low-cost way that you can just get in and start doing something with them. It could be a review. It could be picking one opportunity before you get to a full consulting package, something small that gets you in the door, gets you liked, gets you trusted, gets you in the office, and then the Ascension sales model kicks into place. How can you escalate them to a bigger package as you become more important to their business in using data? So
I'd have a guarantee around your first engagement. If the job is get a piece of data, prove that you can do something, return it back to them, and just show them what you can do rather than tell them, got to have a guarantee on it. Yes, it costs money, but if you're not happy with it, it's X or Y.
There we go. 14 seconds to go. Yay. So, implications is what matters here. What's actually changing in their life? What are the things that are already keeping them up at night? And how can data analytics change that? Use benchmarking as a way to get in the door, offer a gateway product. And of course, map it out for them. Show how you've done that work for people like them. Start with the category values and what data analytics can do, then make sure that they're picking you of all the people they can do. Alrighty. Good. Hey, we got a pass straight away. Woo. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask another question if you want?
More questions?
Alrighty, so how
That
many
wasn't
people
the same question you asked last night, was it?
didn't ask a question last night? Did you? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Okay, so we've got some people watching online from the office somewhere around the world. I know we've been shared with Vistage in the UK and also through some of our American affiliates. So hello people on the other side of the world. Did you know that it's stupid o'clock in the morning here? Just been working hard all night to do this epic undertaking of 100 marketing strategies in 24 hours. It's been about 19 by now, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
19 hours into it, which gives us 5 hours to go if the maths part of my brain is still working at this time of the morning. We are going to cross now to one of the online questions. Rob, if we've got one ready to go. Now, with the people we've got on stage at the moment, so Nikki is the strategy exec at Step Change Marketing. Her abilities and talent is in executing, so taking strategies and moving them into execution with a really pragmatic perspective. Jeff Cooper is the senior partner at Step Change Marketing, one of the founders, our go-to guy when it comes to sales, when it comes to face-to-face consultations, when it comes to setting up businesses from scratch. And hey, you know what? I'm that Gen Y entrepreneur guy, so you can ask me about crowdfunding, getting new businesses off the ground, finding new market opportunities, and really gripping and ripping them.
You're not so bad at sales yourself, buddy.
That's lucky.
Very lucky.
Speaking of gripping and ripping, we're going to go to the next question that was submitted online. Rob, what's the next one for us?
So I've got a product I want to launch on Kickstarter.
Oh, that's good.
Hey.
Hey.
See, it works. You speak, speaketh and they shall come.
Great.
So it's become obvious that some projects do really well and others fail miserably.
Sure do.
What are some of the best ways I can entice people to fund my campaign? So just so you know, it's glassware, like homewares and glassware is the...
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what, like vases, cups, like what kind of glass?
cups and vases, but it's all very
Standard?
no. It's sort of cute designs and stuff like that.
Yeah. Great. All right. If they send us a link, we can give it a plug afterwards as well. Okay. So, you guys ready for that? This is the question I was born to answer. You guys just have a seat. So 9 minutes. Look, let's start. For those of you that don't know what Kickstarter is, because some people are still finding out about it for the first time. Kickstarter is one of many platforms that do what's called crowdfunding. Now, the traditional way of getting a project, or in this case, a new product off the ground, is you fund a large production run. You mortgage the house, you sell the car, you get a factory or invest in the materials to make a large production run, and then you hope you can sell it all. Now, that seems to me topsy-turvy. You should be selling before you make, and that's what crowdfunding lets you do. It lets you ask the crowd, here's how much money we need in order to make this glassware happen. I don't know if we had a goal in that question. Okay, so a typical crowdfunding goal is $25,000 worth of pre-sales, which is enough to get something started and off the ground. So you ask the crowd, we've got 30 days, can we get 25,000 of this glassware sold? And if we do, then we'll go and actually make it. And if not, we'll give you your money back. So it's a fantastic system for getting new things off the ground. Now, people act like Kickstarter is a unique beast, it's brand new, and as an economic model, it is new. As a marketing model, it actually still marketing. It's the same things that matter elsewhere. Now, the first thing I want to draw your attention to is what a Kickstarter page actually looks like. You get your video and you got your Pledge Now button and you've got a goal, usually with a thermometer of how far are we progressing towards our goal. That's not new either. That's called a squeeze page, and people have been using squeeze pages since the dawn of the internet. The idea is you've got one goal when people land on that page. Your one goal is to get them to click on this Pledge Now button, which gets them making a pre-sale, putting a financial commitment against making this project happen. So of all the other things you could be doing with your Kickstarter page, the one thing that matters is getting them to click here, not getting them on your database, not building a long-term relationship, just focus on getting them to support you. Now,
so this is a cheap one-night stand, not your marriage variety.
You build the marriage afterwards. This is your first date.
Gotcha.
Your first date.
That's never worked for me, Adam.
So you've recognized already that some projects do well and some do quite miserably. I think it's a third of Kickstarter projects never get a single dollar. More than half fail to meet their goal. About half get there. And then you've got this $1 million club of people that have raised literally millions of dollars for a product that doesn't even exist yet because they've put the right backing behind it. Starts with story. And for something like glassware, where it's not an innovative new product that no one's ever seen before, we've got to know your story, and I wish you told us more about it in your question there, because we could start to play with that. There's going to be stories somewhere around the origins of what it is, how it's made. Is it handmade? If it's in your studio, show you hand make it in your studio. If it's about the design, if it's unique, if it's the elegance, you've got to show that. But you've got to build a story that people are going to connect with and capture it in this video. No more than 2 minutes, mind you. People switch off after 2 minutes. But you've got to get their attention straight away. Jeff, do you want to jump in while I'm at?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm not saying your glassware isn't remarkable. I'm just saying I couldn't tell from the story. It's got to be. Like, the coolest stuff I've seen on Kickstarter, I know you know this, but for those people that don't know it, or for those people that are looking for a checklist, I've got to go through this, and you know what? It might be helpful for you. My favorite one was the mini museum, where it was actually a piece of perspex where there were amazing bits of the human race's kind of evolution in this. So there was like a piece of the actual lunar lander where someone had like salvaged from NASA and cut off a little bit and put it within this mini museum. There's the Pono, which is a lossless, no compression music player backed by Neil Young. I think Neil Young. Anyway, someone my mum and dad would have listened to. My point is, that stuff's remarkable. There are bits of dinosaur bones in it. There's stuff from the lunar lander. Unless your glassware has something equally remarkable in it, you may end up in the 1/3. That's the first thing. The second thing is to get
just to be clear, when Jeff's using the word remarkable, this word gets thrown around a lot. It's literally
it gets thrown around remarkably.
Remarkably lot. Remarkable means people will actually talk about it. I don't know if just hearing glassware, brand new glassware, even handcrafted, handmade, has that remarkability around it yet. So you've got to get that captured early.
Nice. Now with your incentives, what you want to do, and look, there's some pretty standard ones out there, you'll know them. You want things that have very high perceived value, but very low actual cost for you to provide. That is the brief, and you want to brainstorm around that, because the more stuff that you can give away that doesn't actually cost you very much money, that is how you can get someone to give more money and support more and more and more. The last one is just think about your pricing tiers and do some research. Look at the most successful products and look for the pricing increments they were asking for. This is really, really important. Time and time again, we've seen on the internet that when it comes to purchases or giving money, there are specific points at which the behaviors shift drastically. For instance, it makes a lot of sense, but $1 isn't a lot of money, but the difference between getting someone to do something that's free and something that costs $1 is actually a world apart, even though perceivably some of us wouldn't even miss $1. The same thing is at the other end of the spectrum. As soon as we go over that $200 price point, we actually click psychologically into a bracket where people might not be willing to give their credit card if they're a certain age, and also where they do another round of checking and due diligence before they hand the money over. They might even say, I'll sleep on it. Now, within Kickstarter, these price points exist as well. And so my advice is to have a look at the ones that are succeeding, the incentives they're giving away, and match or beat that. It'd be really simple to have an Excel spreadsheet. Just put in some ones that you want to model, the average pricing tiers that they've got, and look for averages across that.
Right, so in my experience with Kickstarter, it's quite often not about how good a product is. And I'm not saying your glassware is not fantastic.
This glassware is probably amazing.
Probably amazing.
It's probably amazing.
But what I'm saying, sometimes it's irrelevant. It could be a potato salad and you could raise how much money?
This is genius. Someone put up a Kickstarter campaign saying, I'm going to make potato salad. That was it. $60,000 later.
Remarkable though, because someone went, who has the balls to put up a potato salad Kickstarter?
Exactly, and it was personal. So this guy, he had updates regularly saying how far away. Oh my God, thank you so much. Can't believe you've got
I bought the mayonnaise.
I bought the mayonnaise. Now I just need to buy the eggs. So it's
tomorrow's
all about
pepper.
Making it active, making it personal, making them feel good about clicking that button and donating, even if it is just $1, because it all adds up. And once it gets momentum, momentum builds momentum. So it gets bigger and bigger, more people hear about it.
So what's the #1 reason people actually give on Kickstarter? It's not actually to get a new product.
Stupidity, it's trending.
or because it's trending. It's because people want an experience with you and want to experience what it's like to actually be on this journey of taking your product from the drawing board into something that's real. They're after an experience, and you need to indulge that. That's your role of the story that you build and the way you bring it to life. With your story, exaggerate it so it gets attention. Now, I've actually run a Kickstarter campaign myself, $60,000 in 30 days for a bamboo notebook that was sustainably made. We said sustainable. Hey, what if we were so sustainable there was a panda working in our workshop and we hadn't even noticed? So the video has this cute panda dressed up, walking around in the background. We pretend not to notice. It went nuts. So on your page, you want to be using animated GIFs, not still pictures. You want to have your video there. You need positioning and a headline that when people only see 5-word captions of your product, they get what it is. You want fewer, better options, not 200 reward levels for making a pledge. You want 3. You want them simple. You want one remarkably high price, one at $50 and one somewhere around $150. And you actually win before the campaign starts. You need to create a database before your campaign. Reach out to them. Let them know what's coming. Offer incentives for pledging early, because if you get more pledges in day one, your chances of meeting your campaign goal massively go up. Supercharge referrals. You can build very simple pages. The code is sitting there on GitHub, where if someone makes a pledge, they're thanked and also asked to share on Twitter, and thanked again and asked to share on Facebook, thanked again and asked to share by email. Super simple to do. So supercharge your referrals and line up your PR early. Offer exclusives. Make sure blogs, referrers, journalists are working on it. Look, I don't have time for that. Do all these things and you're going to have a much better chance than most of the people who run a Kickstarter campaign, and good luck.
Lovely. Nicely done. Nicely done.
So
it's starting to warm up. A few people are coming into work here at the Fishburners offices. This is the hour of power.
even got a little bit of sunlight again. What day is it? Where am I? What's going
It
on?
must be the weekend by now.
So that was a great question. I love answering questions like that. So ambitious people starting something from scratch. And I love that you can use platforms like this to create things that didn't exist before, which is kind of why Step Change exists too. Exactly New opportunities. But for the people we've got in the audience here, the most important thing, was that actually useful? Are you feeling confident running a Kickstarter now? Or is that no good? 3, 2, 1, voting. We've got all passed. Thank you very much. How are we doing, strategists?
I'm bloody tired, mate. I'm wondering whether or not I'm able to make that lovely journey off to Zland, or whether or not, how's your timetable for the day, Adam?
I think I'm meant to be on a break now. Now, you're heading off soon, so I'm just going to use the bathroom and then tag out with you if you like.
Okay, that would be absolutely amazing.
Right.
So why don't you go and do that, and I'll introduce Rob for the first time, I believe, Rob?
It is.
Very special debut. Nicely done.
Nice. So step in, Rob. So Rob's been with us about a year. Believe it or not, you know, one of the things we love at Step Change is that we get people that aren't necessarily marketers. So Rob couldn't have been further from that. He was an economics honours student, masters. He was an economics master's student from Sydney University who was working in government. How delightful.
You poor thing.
Now, we took Rob out of government. We taught him what it's like to work in a startup and have that mentality. He probably thanks us for it now, but I know that the first couple of months were difficult. Now, Rob's a strategy exec, so we're thinking when we're talking about questions, we want to look at value modeling. We want to look at validating marketing, measurement. We want to look at customer segmentation. We want to look at stuff that requires Excel spreadsheets. But not just that, Rob's a pretty clever marketing strategist as well. So when it comes to tactics and conversion, he's good in the spotlight.
That's right.
And we just had exit from the stage. Nikki Adams also making a Stump the Strategist debut here tonight. Step Change star strategy exec, foodie, and all-round genius. And she's actually a lawyer, but we don't hold that against her. Thank you, Nikki. Well done. Good luck, Rob. Have fun.
All right. So I think it's time for a question right on 6 a.m. Here we go.
Hello, there we go. There's a short, sharp one here, but I think you'll be able to answer it. So this is around viral video campaigns that that evil word. So how do I create a viral campaign? Is there a plan you can follow? Obviously, there's a lot of successful viral videos out there. Some do really well, some fail. What makes the good ones good and the bad ones bad, I guess?
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to kick this on right here and give it a crack. So, what a sadistic question. The reason I say that is that saying that you're going to create a viral video, that's like an author saying, oh, I'll just write another bestseller. So creating a viral video is actually very, very hard to do. Now, we've had 2 in our time, and they were by design. One of them ended up getting about 30,000 views, which was great given our target audience. The other one got 1.6 million in about 3 weeks. Now, there's no checklist, there's no formula for it. It's a bloody difficult thing to do. So I really wouldn't have creating a viral video at the core of your strategy. If you're going to go to all this work and it's only a good idea if it goes viral, then you really have put the risk through the roof. Now, marketing is all about risk and upside, but as responsible marketers, we've got to advise you how you can possibly take the risk out of it. So that's what I'm going to advise you to do. I love that you want to create a viral video. I hope your video goes viral. I'll give you some tips on that as well when we get there. But first of all, I want to talk about how to make sure that it does, that it has good value for you. So the first thing is have assets and a database or places to share so that even if your video doesn't go viral, you can use it. The second thing is effective frequency. So we get bored of our marketing communications much sooner than our customers do. And when we look at effective frequency, there's been some research done. Back in the 80s, you needed to hit someone 3 times. It was Kruger's 3-hit theory. 1, 2, 3, you got action. Now, media channels are fragmented. The world has gotten much more complicated. Technology has absolutely burst on the scene. The result of that is that sometimes you're looking to get 13 to 20 times before someone will take action. So your question with your video is not just how many people can I get to see it, it's how many people can I get to see it a couple of times. It's how many people can I get to see it and then see another piece of related content. It's how many people can I get to see it and then get on an autoresponder. Because you want to be able to get that 13 to 20 times at an absolute minimum. And that's what we call effective frequency. The next one with your video is you want to make sure that it has a little bit of longevity. So don't pick something tactical. Like, for example, at the moment, the Russians have sailed their ships towards Australian waters. If we were to make a video around that, its shelf life is very, very short. The problem with that is we put all of the effort in, and if it doesn't go viral, we never use it again. You want to use something that's going to work next year and possibly the year after. So think about an 18-month timeline for your video content wherever possible. And just be really comfortable with the fact that 13 to 20 times mean that you're going to be absolutely sick of this video. You're going to be rolling your eyes before you should stop playing it.
Okay, so one of the things that you can do to leverage other issues and get your viral video gaining a bit of momentum is attach it to something else. So this is what the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge did so well. A lot of people didn't even know what the ALS is. What they did use was the social value and the social pressure of doing something fun, people encouraging each other to be a part of it. So it's that member get member strategy where people are nominating others to watch the video, to contribute. So there's also something around crowdsourcing information, getting input, getting buy-in. That's how you get people engaged and how you get something to go viral and gain momentum. One of the other things you can do if you really want to stand out is look at a problem and a marketing problem in a different way. So what I mean by this is Singapore Airlines had a very successful ad campaign where what they looked at was in every airline commercial, you have premium service, people getting served really well, serving drinks, being greeted nicely, all that sort of stuff. Or, on the other hand, it's traveling to exotic locations. So it's sitting on a beach, going through markets, going on adventures, all that sort of stuff. But what Singapore Airlines did was they realized that these two things are never combined. And they were able to make a really interesting advertisement, a TVC, where the airline service staff were going through markets, going around beaches, to exotic places, combining that premium service that people associate with the airline industry and combining those exotic places that people associate with the airline industry together in an interesting way that hadn't been done before. Now, what this does is it ties people back to the airline industry because they associate exotic places and service with these with the industry. So they immediately know, it triggers in their mind. But what it does is it engages them in a different way that hasn't happened before. And it was why this campaign was so successful and beat the general service person walking down the aisle of an aircraft or just the person sitting on a beach, a holiday maker.
Okay, so you want to make a video, you want to make it viral. You heard my warnings, but you haven't heeded them. You said, screw it, Jeff, I'm going to go out there and make a viral video anyway. Here's a couple of points that I could give you to help you get on that journey, keeping in mind that a bestseller is not something that's easily written. The first one is test it and make sure it's remarkable. This means, would someone actually talk about it and remark on it? If they wouldn't share and they don't care, then that is the two tests there for any viral video. When it comes to Facebook's planning, they put every single test through those, every single action through those two tests. Will they care and will they share? The second one is do not skimp out on the production values. Old Spice was the most successful viral campaign. It's lauded as such. Now, the reason people love it is they go, there wasn't very much money spent on media, but they happen to have spent a few $1 million churning out beautifully produced pieces of content in a couple of days. So the money was actually spent on production values. Now, be niche. That might sound crazy when you're trying to get large numbers of viewership, but actually you just need to be really, really relevant to a small number of people. The example I'll give you is our viral video. It was Stop Working with Wankers. It was designed to be a recruitment video, and it worked its absolute balls off because it was only relevant to people in the marketing industry. To anyone else, they just didn't get it. They would sit there stone-faced. The gags were all in-joke night at the comedy club. There was nothing to be seen there for anyone not in the industry. But for those people in the industry, there was the in-jokes. There was that, you know, poking the guy next to you at your desk and saying, hey, how true is this? Haven't we met that person? The last one is keep it short. If you are not in and out in under 60 seconds, then you have not created a viral video, because it's that sense of completion when I get to the end and I've been entertained. That's when I click the share button and ask for it in some way. Make sure that you prompt for it, that it says share with a friend, and encourages that to happen.
Okay, so further to Jeff's point there, the niche is great because exclusivity can actually work in your favor here. Because what it does is it makes people want to watch the video to see if they get it. If they hear about something and they hear that some people like it, some don't, that it's controversial, then it really works in their favor.
Put cats in it as well. Got to have cats.
Put cats in it. Any unusual use of a cat will get
Yeah.
One of the other things that we can do around a viral campaign is gamification. So this gets people involved again. It's to do with voting. It's to do with the way the experience changes for people. And it's all about being able to compare your experience with the campaign to a friend.
So I've got two things that make great viral videos, cats and sex. So the title of our next viral video is going to be Sex Cat. I think it's absolutely genius. Can't fail. Nothing but strategy. All right, so in 30 seconds, first of all, find some other objectives for your video, because if it's just about being viral, you will fail, because such a high percentage of videos that are meant to go viral fail. Find another way to get longevity in, acknowledge your effective frequency, and make sure that you've got a video that can be used again and again and again, because your job is to be absolutely sick to death of it before your customers have seen it 3, 4, even 20 times. Partner with other content so that you get longevity out of it. Make it remarkable. Don't skim on the production values. Be niche and finish it in 60 seconds. Ooh.
Tough one, Jeff.
Wow. Now, I've got to bid you all goodbye and adieu. The lovely, lovely Adam Long is coming on stage. Good man.
Well done.
So
that was a tough question to finish with. Let's just wrap it up with a little bit of voting to see whether your last one for the day, whether it was Stump or pass. The question was, how do you make a viral video? Is there a plan you can follow? That's probably the best plan I've ever seen, not to sway the voting or anything, but stumped or passed. There we go, pass. Well done, Jeff. You've earned a break, so we'll see you back on stage in an hour. I'm just kidding, get out of here. I could see the tears welling up. We have never done a Stump the Strategist this long before. The longest we've done is 90 minutes, and Jeff was there every step of the way. So off the back of a 10-hour shift of endurance strategy, that was Jeff Cooper, Senior Partner at Step Change Marketing, one of the founders of the company. So let's chalk that up to a win. Rob, nice to see you. Glad to see we're
first cab off the rank. Good.
A solid start to the shift. So when you get the same staff as everyone else, you get the same perspective as everyone else, which is why we're willing to reach out and actually hire an economist instead of a marketer to do a marketer's job. Why? New points of view, different perspectives. So what we're really looking for now are questions that can take advantage of Rob's expertise in economics, both macro, micro, and anything else you want to throw at him.
Anything on pricing is always good. Talk forever about that.
Pricing, that's an interesting one. So, do we have a question from the audience? We do indeed. Can we get a microphone for the audience, please? Good night, Jeff. Sleep well. Just takes a minute to warm up.
Test. Here we go. Thanks, guys. Second question for the morning.
Hey, good on you.
This one's on behalf of a very good friend. They have just finished their PhD in economics.
All right.
And they've looked at, I'll give you as much detail as you want. They're looking at transitional economies, so economies moving away from oil and looking at the sort of issues they face and how they do that. And they're looking for a job in academia. And the biggest problem that they face in academia is there's a lot of people with a lot of qualifications, and it doesn't seem to matter what they have. The market is big and they are one of many. And I'm interested in your thoughts as someone who's studied in business and economics. From a pure marketing point of view, what would you be doing for differentiation? What would you be doing outside of the very traditional writing journal articles, teaching, the stuff that everyone else does? Because it strikes me there's a huge opportunity there to do something interesting.
Yeah.
But once you're in there, it's very hard to break out and do something more than just what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you need more detail? Is that enough?
No, that's
pretty good.
To me, that's pretty comprehensive.
You said it was for a friend. It's not for you, is it? You're not looking for a job.
What's that?
It's not for you, really, is it?
No, it's not. No,
I did to a friend of a friend of mine.
No, I did my PhD in stats.
Oh, nice.
I'll set the scene a bit then.
Well, I might start the clock before we go to that. So 9 minutes on the clock. The question is for someone with a PhD in economics, finding it tough in a very competitive job market, how do you stand out? And in particular, we're after academic jobs.
Yes.
Great. So let's go get an academic job, Rob, and 9 minutes and we're away.
Okay, so your friend has a lot of issues here because you're exactly right. Everyone's really qualified, and as time goes on, as the future goes on, people are just getting more and more qualifications and it gets more competitive. For example, I had a friend back at in the height of the GFC who won a Rhodes Scholarship, but he was actually not sure that he'd make it into Oxford because there were so many cashed up people going back to uni to study. And that's what you have to deal with as well. People who aren't in it for academia, but people who can't find a job are taking some time out, things like that. One of the other things you've got to contend with there is you have countries, the whole of Scandinavia has very good student support. So we have the bar being set higher now, where the entry level is around your master's qualification. So what does this all mean? What it means is you have to really differentiate yourself from all those academics who are in it because they can't get another job, in it because there's economic downturn and they're trying to skill up, while there aren't many opportunities out there. And the other thing is you've got to differentiate from that academic stereotype. So one of the things we often talk about is being predatory. So, and that is about striking at the weakness that arises from your competitor's greatest strength. And in this case, it's that academic rigor, the sheer focus. The focus lets them get there, but the focus also constricts them to being in that singular industry and not being able to break out. Now, what I'm saying here is versatility is the key. That's where predatory marketing can help you, and just a predatory perspective on your academic career. So what I'm suggesting is growing your speaking and teaching skills, not being one of those academics who's there just for research, but becoming that talked about teacher who all the students coming through are praising, are reading up on, and are following. Stone.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it's funny when you're talking about yourself as an individual and looking for a job. It's actually the same framework as when you're talking about a business, because the trouble in business is everyone uses these bland generic terms like good quality, great service, right? Trouble with CVs, and when you've got a pile of CVs this high, they all use the same bland generic terms as well. I'm an experienced researcher. I'm a published author. I'm a well-respected lecturer. These same things come up again and again. I actually feel sorry for the people in HR because the piles of resumes just get so big and they all say the same thing. So you've got to go through an exercise of being clear of what are all the things that you could say about yourself. And you want to get specific, you want to get measurable, and you want to get exact. So once you've done that and you stop talking about saying I'm an experienced lecturer, you want to say, well, on average, I get 9 out of 10 satisfaction from my students in the ratings at the end of each semester. You then say, right, for these numbers that I've got, do I have an absolute advantage? Am I the only person who's going to be applying for this job that can do this? Is it relative? Okay, I've got publications, I've spoken at conferences, and I've probably spoken at a few more than other people, so that's a relative advantage. Or is it parity? Let's face it, I've done the same things as everyone else who's going to be applying for this job too. And what you want to be doing is talking about the things where you have an absolute advantage, where you're the only one. You want to put them at the top. Now, of course, you're not going to get the job without the parity offering as well, but you don't win based on parity, you only lose by not having parity. So the parity offerings, the things that you're doing that are the same as everyone else, you've got to put them way down in the resume, lower down, and make sure that you elevate where you've got an absolute advantage. So talk about what you're good at. The second thing is, which doesn't happen often with resumes, but can make such a difference, is matching back what you offer to individual job roles. So the dean is hiring you for one reason. They've got their own agenda, they've got their own requirements, they've got their own issues that they want you to deal with. The teaching coordinators have a different perspective. HR has a different perspective. Students want something as well. If you put a checklist in your resume of why you're the best for the dean, why you're the best for the teaching coordinator, why you're the best for the students and the like, when the teaching coordinator, when the dean goes to flick through your resume of all the pages in there, that is the one that's going to stand out. And they're going to be like, wow, okay, hang on, so this guy already understands our systems and processes, so we're going to save on training. Teacher coordinator is going to be like, great, here's the feedback they've got previously, maybe they can help me write the next curriculum. You want to match to what are they after and stick it in there.
Okay, so some of the other things I've been thinking about is how to get into industry. And this is about picking research topics, so even eventually getting funding from companies, especially when you're in an area like transition economies, moving away from oil. It's all about finding a research grant from a company, doing something that will help them in conjunction with them, and getting in early so that by the time big work comes up, that you have the base in that industry. One of the other things is reaching out to contacts that you know. So particularly in that industry, a lot of this will be development issues as you move away from oil-rich countries, moving into other industry, and people who deal in these areas a lot are people like management consultants and government. So if you know people in those industries, keep in contact with them. And here, this brings me to my next point, is find a mentor. Find someone who you could see yourself being them, who you admire in the academic world, who's transitioned between a good job and a job in industry. And this is a common misconception amongst a lot of young people, is that they feel like networking is about getting 1,000+ LinkedIn contacts and shaking everyone's hand. If you ask a successful business person in their middle ages how many people have been influential on their business career or on their career in general, what they'll tell you is about 3 to 5 people. So it's about honing in on the people who are most useful to you and really developing a solid relationship with them, rather than essentially being the town bike in terms of academic networking.
Great. There's some interesting ways you can get these mentors. Sorry, just for the people watching, that noise you just heard was the street sweepers coming through to clear the crap that's accumulated overnight around the building. You plan for everything during an event. I don't think any of us realized that 6 a.m. yet the street sweepers come through. So how do you build these networks and how do you get to the right people? There's 2 ways. There's thought leadership and there's thought networking. Thought leadership is taking a stand and making sure you're known as the expert for your topic, which of course you're trying to do in academia already, but beyond the traditional academic channels, are you creating videos of your lectures and putting them online where other people can see them? Are you submitting to Khan Academy, for example, or creating online courses where people can find you? Thought networking is then, if you've created a blog, if you created a portal where you can be the expert, how do you get the people that you want to be in touch with to contribute to that? Asking them to contribute to your blog by writing an article, or even better, offering to interview them, put them on a pedestal first, have that face-to-face conversation. That gives you the chance to both do them a favor and also make sure they know exactly what's great about you. Last thing is, with your CV, make sure it stands out, not just with the messages that you have, but also use testimonials. Use the feedback that you got from students, use your recommendations, get your recommendations on LinkedIn, put them into a CV as well. So how does this all come together? There's actually heaps you can do. That's good news, I think, especially for my wife who's in a similar situation. So pick research topics that help industry and government so that you can actually get funding into the university as well. Pick a mentor, reach out to them with thought leadership and thought networking. Talk about the things where you have an absolute or relative advantage against everyone else applying for a job. Make sure it stands out. And this one's interesting. Match the individual job roles. No one else will be doing that, I guarantee you. Whew.
That was a tough one.
Hey, there we go. And yeah, if you get the job, write us a note. Let us know. That's the real measure of whether we're stumped or passed. So we've already got a vote for pass from the audience. Thank you very much for that one. That is number 84 on the task. We might crack 100 before the next guest speakers get in even. That'd be quite a feat. Great question. Thank you so much for that, Andrew. You may have inspired some of our staff over there to go and get a new job. I can see what they're thinking. Oh, if it's that easy to get a job, I'll get one myself. All right. Rob, do you want to take the next question?
Yeah, any questions from the floor? No? Okay, we'll go to one of the online questions.
Okay, we got one from online. So, Frank wrote to us from a construction company in Perth. He says, I'm sick of losing tenders on price. We'll never be the lowest cost provider, and other construction companies are willing to sometimes even lose money just to keep staff employed. We're more expensive because we do things that others don't, like multiple levels of quality assurance on every job, like additional scoping of client requirements up front, etc. The issue is that our clients...
Sorry, what were those two?
So they're more expensive because they do multiple levels of quality assurance on every job, and they do additional scoping of client requirements up front.
Okay, yeah.
So the issue...
And that's why they're more expensive.
Yeah, pretty much. The issue is that our clients are seeing small price differences as a deal breaker.
Yep.
So how do we win without having to drop our prices?
Okay. Yep, fair enough. Any clarifying questions, Rob?
No, That's pretty clear, and it's online, so we can't really ask any anyway. So
good news is you're not. It was Frank, I think it was Frank.
Frank, it is.
So I'll be frank with you. There's some good news here. I bet you haven't heard that before. I'm so sorry. That's not a good start, offending the guy who asked the question. All right, let's get back to it. The good news is you're not alone. Other people lose on price as well, and it's a challenge that we've seen before, not just in construction, but in many industries where people are putting forward tenders and proposals. And I think you're right. You don't want to be the cheapest player there, especially when your competitors are undercutting you to the point of losing money. The job is not to compete on price. The job is to play a game of value. Now, the common theme with decisions made on price is that people make a decision on price when they're in the absence of any other indicators of value, okay? Because we all want to make smart decisions. Who here wants to make a dumb decision? No hands up. We all want to make smart decisions, and we think that the smart decision is going for the cheapest price on the table. So your job as a tender writer, as someone putting forward proposals, is to reframe the issue from price, lowest price being the smartest choice, through to other things making it the smartest choice. What do you reckon, Rob?
yeah, so there's a few things to add on that are really important. Now, one of them is that you need to target your market more effectively. And the reason I say this is that although we really need to move away from that decision on just bottom line price, there are definitely potential clients out there who will only ever decide on price. And that's why you need to qualify early. So all your marketing material, your website, the way you present to the world, if you're going to be that premium service, you need to look like one as well. This way, you'll know early, people will ask you early whether you're going to be expensive. You'll be able to cut out a whole lot of wasted time in negotiation. What we also talk about here is when we're trying to change the decision from bottom line price towards value is hidden costs. So explain what the potential downside is, what the risk is. Get people to understand the pain, the potential pain that will happen if they go through with a building company that will end up in litigation or potentially go broke, leaving a project half done. One of the ways we can do this is modeling the potential risk. And so as an economist, I really like thinking about these issues because what it does is I like being able to attach a value to the cost of, say, an overrun. What does it cost you if you've got a hospital building? What does it cost you to not have that open for 2 months while there's delays on your project? What's it costing you in extra administration, project administration, because the builders are terrible?
Yeah, that keeping the business open is a really interesting one because you said you're doing additional quality assurance and scoping up front, which sounds like you might be able to get closer to your project timelines as you originally agreed. And if that's the case, there's actually a really powerful story there about making sure your build is done on time so your business gets back into business. Look, we don't know from your question exactly who you're selling to, but in the construction world, it tends to be either you're selling to corporates, which is your large major contractors, where they're looking to make sure they get lowest risk for the best price. Or for people doing one-off construction, people like hospitals, commercial buildings, schools, often people are making a decision for the first time. And when people make a decision for the first time, they don't know how to make the decision. So they just look and see who's the cheapest. That seems like the smart way to go. You've got to make it simple for them to see that your value is there. So using things like this hidden cost calculator to show this is the risks of what could go wrong in your construction project. You don't want to be, hey, let's pick the lowest price as the best decision. You want to say lowest price is possibly the stupidest thing you could do because it's the riskiest. And what's going to happen with risk? It's going to fall back on you as an individual. This is the jump you need to make in tenders, from benefits and implications to companies as a whole, to benefits and implications for the individual. If this project goes wrong, what is that going to mean for you? Are you going to have to stand in front of your board of directors and explain why your hospital's not open for yet another month? I wouldn't want to be that guy. That's why we do additional scoping up front. We do additional QA, so we stick to project timelines. Your hospital won't be closed any longer than it needs to be.
That's right. And to add to that, what's so important, especially with building contracts, is that there are so many players on the client side. So when you're speaking to them about how it affects the individual, you need to think about the financial managers, the procurement people, the project managers, and the actual person running the business, who this affects. And you need to target messages to individuals. And one really great way of doing this is putting what we call a smart choice checklist on the front of your tenders. So what this will do is immediately, before they've gotten bored of reading your 200-page tender document, give them the top 5 to 7 points on why you're so good for them, what problems you will take away, what pain you will eliminate from their lives. And what we get there is the fact that decisions here will be made on an emotional basis, and then rational justifications will be sought afterwards. And they'll be able to find it. You put 200 pages of rational justifications in the back of that tender document. But what you have up front is that smart choice checklist saying, do you have a builder who will finish on time? Do you have a builder who's never gone broke, who treats their subcontractors right, who has never gone to litigation? You're not going to be tied up.
It's a good point, Rob, about the winning the emotional decision first. We tell ourselves a little lie around B2B space in particular when it's a business selling to another business. We like to say, hey, people go to work and they all get very rational. Now, as an economist, you know better than everyone that people just aren't rational. Even when they're at work, people are still making emotional decisions. And even in situations with tenders where people map out their matrix, they say, here's the criteria on which we'll make your decision. Ultimately, the emotional influence on how those individual factors are ranked is something you can impact. And you get there by making the risk go away. Now, Rob's given you quite a few examples there of the types of risks that may come up. You need to either pull out the messages that take that risk away or create new guarantees, new messages that take that risk away and elevate it. Your executive summary matters so much because in a 200-page tender document, face it, no one's going to read it all. They're going to read the executive summary. They're going to read a page with their job title on the heading. The checklist for the individuals, they matter, but you have to win emotionally first. What else do you have, Rob?
So 2 other things you can really use to win that emotional battle is one, it's testimonials. Now this is great, especially if you can get things around fixing jobs that have gone wrong with other construction companies.
Nice.
It's so powerful because what it does is it shows that you can get in and get any job done, whether you started it or didn't. And the other thing we'll use there is case studies. And when we do use case studies, what we want to do is not just put the project headline up. I see this all the time in the construction industry. We have just the project title up and then a whole block of words. What you want is scannability, and the breakthrough piece here is putting the headline being project finished 2 months before deadline.
Yeah, that's what we call am I allowed to swear on camera?
Yep.
That's what I'm allowed? Okay, I've got the all clear. That's what we call a fuck me fact. You hear it and you go, fuck me, that's good. I didn't know that about this construction company. Not we built a nursing home, it's we built our nursing home 2 months ahead of schedule. The residents moved in faster, we made an extra however much money. That is powerful, so that's quite interesting. Sorry, broke your mojo.
No, continue.
No, by all means.
Okay. So on that, what we also need to do is pick out the relevant.
Actually, 15 seconds. I'm going to wrap up. So look, there's a stack of stuff there. You got to win the emotional before you win the rational. Tenders are massive documents, but you got to elevate the messages that matter. Shift the conversation from lowest price being the smartest decision to taking away the risk and making it simple as being the smartest decision. You do that with your testimonials, you do it with your case studies, you do it with your FME facts. I feel bad about swearing. And make it easier to scan a massive tender. You do all of those things, you'll already be ahead of anyone else putting a tender forward. Thank you very much for your question, Frank. So this is Stump the Strategist. You do get to vote whether we were stumped or passed, but for now we're only letting people who are actually in the studio today vote. The way we vote is if you thought that answer was inspired, there was something useful in the models there, you pop your hands on your head. If it came from a place that was less inspirational, if it sounded a little bit like marketing fluff, shall we say, hands on your ear, all together voting in 3, 2, 1, stumped or passed. And we've got a passed and one very confused person at the back. Thank you very much. So here we are. This is Stump the Strategist. We are live and online streaming to the UK and the US, and a very small audience here of brave people battling the morning traffic and the dawn light to come and join us. Stump the Strategist is any chewy, nutty, challenging marketing problem brought to us. Our panel of strategists will solve it against the clock in 9 minutes, and the audience, of course, gets to vote whether we're stumped or passed. So it has been described as a little bit like the Gruen transfer meets Whose Line Is It Anyway, a little bit of Mr. Squiggle, and today with a stack of 24 as well. We're doing a 24-hour Stump the Strategist marathon. You'd have to be barking mad to do that.
You would. We've been raising money for assistance dogs. We did have some dog visitors earlier in the day,
Yesterday.
24 hours. So yeah, how many are we up to now, Stone?
We are now 85 questions down, 85 challenges solved, none stumped. I suspect we've got some pretty generous audience members. I'm hoping you might get a bit tougher on the answers as the morning wears on. So there's two ways we're taking questions. You can join us down at Ultimo or at Fishburners, which is 608 Harris Street, or you could submit a question online by commenting on the live YouTube feed. You can also email us, stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Email your question. We've got a few questions that have been emailed through, yet to get through. We're also taking questions live from the audience here. Now, we've got a stack of guest strategists coming up throughout the morning. Very soon, Emma Scott and Joe Gossage will be joining us on stage with their expertise in branding and visual communication, bringing brands to life very powerfully. So save your questions for them coming up soon. We've got Ivan Frangi, customer experience expert, back on stage very soon. I think we've got Jet Swain, changemaker, coming up. We've got Tim Longhurst. We've got, throw me some names. Natalie Archer, Simon Clatworthy. The list just keeps getting better and better. So stack of strategists coming up. We were aiming to do 100 marketing challenges solved by 1 p.m. today, I think it is. 1 p.m. today, we're up to 85, 15 to go. And with that, we're going to open up for our next question. I think we're going to one of the online submitted questions next, please. So our gorgeous assistants, Dom and Andy, what's the next question, please?
Okay, so this one's from Anne, and she wrote, there are heaps of options for building websites at the moment. As a small law firm, we've had quotes anywhere between 100K to as little as 5K. Both seem to claim they'll offer the same thing, minus some design work, which we've already got, and some writing, which I can do myself. Why would I pay more?
Sounds like the perfect question for Joe and Emma when they join us in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
I think we might save that one for the experts. Is there another one? Noting that we've got Rob on stage. Rob is our in-house economist, behavioral economics, pricing, winning again when price is the issue, winning tenders. That's his expertise. Let's see if we can bring some of that to life.
Any relevant ones for me?
Okay, we're going from Thomas. He says, I'm an independent corporate advisor that works with business owners to maximize EBIT in their company.
This sounds more economics.
Yeah.
You're right in your element, Rob.
EBIT in their company so that they can exit and retire soon. How do I market my business? I only want to work with companies in Sydney that are between 5 mil and 20 mil in size, that are privately owned. So he's an independent corporate advisor. He works with business owners to maximize EBIT in their company so that they can exit and retire soon. And how does he market his business? Sydney-based companies that are private.
What was the name, sorry?
Thomas.
Thomas, right. Sounded almost like Simon Clatworthy for a minute. Okay. Anything else on that one, Rob?
No, that's pretty substantive. Take that.
Yeah. Look, 9 minutes and away we go. It sounded remarkably similar to a client we have who may be using a pseudonym, but okay, let's take the question, because we worked with Simon Clatworthy, who's actually joining us on stage in a couple of hours. he was in a similar position. He was pitching himself as a corporate advisor. In fact, when he'd sit down with a business owner, he'd put a blank sheet of paper across the table and he'd be like, what do you need? It's what I do best. I'm like, hang on, what do you mean? What do you actually do? He says, I'm a corporate advisor. Yeah, but what does that mean? Well, I do everything. I do tax and I do structures and I maximize EBIT and put things in place and help you plan for the exit, and on and on and on and on. It took him about 45 minutes to explain what it was he does. At the end of it, we're sitting there with Jeff, who was on here a moment before. Jeff is playing snake under the table. He's just bored out of his mind. So I still don't get what you do. And the trouble is, some of these terms like corporate advisor are just really difficult to tap into. Yes, it is what you do, Thomas. But if you ask, like, let's ask the audience here, who here needs a corporate advisor? No hands are going up. Because people don't know what it means. But, so what we did for Simon Clatworthy, he may actually be a competitor of yours. He was all about getting businesses ready for the exit. What we had to do was reframe from who needs a corporate advisor to a very different question, which is, does anyone know a business owner who might not be ready for their retirement? Anyone? Bueller? Yeah, okay, a few more hands go up now. It's a fundamentally different question, because when you hear, I'm a corporate advisor, do you need my services? Yeah, maybe. When you ask the question, does anyone know a business owner who might miss their retirement? It immediately prompts, yes, actually, I do know some people like that. And that gets you to the stage of referrals. So shifting from the what you do to why it matters and who it matters for is the first step in actually making sure this gets off the ground for you, Thomas. For Simon Clatworthy, we reframed his business as start your earnout now, because it takes 3 years to plan, 3 years to get ready for an exit from your service business, 3 years to work an earnout. That's 6 years when business owners are getting to the age of 65 and saying, hey, I'm ready to retire, and then getting the bad news that they're not quite there. So fundamentally different question, much easier to communicate, much easier to refer.
Yeah, and further to that, what we're talking about here is making your service offering relevant. So what was happening before is, or what's happening with you right now, is you're saying, I'm a corporate advisor, you need a corporate advisor, how do I sell to you? What Adam's then talking about is how to make it relevant to the client, to the customer. And a lot of businesses are finding this in a transition from, as they move out of an area where they've always had a lot of clients just coming to them, they find this a really difficult hurdle to get to. And so it's putting yourself in the client's shoes and designing your services around them. So something like starting your earnout now, is your business prepared for sale? So much more accessible. It's talking to the issue that they've got. And now, what we're really talking about here as well is getting to the fear. Now, we talk a lot about the difference in motivation between pain and gain. And what behavioral economists tell us is that loss, the fear of loss, is a motivator is the chief motivator for 75% of people.
That's David Acker's hedonistic sales model.
That's right. And so the example that I always like to give is, if I walk up to you on the street and give you $10, you'll be happy, right? But if I walk up to you on the street and steal $10 out of your pocket and run down the street, you'll chase after me. The motivation there, your reaction to it will be huge. So what we're talking about here is at least instilling a little bit of fear that their business isn't what it could be, that they'll lose something out of it, that if they don't come and see you to prepare the business for sale, then they're going to lose all their hard work.
Okay. Yeah, so to build on that, look, what you need to match it to, getting away from this idea of corporate advice, you want to match back to specific situations where a business owner might actually need your services, and something that triggers thought, search, reaching out to others to find out someone who can help them with that. Look, one of the things I've seen some great financial speakers use as a prompt is business owners often ask, where's the money gone? I can see on paper I'm making a profit, there's cash in the bank, but then it vanishes. Where is all my money going? And that comes down to the financial understanding and maximizing EBIT for individual business owners. Another might be, are you then the downturn defender? When people start getting nervous about the economy, when there's rattles, when there's shakes, people start wondering, is my business actually ready for a downturn? You could be, Thomas, the guy that gets businesses ready for downturns so that you don't just survive but thrive when times get tough. That's a powerful proposition, particularly when the next cycle comes through. Or can you niche yourself even further and say, look, we're the ones who are all about protecting family fortunes. There are specific consultants that work just with family businesses. We even had one on stage last night with us, which was great to see. And this is a referral network that you can start to reach out to and start driving leads into your business.
That's right. Okay, a couple of other things here. What's so great about the hero products is that they give you a way in. As a corporate advisor, obviously you can do pretty much anything. Your skill set is general for a reason, because business is general. But what you need to do is find a way in and then cross-sell into those other products. It's much easier to be specific and get that inch wide, mile deep market position, and then cross-sell into your other services. And another really interesting positioning for a company like yours is saying things like, you can give the attention that big corporate advisors can't. And asking questions like, why would you choose a big company of corporate advisors to advise you on your small to medium enterprise issues when they have no idea what it is to work in? And that's a really good way that you can get clients coming to you and not asking, hey, why aren't I going to one of the big name brands? It's a really powerful tool, that positioning as the small to medium enterprise specialist. Work with me, I'm like you.
Yeah, great. That's a really interesting angle when it comes to predatory marketing. So what is the pain people are already experiencing with other suppliers out there? How do you make that pain go away and get really clear about that? Look, I think we've nailed this already, even with a minute and a bit to go. What it comes down to is you start with the position. You've got to get away, Thomas, from corporate advisor and start standing for something that exists in your customers' lives already. You're looking for the triggers and the situations that prompts thought, and yes, actually, I need a hand here, and then making sure you position yourself so you come up when people search for that. You need to elevate a marketing proposition like Simon Clatworthy did. He went from, oh, I do tax and structures and accounting and all the other things. Just choose one thing and elevate it. For Simon, it was getting ready for the exit so you don't miss it. You want a niche position either by this situation or the types of businesses that you want to work with, or for a situation as well. And finally, you want to get predatory against pain points of all the other suppliers that your customers could be going to. Ask yourself, where's the money? If I don't grab it, where is that money going to go? And then go and get your money back. Good luck, Thomas. Wish you all the best. That is the end of that one.
Close that one off.
Close that one off. How'd we go? Yeah. Thank you. Plenty of coffee up the front here, guys, as we go. So, challenge number 86. Every question we vote on, were we stumped or passed? It's hands on head for passed, hands on the rear for stumped. And we've got a mild pass. Hey! So, I'll just get a time check, Andy, because we must be ready to get some new speakers on soon. Great. So we've got time for one more question.
Been our, I think, second longest attendee.
All right. Okay. So the question is, how do I get to the airport? 9 minutes. Thank you for coming, Andrew. Good to see you. So here we go, broadcasting live. I'm just going to do a quick numbers check again. And we are being seen in the UK, the US, and around Australia. If you're watching this and you're already in the office in Australia, geez, that's an early start for you. You can come on down and join us for the breakfast sessions. We've got Joe Gossage and Emma Scott joining us on stage in about 10 minutes. Their expertise is on bringing brands to life, identity and visualization. So we're looking for those chewy, nutty, crunchy challenges about those sort of issues. Right now, I'm Adam Long, the General Manager at Step Change. You can ask me about getting businesses started, crowdfunding, lean startup approaches. Rob is our resident in-house economist and strategy exec.
You can ask me anything, but...
Oh, anything?
Anything.
Keep it G-rated.
Anything about pricing strategy, optimizing things, data analytics. I can do all that, as well as all stuff Stone's
Wow, that's some big talk over there, Rob. All right, so we're changing Stump the Strategist to Stump the Strategist Smackdown.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go for our next question and take it from one of the online questions. And then I'm going to sub with Andy so I can have a water break. That's it, that's your 9-minute warning. So, Dom, next question. Take us away. I think we're up to number 87.
Woo! Okay, this one's from Janet.
Yep.
She says, I'm a family-run travel consultancy employing 5 staff.
Yeah.
We see potential in the luxury market, so I want to move there, but don't want to lose our loyal base of customers who are generally cheaper. How do I do it without alienating them?
So, sorry, there were 5 staff in the business, was there?
Sorry?
Can you just read the question again?
Yeah, so it's a family-run travel consultancy employing 5 staff.
Right.
So they see potential in luxury market. They want to move there, but do not want to lose their loyal base of current customers who are generally cheaper. So how do they do it without alienating them?
Okay. All right, so that's an interesting proposition. So 5 staff, family-run business, travel consultancy. So we imagine that's doing bookings, planning holidays, getting things underway. They've spotted an opportunity in the luxury travel market and don't want to alienate their existing price-conscious customers to get there. Rob, are you clear with where we're going?
Yeah, I'm clear on this.
All right, let's start the clock and we're away.
Okay, so the first thing I would do here actually is try and have a think about what our customer lifetime value is. Now you say you have a loyal base of low value customers, but we need to find some evidence around this and put some actual figures on it. So what we want to do here, one of the real strategies we can use is looking at the transactional data and finding out over the lifetime of this loyal base of customers that you've had, how much have they actually spent with you? How much repeat business are you getting? And what areas is that in? Is it in that really low budget travel? Or is it actually in the more premium stuff? And when you know this, what you can do is you can target your offerings better. And it'll also allow you to cut the slack where you don't need to. So if you're spending a whole lot of money acquiring low budget customers who are just one-off, and it proves that you actually don't have this loyal base of low budget customers, but they're more in the medium spectrum to higher spectrum, what you can do is actually change your whole service offering based on this business. You know you're not losing out much. So it's a really powerful tool.
Hey, Dom, did we get a business name with that question? Okay, no business name. So I'm going to call your business Janet for the sake of simplicity. Thank you for your question. First thing is, you're right. There is an opportunity in the luxury travel market, and it's a good idea to move away from the price-conscious customers because, and how's this for some economics, Rob? What we find is the way markets used to exist was that there was a majority in the middle. People were looking for the middle amount of money to pay, the rising middle class. Fewer people paying cheaper prices, fewer people paying the higher prices. What's happened is called the disappearing middle. The middle market has started to vanish as markets polarize towards people who are looking to get lowest possible cost or best possible experience. The middle is now a very dangerous place to be. The middle of the road is a dangerous place. All the animals get hit by cars. Don't go to the middle of the road. Getting to these two markets, the really price-conscious ones and the luxury market, is a really good idea. But you're right, there is a risk of losing your price-conscious customers if you shift straight to a premium offering. So there's 2 ways we can do this as a starting point. They're called the brand extension or creating an entirely new brand to do it. And the reason we talk about this is you need a different value proposition for each of these 2 parts of the market. Now, a brand extension takes the value you've already got in Janet and splits it into 2 offerings. So for the sake of example, let's call it Janet Light and Janet First Class. And the design cues you bring to each, as Emma and Joe will be able to talk you through, need to be different. For Light, it's friendly, it's lighter colors, it looks cheaper essentially. For Janet, you want to show that it is actually more expensive. And then you want to differentiate your service. For Light, it should be the low touch, it should be automating online, adding just enough value that they're not then going to Expedia or somewhere like that and losing a service entirely. For First Class, you want to up the standard altogether. You want your travel consultants not to wait for customers to come to you. You want to be going to their office, their homes at times that suit them. You want to be turning up with the cappuccino machine, the leather compendium, or all the places you could go, and then starting to look for the better opportunities. Things like destination weddings. There's a stack of travel you can book in there, and that's something you want to do with your First Class offering. So you're maintaining the brand of Janet, but you're splitting your offering so that people can opt for either a lower cost model or a higher touch, higher service model. The alternative is to make an entirely new brand. Now, if you think that the way your relationships with your customers are currently, that you couldn't genuinely go to your cheaper customers and split your brand in two, you may have to create an entirely new one in order to be genuine. So taking advantage of the existing backend that you've got in the business, a whole new brand, let's not call it Janet, let's call it Black Limo to International Travel or Destination Weddings Experts. You want an entirely new brand to bring that to life. Don't try and cram it all into one. If you try to be all things to all people, you end up in the middle of the road. Don't do that.
I love this question, Stones, because what it's got me thinking about is when Qantas was having trouble competing with the budget airlines, what they did is they hired some extremely expensive management consultants, and I can't remember who it is now, but they paid a fortune to get them to be told to start Jetstar. And so what that was is it's as Stones was saying, it's splitting the brand in two, having those two different service offerings at either end of the market to get your two types of customers and make them feel at home. But what also happens here is you've got some reference dependence coming in. And what I mean by that is you're saying you're actually bumping some people up to Qantas by making Jetstar so bad. Now this started in France actually, back years and years ago when they first had trains. They had first and second class, and they purposely made second class terrible. It was open air on wooden benches. It was really uncomfortable to force people to spend more money to upgrade. Now, what you can then do here is move into options. So you segment your product offering. So just like Jetstar has, you pay for extra legroom, you pay for an iPad to watch TV on, you pay for meals. You can do that as well in your travel business. It's really easy to get people in with a cheaper product, even a loss leader if you're willing to go that far, if you believe the customer lifetime value is there, and then upsell them to those extra options.
So that's a process called unbundling, and that's a really interesting point that you make, because for your premium offering, you only want one price and you want it to be a big one, because you actually get what's called a Veblen's effect, which is the more people pay, the more they value what you're doing for them. So bundle it all together. When you're going for a lower cost option, you want to break things out. You want to break out, well, we can do your airfare bookings and that's this price, and we can do your accommodation bookings and that's this price. We'll do all these other things as well. And you see lots of small prices, which may add up, but people are only ever dealing with a small price at one time.
Yeah, that's right. And one of the things you see here, so you've got this problem of a completely different, a polarized client base. And another industry you see this in is health insurance. Everyone needs health insurance, but people are at all different stages of life. And that's where you see this unbundling. There's so many options to tick. It's, do you need that extra dental? It's so tailored to that individual customer that they feel like your business is for them, even if they're the brokest person on earth, and some of your services are complete luxury. Stones, would you like to wrap up with 1:30 to go?
No, I want to add more things actually. I'm not done yet. So there's some interesting opportunities here as well. Look, what I'm worried about is that you're a bricks and mortar travel consultancy, which is a tough business to be in at the moment. I think the latest numbers I saw from the UK is that they're closing by the bucket load. And look, your opportunity here is to get rid of some of those overheads like a physical presence, but still outcompete on service so that you can drive higher margin. Because when you're competing against online travel bookings, turning up to people's workplaces, being there for them, being accessible so that people don't have to do their own research is a genuinely valuable service. You want to look for your upsell opportunities of flyer points, tie in with them, give another opportunity there that come to you, and the bonuses that you can work into a travel experience. So that's pretty good. But look, the challenge you've got is tough, as I think you recognize. You've got a market that is actually polarizing. If you get stuck with the low cost end of the market, then you're going to be competing against the online offerings, and that's a really tough place to be. When markets polarize, get out of the middle. You can either move entirely one way or another. You can have a brand extension, one offering for each end, or you can set up an entirely new brand for each side that you need to. Get your customer value proposition clear for each, under promise and over deliver, upsell, unbundle for the lower cost guys. And again, good luck and hope you do really well with that. Yeah.
Right on time, Stones. Very good.
Where do we keep these anyway? We seem to have an endless supply of them. That's lucky. All right, so that was 9 minutes. How do I get my travel consultancy to shift from low cost to higher end? The guys were asking the question online, but we're going to ask the in the studio audience to vote on that one. 3, 2, 1, were we stumped or passed? Jesus, audience is generous. It's another pass. Yay! Come on, I can't be the only one giving us a round of applause. So, we're coming up to 7 o'clock, I think it is.
Good. Yeah.
7 a.m. and the question on everyone's lips is, what are all these people doing in my bedroom? It's 0700 hours, and what's the O for? Oh my gosh, it's early. Thank you, good morning, Vietnam. So, we're about to welcome our next round of guest strategists onto the stage. We've got Emma Scott and Joe Gossage, both from Tiny Hunter. And I've got some nice things to say about you that I don't want to miss here. Oh, look, there's a bio for me too. That's good. All right. Now, Emma. Emma's an awarded designer, writer, and strategist. She's got 12 years experience with branding and design. She began her career at Leo Burnett. Very nice. And worked on brands like Optus, Kellogg's, Canon, Heineken, and Rabobank. Hi. Good lineup. And Joe, oh, Joe's cut off. Joe is one of the key people behind Tiny Hunter, which is Sydney's premium design and consultancy, brand consultancy. We've got 2 experts here bringing brands to life, bringing the visuals to life, taking brand strategy and actually giving it meaning, giving it passion, giving it the emotion that really helps brands thrive. So this is an awesome opportunity that we've got right now to ask those questions about branding, about design, about how to get the most out of your brand. We've got the 2 of you for the next hour. We should be able to get through 4 or 5 questions.
Excellent, great.
Hopefully, guys, hopefully without getting our first stump on the board.
Yeah,
fingers crossed.
Now, Joe, I believe your expertise is around social media and digital strategy. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. So I'm the account director at Tiny Hunter. So I actually think that my biggest expertise is in keeping people happy. I make sure that when people come in and they have a goal, it's my job to make sure that all the team work really hard to achieve that. But yes, absolutely. I may take the lead on strategy in terms of social media and digital too.
Fantastic. So a professional hassler.
Yeah, pretty much. They call me the headmistress. I make everybody move along nice and quickly.
Great.
Yeah.
So this is Stump the Strategist. You've got 4 strategists on stage together, an unbeatable team.
Yes,
We're going to take your chewiest, nuttiest, crunchiest marketing challenges, put 9 minutes on the clock behind us, and in 9 minutes build you a strategy to solve it. Now, there's only one rule. Honestly, I don't know why we bother saying it because no one ever listens. If someone's asking a question like, we just ask that we get the 9 minutes clear without any interruptions from the audience.
Okay.
No little hand grenades like, oh, I tried that 2 years ago. But what you don't know is this. The honest fact is we don't know your business, especially if you're asking questions online, and none of us are stupid enough to say, we know your business. We're going to give you frameworks, models, tools, and useful approaches to solving the challenge. We call it opinion rather than advice. Opinion is free, advice costs money, and hey, we all love to send an invoice. So there's all sorts of questions that you can ask. You can ask, for those of you watching online, by commenting on the YouTube feed, by asking in the commentary panel, or you can email us, stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. They'll go through to our stunning assistant, Dom, over there, the Italian stallion, who's going to relay them to us. For those in the audience down at 608 Harris Street, we're at Fish Burners. You can come on in. There's still a few beers left over from last night and a little bit of breakfast arriving. You're going to ask the question live. So we're going to need some questions. Best type of questions have 3 features to them.
Okay.
They're real. So we can talk about fake businesses if you like, or we can talk in generalizations. If it's a real question for a real business, you'll get a much better answer. We also ask that the questions be specific. So if you ask, how do I use social media? We can talk in general about social media, but tell us what you're actually facing in your business, and we can get very specific about how to address that. And the last thing is be generous. Ask questions that you think aren't just specifically for your little business and your niche. Think, what would other people value hearing about as well?
Okay.
So with that, we'll call Stump the Strategist open. I'm going to do a quick high five with Andy Durack and a mic swap and sit down for 5 minutes. So please welcome to the stage Andy Durack, Head of Copy and Insights. Rob, do you want to take the first question while Andy's miking up? We'll get
So
on
Andy, I can't remember, are you French or have you just 4 hours sleep last night? Oh, excellent, Andy, well done.
Laser time.
So Andy's going to be our new boots on the ground here. And Dom, will you give us our next question from the internet? It takes a little bit to warm up.
I sure can.
Thanks, Dom.
Okay. So
preferably branding or design.
I got the perfect one for you. I got the perfect one. So this one is from Gordo. He is from Margaret River.
Okay.
And he says, I own a small winery in Margaret River which produces excellent wines. I say so, but our rankings put us in the top 3 in Western Australia. So it's a pretty good wine. My brand is cheeky and fun, and my wines sell for between $25 to $30 each. Aside from marketing strategy, I've been reviewing my prices. I was considering upping my prices, but wonder if I can still have a cheeky, fun brand at a higher price point.
Okay. Excellent. So are you guys all good on that one? I'm pretty sure it's our sponsor, Grace Small Wines. Certainly sounds like that. Are you guys all good with that one? Sure.
Sure.
Should we get cracking?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to go first, Em, or do you want to?
We'll get Andy to lead.
Oh, okay. Ah, I'm jumping ahead. Go on then.
I think
Can I write down too?
crack the 9 minute.
9 minutes. We need to crack.
What was the name there, Dom?
Gordo?
says
Gordo.
Wines.
Gordo's Wines. Okay. Really good question. So I want to specifically answer the, I'm sure you'd have some thoughts on increasing the prices around there. Rob? Oh, okay, Brisbane. Around the prices.
Yes, so
My first reaction is a price point of 25 to 30 bucks is kind of middle of the road, neither here nor there. And there's something interesting, Rob, I'm sure you'll be talking about this in a second as well, about perception and pricing.
yeah,
So kind of what's really interesting in the absence of knowledge about wine, when you say your wine's really good and you obviously know a hell of a lot about wine, in the absence of knowledge about wine, people use price as an indicator of quality. And when you're kind of sitting around the $30 mark, it's almost like, when's the occasion you buy a $30 bottle of wine? It's not a cheap bottle of wine that you can drink kind of, you just have a glass over dinner, but it's not enough to buy as a present or take to a dinner or something. It seems like the 30 bucks are a really odd kind of price for a wine. In terms of the cheeky and fun brand around it, really interested to hear your guys' thoughts. I think you can definitely have a cheeky and fun brand that's also premium.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it just depends on, I mean, cheeky and fun and brand personality work is so broad, and it depends what kind of cheeky and fun.
Yeah.
So first of all, if it's
cheeky slapstick fart jokes and poo jokes, it's probably not going to be the right. But you can be really clever. There's lots of different ways you can be cheeky and fun. You can be clever, you can be witty, and you can still be classy from a design and tone of voice point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I don't think just because you want to have premium positioning that you necessarily have to be dull and boring. You absolutely, you can still have personality, and whatever that personality might be really comes back to what the essence of your brand is, what and what you're trying to communicate to your audience. And so, you know, it's actually great to recognize what your personality is going to be, and then really live and breathe that personality, whether that be with a bit of humour and personality and cheekiness, because humour is actually a really great way to connect with people. And it can be, just like you said, Andy, it can be done in a sophisticated way. It doesn't have to be the fart jokes.
Yeah, exactly. Even though fart jokes are great.
Well, one of the things that we always do at Tiny Hunter when anybody comes to us with a question is we try to take it back to basics. So sometimes with a client, they've already done the basic work in that they do understand who they're trying to talk to. They do understand what their brand proposition is. So what are their main personality traits? What are they trying to say about themselves? What is their story? But if that's not in place, in order to make a decision about A, can you raise your price? And B, can you have a cheeky, fun demeanor while trying to attract these people who will pay a higher price, becomes a very big question. So actually what you have to do is say, okay, well, who are these people, as you mentioned, that will pay a higher price? And is the higher price $40, or is he looking to move to $50? And in which case, is it that he has to start looking at the product that he's offering? So does that need to change, or can it remain the same, but can it just be a packaging change? For example, we've worked with certain brands where we've changed their packaging for them and their sales have increased by 30%, and the product is exactly the same, but it's all about the positioning. And yes, absolutely, there are many premium brands. Sorry. There are many premium brands out there that use humour and use cheekiness. If you look at Marc Jacobs, for example, think about when he came on board with Louis Vuitton, and you think about the very classic handbag. It was tan and brown and very chic, and all of a sudden he started splashing graffiti all over it and using a lot of references from Japan and bringing in different elements, putting fluoro colors on there. A lot of people initially were really in shock about that approach, but actually it really connected with a certain type of target market. And so you just have to have that clarity around who it is you're actually trying to connect to. But as long as you take the right approach and have the understanding with the right foundation there, then I think you're absolutely fine.
And also, I just want to add something there. Within the premium market, I use this phrase, a smile in the mind.
Yeah, that's right.
A smile in the mind. And if you're able to connect with people and make them smile and entertain them in a sophisticated way, then I think you really do capture their heart. So there's ways of developing a personality that is sophisticated humour.
Yeah.
And works for the premium market and for a premium price point.
Yeah.
So I might have a little crack at the pricing here. What we're talking about with wines is we can actually play in a type of good, which in economic terms we call either a Veblen good, as Stone said earlier, or a given good. And these are a rare type of good where when the price goes up, the demand actually rises. Usually, with all types of things, so if you think about most goods, as the price goes down, people are more willing to buy it. But with wine, because it usually is a luxury item, you can actually pump that price up. And there are very few types of industries that you can do this in, but alcohol is one of them. So it's actually worth a crack. And what it comes back to is the reason that people used to wear white gloves to show that they don't do any work. Because they get dirty. It's conspicuous consumption. And conspicuous consumption can add a lot to people's experience. And then when we're moving back onto thoughts of experience, a really fun label or the cheeky, humorous branding can really add to a talking point when you bring it to dinner. Something like that. So it's adding to a memory. You're not just selling a slight headache and a bit of fun. You're selling you're selling a memory and a whole experience to do with that wine. So it's about bringing something along that you can talk about with your friends.
And that brand as well then starts talking about you as the person. And so if it's sophisticated and cheeky and it's got a really nice edge of humor and you're the guy who rocks up at the dinner party with it, then that becomes associated with you as well. And I think as well, premium wine design, I think wine is so clever now that the worst thing you could do is go, oh, I need to be a premium wine. I'll make it silver and have, you know, like, and put flowy writing on it. And when you look at the wine shelf, I mean, because that's where you're going to win. That's where you're actually going to get people to buy the wine, isn't it? There's a million flowy, goldy, silvery wines that don't actually mean anything. And they all look exactly the same. What, Joe, you mentioned this before as well. It doesn't have to be a completely start from scratch.
No, absolutely.
Throw everything out. It can be a brand evolution. Process.
Understand where you are, and then you can elevate it. It goes back to what you guys were talking about before with actually the travel company who was currently selling at a certain rate but was looking to move into the luxury and premium market. So you can do that, but you just have to understand who you're talking to and have the right response to them. But that doesn't mean that you have to lose everything that you've worked so hard for to date. So I absolutely believe it's true. And I have to say I'm not a wine connoisseur myself. And I do pick wine by the label, I'm sorry to say. But I think it's really important. I think understanding that the visuals and the aesthetics of the product that you're offering is becoming more and more important within that marketplace. And I think, you know, women, not to be too patronizing, you know, they have a lot more disposable income now. They're all going out together. They're choosing their wines. They want to take something nice to dinner, and they are driven by aesthetics. They're not probably going to do the research that you know, somebody else may have done online about what is the best bottle. So it's really about that impulse buy when you're in the store.
With 18 seconds to go,
I'll wrap up.
Okay, go on.
So it's about putting a smile in people's minds. It's about getting out of pricing no man's land, where you're not good enough to be a cheap drunk, but you're not good enough to give a gift. So with that, done.
Thank you very much, guys.
That signifies the end.
Cool.
Scary noise.
Great question.
So how did we go? Did we get stumped?
We'll just check with the audience down there. And
Good work.
Like we've got a unanimous pass.
Okay.
Oh yeah. And celebrate, we're going to upgrade your green pens.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. They look impressive.
So, Rob, in the absence of stones, do you have a banter style that you can stick on for?
I know, that guy should be on morning TV or something. It was ridiculous. Just coming all the time.
Step change marketing.
It's safe with stones, but I feel like mine get a little bit too crude. I start panicking and can't think of anything to say.
There's a nice level.
Don't you worry, guys. I may not be on stage, but I'm still here with you in spirit.
Good work.
And on microphone.
Good work.
We'll talk up our latest.
We don't want to miss any.
It's my pleasure to read the next question when you're ready.
Excellent.
Yep. Maybe I should have said when we were ready. Ah, there we go. Okay. So this question has come through online, is a question about the prices of branding, which is interesting. So the question says, I've noticed that some branding jobs cost up to $250,000 to develop, yet at the same time as little as $500 on sites like 99 Designs. So why is this the case? What can I expect to get for more money, respectively?
Yep.
So there we go. The question was, some brands cost up to $250,000 to develop and others as little as $500 on sites like 99 Designs. I think they're really asking just, what's the difference? How can they both exist in the same world? So a chewy, nutty marketing challenge for you guys to kick off. Okay. I don't have any more answers to questions. It's all up to you guys now.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I can feel the disdain coming off you guys.
We started. One of the things I'll lead out with here is it's the same in a lot of professional services and business services. What we find is you don't get fired for hiring
IBM,
or your big brands. If you go with the best agency, with the people with the right creds who look right on paper, well, you didn't do anything wrong. Even if they deliver you a complete flop, how are you to know? If you go with 99 Designs and spend $500, go to market and it's terrible, you took a risk and it didn't pay off. And this is why it's actually a safety mechanism for a lot of companies as well. But having said that, it's all about certainty as well. You're generally paying bigger bucks because you know these guys deliver constantly.
Yeah.
We get asked this question all the time. Yeah. So we have to answer it a lot. And I think that as well as having that surety and that certainty, if you're going to go ahead and hire somebody that you're paying 250 grand for, it's also about process and it's about understanding the scope of the job. So if you're talking to somebody on 99 Designs, then it's not to say that that person really knows anything about your business. You are purely dependent on writing down your brief in 99 Designs website and trusting that that person on the other end, A, speaks the same language as you, and B, understands what you've written in that brief. So where you start to add on cost to any job is, I guess, as you mentioned, where you start to build in security measures. So if you're coming to a mid-range level agency, then you're going to have an account manager that you can actually talk face-to-face to, that you can have an open conversation with. And it's really about the layers of process that you start to build in. So quite often we'll have companies come to us who will ask us to pitch. And they'll say, we have this problem. We'd like you to come back to us and give us 3 designs of what our new logo could look like, for example. And so what we do is we go away and we create the logos. But then when we go back and pitch, I say to them, this whole process, I can show you these logos visually. They look beautiful. I'm very happy with them, but I have no idea if this is going to work for you because we have not been able to go through our process. We haven't been able to do a brand foundation and understand what you're really trying to establish about yourselves. We haven't been able to understand when you tell us about your customers, is that supposition? Because you come across that all the time. People think that their customers are a certain way, want a certain thing, but when you actually go out and ask them, do an online survey, you get somebody standing out asking questions on an iPad, you start to get all these insights. And all of that richness of data builds up to give you a much better understanding to be able to create something that's still beautifully gorgeous logo and branding, but actually has some substance and some foundation behind it. And I think that's where the price starts to increase when you have these processes in place. And so that's why there can be that huge disparity.
Can I just add to that?
Of course.
Yeah, just to add to what you said, Joe, and affirm what you said really, is that building a brand is not about pretty pictures.
Yeah.
It's about really, really understanding your client. And to do that, you have to walk hand in hand with them. You have to be in their business. You have to go through a whole process on really understanding what's the core of their business. The most important part of building a brand, in my eyes, is the strategy. Really getting clear on what the essence of the brand is, who you're talking to, what your customer value proposition is, and you know what your attributes and values are.
Yeah.
And once you have all that information clear, only then can you actually create visual communication that has some meaning. And so to go through all that process takes time and expertise.
It does.
And you know, at Tiny Hunter we have a very clearly defined process.
TinyHunter.com.
For doing that, and that to me is the only way you can actually achieve success in expertly representing a brand visually.
I'll add something and then be interested to come back and hear about the process.
Yeah.
99 Designs sell logos.
Yeah.
They don't sell brands.
Yeah, it's a really good point.
It's as simple as that.
Check, turn the clock off.
And what else are going next? Yes, a brand doesn't equal a logo. As you were saying, it's a communication of the values. It's a communication to the audience. It's a whole bunch of things. When you consider, particularly online, for example, 8 seconds is the average dwell time for a website now. They go on, log on. If they don't find what they need in 8 seconds,
they're gone.
It's over.
Yeah.
So in that 8 seconds, they're not quickly scanning to read everything that's on the page. It's what the perception. It's perception that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where the visual communication can mean, given attention spans, and it sucks to say as a copywriter, but people don't read copy anymore, or very little bits of copy. So the more you can communicate effectively using the visuals, then that's where all this extra process comes in, because you're not buying just a logo. And to be honest, for a $50 logo, you're going to get someone flick through Shutterstock imagery and just kind of repurpose, and you'll end up with a kind of circle inside a triangle with a swirl. It doesn't actually
brand.
It doesn't actually. It's not a brand. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't communicate at all.
Yeah, Andy, that's a really good point. You know, brand is a lot more than just a logo. It's visual communication, and what you have to do is identify the core of what you're trying to communicate, and then you have to communicate that same thought across both the tangible side of the brand, which is everything you can touch, from your logo to your website to your signage. But then equally important is the intangible side of the brand, which a lot of companies forget about. And this is to do with the culture you create, the language you use, your processes in your business. And to have a really holistic message, then you really need to get both, I call it the donut diagram. You need to get both parts of the donut working effectively, communicating that one same thought. And that's how you're actually going to be able to successfully communicate with your audience. And no, designers don't do that.
Yeah, and just back to that, one of the things our head of strategy at Step Change Action always says is that good strategy that starts with questions. And this is something you're not going to get on 99 Designs. Someone who is really good at keeping clients happy, like Joe, knows how to ask those questions up front. When you go to a branding agency or to 99 Designs, you're not exactly sure what you want, which is why you've gone to them in the first place. So why would you expect to be able to know all the things around that to give the right brief? And it's not just about coming to a branding agency or coming to 99 Designs with the right brief. It's about getting led through your brief to make it better, to tweak it, so that you understand what you actually want and what you actually need, and that those hiccups that you'll find out about along the line are avoided up front.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's interesting that you mentioned about the questions, because that's one of the first things that I do let our clients know. I will be asking them a lot of questions, and they're just going to need to bear with me. But one of the biggest things that we always talk about is the whole prescribing before you diagnose. And when you're using something like 99 Designs, what you have identified is a problem, and you've diagnosed that problem, and you tell somebody to fix it for you in a certain way. But are you the qualified person to actually diagnose? And so you have to make sure that you've got the right people on your side to give the correct diagnosis to then find the right prescription. And that's what we're always talking about.
Okay, sure. So in wrap, 99 Designs will build you a logo. It will not build you a brand. A brand comes through process. A brand comes through asking the right questions, understanding what you're trying to communicate. Then a proper branding job will end up with a guide that will consistently transmit that message across all your mediums. Don't go 99 Designs. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so what does the audience think on that one? Are we passed or are we stumped? Hands on heads?
Good work.
We've convinced you to spend $250,000.
We're not $250,000.
Well done, guys. I'm opening my wallet as I speak.
Excellent.
So if you... That's an interesting thing, because we know that the reason we're running this event is actually to raise money for assistance dogs, and some of the challenges that have been thrown at us over the last 19, nearly 20 hours have actually been quite chewy and crunchy. We've had 89 marketing challenges on the board as past. And I'm just wondering how much money we've made for people out there, because now their marketing's better, they're getting better sales, their conversion rates are better. If you've got any value out of this event, go and give at least half of that to assistance dogs. That's assistancedogs.org.au, right? All right, you guys ready for the next online question?
Sure.
This one's from Amy. She's been watching overnight and she's got a little bit upset with some of the jokes that we've made. She says, I'm a Gen Y entrepreneur. You guys have been making jokes about Gen Y entrepreneurs all night, so be nice. All right, be nice to her. So here's a question.
What app do you have, Amy?
Amy is starting a new brand in fashion. She's getting designs from Australian recent graduates from fashion design, and they want to sell online first, then get their clothes stocked in outlets. They're creating dresses, tops, and accessories for all seasons. Now, she says, everyone always tells me it's the brand that matters most. So how do I build a fashion brand? And she's Gen Y, so be nice to her.
Well, Amy, thank you for your question.
Do you guys need to clarify it all? So, or are you all good to go?
So, fashion, selling dress, tops, accessories, online initially, and she wants to move into the stores. How do you use branding? Is that the question? How do you build a brand around fashion? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I can.
I think we've luckily got two people who know something about fashion.
So I want to start with saying that I'm Gen Y too. So don't worry, Amy. You're in good. I'm 1981, so sort of in there. So I think that this goes back to a lot of the areas we were just touching on, and that a brand is not just a logo or a visual. It's about a holistic approach to what you stand for and what you're trying to achieve. And there are many different ways that you can approach this, but off the top of my head, you've spoken about the fact that you are working with Australian graduates. So I love the idea there around that you're really supporting emerging talent, and that it's things that people won't have seen before. But to go back to the steps that we would normally take you through, and I'll let Emma talk about this in a bit more detail, because she's the creative genius. It really comes back to, okay, well, who do you think is going to be buying these graduate designs? And who is it that you want to be targeting? So there is a certain amount of work that would need to be done around the branding strategy. And then the way that you build your brand is through a communication strategy. So I'll let Em cover the brand, and then you can flip back to me for the communications.
Yes. So in terms of
do anything, Rob.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. In terms of starting with the brand strategy, so it doesn't actually matter whether you're in fashion or whether you're in mining. The process is really similar in terms of how you actually build your brand strategy. We have a very defined process at Tiny Hunter, and we start with the questioning part of the process, and we have a workshop which includes any of the decision makers in your team, which at the moment it sounds like it's just you, but perhaps you've got other people involved in the business as well. And we run a workshop where we have a whole lot of questions, exercises, role playing, all sorts of activities where we draw out the information around your brand that we need to then be able to analyze and define your brand position. So once we've done that, and we've spent some time with you and your business, we then are able to put that together in a document which becomes your brand Bible, and it's called your brand foundation. And this basically defines your positioning statement, your role, your customer value proposition, your values and your attributes. And we also distill all that information to create a small phrase that sits at the core of your brand, which we call your brand essence. And this basically becomes your checklist for your brand for anything you do moving forward. And to make sure that you're always communicating that same message and that you're on strategy, then you use this document all the time to go, yes, excellent, this is right, this is the right way forward for me for a particular project. So once we've done that, we visualize.
And we use this brand foundation as the core starting point to be able to then visualize. And the visuals absolutely have to reflect who you are, what you do, and your target market. But as you're in the fashion industry, obviously we'll make sure there's a aesthetic that appeals to the fashion world. You want to talk?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, keep going.
So there was a couple of things I was thinking about there as Em was talking about. If I could give you one piece of advice, Amy, and I find this with clients who I'm working with who have been in the industry for 30 years, whenever somebody's wanting to give me a brief and is unwilling to write anything down, I know that there's a problem, because people can talk through their ideas and what they're wanting to achieve, but it's when you have to write something down that you really have to commit, and it has to make sense. Because as you're talking, it flows and you can sort of correct yourself as you move along. But if you actually start to write something down, that's when you know that you're getting to a really solid starting point. So that's why the brand foundation and actually collating everything together is so important. So try and write down your strategy and what you're doing to approach your brand, and let it fit on the back of an envelope. Because if it gets too long, it's going to be too complicated and you won't follow it. So we've visualized for you, we've done the brand foundation, and then you mentioned that you wanted to sell online to get them into stockists. So the biggest thing for me there is user experience. Just like when somebody purchases a brand, you can pay $500 at 99 Designs, or you can pay $250,000. The same can be said for a website. So you can go and set up your own WordPress site, for example, which is fine. I understand the budgets of startups, but at every step of the way, think about user experience. So as Andy was saying, you've got about 8 seconds. So when somebody gets to your site, what is the thing that they most want to see, and what's the journey that you need to take them on? So think about that and leading them through the site. The visuals are very, very important, but I see that as the lipstick on the bone structure. And if you haven't got the right bone structure, the lipstick's not going to look any good. So you got to be careful about that. And then the second thing is I mentioned about the communication strategy. So find out who you want to talk to. And then just because there are a million channels that you can use now, it doesn't mean that you should. So what are the right channels that you think the people who you want to talk to will be in? And then have a content strategy. Content is something that always trips people up. So you need to know what you want to say and when you want to say it, and say it in the right places.
That's awesome, and leads into what I want to talk about, which is some cool tactics that I've been thinking up to try and get into those stores and build that offering where you can sell your young fashion designers' clothes in stores. And what it's all about is offering something to stores. So the sales position here really is about the altruism, the cutting edge of helping young designers make their break. So that's how you want to frame it. And other things you want to do in terms of offering something around the fact that the insight that emerging talent, they're also the target market, and they're friends of the target market as well. So you're not just selling the store a potential product that they might make margin on, but you're also selling the network of all those designers and all those young people who are your next purchasers, your next customers. So a couple of things are just really target the social media there as well. So everything's very shareable, that adds to the content when you're getting new designers through, potentially on-campus pop-up stores if that's a thing. So you're even taking.
And if it's not a thing, then make it a thing.
Make it a thing.
Yeah.
I know there's a guy in the States who made hundreds of millions of dollars out of doing jeans on campus. Just we got discounts. So it's something that can happen, but it's just about leveraging that position and giving something to the stores if you want them to give something to you.
And can I just add one last comment? Also, make sure your offering is different. Find a clear space, because if you're actually offering something that's very different to anything else out there, then the word will get around and it will create its own talkability, and you'll drive success that way. For example, when Net-a-Porter came out, another online fashion store, they actually made people feel really special by delivering the purchases in this gorgeous black box with the ribbon. So you felt like you're actually receiving a gift, even though you've purchased and paid for this. So yeah, just really think about what your offering is and how is it different to anything else out there.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. I don't have too much to add after that excellent answer. Just as a wrap, so as the guys were saying, a fashion brand is no different to building any other brand. So you still need to start with what's the differentiation of you within the market. And from there, you've got to go through all the usual steps that you use. So starting with the visual communication, which it's just a lipstick, so it doesn't really matter.
It does matter.
but that's got to be rooted in the right messages, the right values, and communicating to the right audiences. Just because it's a fashion brand doesn't mean it can't have a strong personality. It doesn't mean it can't really stand out. From there, it's about developing the comms strategy, finding the right channels where they are, and is there new channels you can actually create, and then make sure the user experience is right.
Excellent.
Oh, that was a great answer, guys. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried to start there, given our knowledge of the fashion industry. That carried us through.
Oh, we're almost kind of wearing the same shirt. We're always wearing the same outfit.
Just gonna tuck. Yeah.
Go on.
So it's come to that point of the question again. Are we stumped or passed? Hands on head for pass.
Yeah. I'm always going to pass myself.
Exactly.
While you guys do your banter, I might get some water. Sorry.
With the button undone, showing my belly. Oh, maybe.
So you've really been going for 24 hours?
We've been going since 1 p.m. yesterday.
Wow.
We've got fresh legs coming in, although we've got a whole bunch of new guests coming up. Finishing off with Tim Longhurst and JD, who will talk about the future and Saturday. So
that is a massive effort. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is a massive effort. I think a few of us are starting to feel it.
Are we going to switch over, or have we got some more time for
15 minutes?
15 minutes, great. So we've still got time for one more question for the experts at designing.
Sorry.
From the audience.
Thank you. I have a question which is not about product as such, the firm product, but the big thing that's happening in the market now is a lot more people who are not entrepreneurs, but infopreneurs. They have an idea, but they are the product. It's ivanfrangi.com, it's whatever it is. So I'm wondering what the difference is in terms of designing a look when the look is the person, not a pair of shoes, a pair of jeans, a car, a building, all that sort of stuff. How do you then go in and say, okay, well, if you are the product and we're reflecting you, how do you do the brand analysis, and then how do you project that so that people are credible and visible?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic question. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any qualifying questions, guys? You can ask as many questions as you like.
No, it makes sense. That makes sense. The question makes sense to me.
Fantastic.
Same.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rob?
No, ready to go.
Yeah, go for it.
Start the clock.
Thank you for your question. And actually, I don't think the process is any different in terms of defining a brand for a product or a service as it is for a person. In that you are still uncovering the core of what you want to communicate, and it doesn't matter whether it's a person or a product. And so I'll give you an example. There's a really great blogger out there called Gary Peppergirl, who has millions and millions of followers. And I know her, and she's been very successful. And she's approached her brand very cleverly, and she's done it in a way that you would approach creating any kind of brand. She's been very clear on who she is and what she stands for and who her target market is. And then she makes sure that every decision she makes with her personal brand is in line with what she wants to communicate with. So she has a premium message, and she was telling me about the type of brands that she partners with or gets involved with, and she's very discerning in terms of making sure that those brand alignments are very connected to what she stands for. So to me, it's exactly the same process, really. If you want to add anything, Joe?
Yeah, so I mean, Gary Peppergirl is a great example. She's on Instagram. If nobody knows her, she has beautiful photos. Follow her. I was also thinking, I think the guy's name is Tim Ferriss. He does the 4-Hour Work Week. I don't know if anybody's read that. There's a guy called Simon Sinek. He answers all the questions about why, and particularly around branding. So those two people are very much info, and they're selling their point of view, their idea on how people should approach things. And in exactly the same way as Emma mentioned, they go about it in a similar way. And it's, to me, it comes back to understanding what their point of view is, reinforcing that every step of the way. And I think for those guys, their content is their product. So in the same way that a design team would sit around and discuss a trainer, and is the design of the trainer upholding the brand values and connecting with the target audience, you would sit down and you would assess the content in exactly the same way. So is it upholding the values of the 4-Hour Work Week? Is it conveying what Tim Ferriss is all about? And so their content is their product, and I don't really think that should alter anything in the way that things are approached.
Yeah, I think when you look at people as brands, there's what immediately comes to mind is when things go wrong. So athletes in particular, they're all a brand, and as the girls are saying, they've still built up that brand by doing all the things that a brand normally does. And one thing that's I find really interesting is actually, I'll come back to that in a second. So you've got your Tiger Woods, your Paul Gallens, and your Lance Armstrongs, and they're all a brand. And of course, as humans, then you've got all the risks associated with that. I don't really need to pull out each of these. Tiger Woods, playing the 19th hole, Paul Gallen, just bubblers, doing bubblers and fighting people, Lance Armstrong. So there's lots of stuff that can go really wrong. But at the same time, people like Hugh Jackman and Pat Rafter, they're still brands as well. And they're untouchable. And why is that? How is that? It's because they've built up around themselves exactly the same process as a regular brand does in terms of where it appears and how it acts. I mean, there's also a PR game that needs to go around it as well. And I doubt these guys are, in fact, the best blokes in the world, but they're really conscious of where they appear and what they do when they're there. So just like any kind of brand, if you've got an adult lingerie business, you don't show up on children's television. You don't do you pick where you're going to be, and you pick how you're going to act and how you're going to say it, how you're going to communicate. And these people, by making themselves a brand, need to follow those rules exactly the same as a brand does, a brand itself does. What I find really interesting is you look at Tom Waterhouse. He tried to do this, and he tried to be the face of everything. And you would have remembered up until about a year ago, Tom was everywhere. You turn on the telly and he was just smiling at you. He was popping up all on the internet. He was blah, blah, blah. Got really bad press about it, and it turned overnight. It doesn't mean that it wasn't transferable. And Tom Waterhouse is still there. And now, if you look, it happened very subtly, literally overnight. It's now the shadow of Tom Waterhouse kind of standing there. So it is still transferable, but I think the same rules as you were saying around brands still apply, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all about consistency. That's why people get so angry about Tiger Woods, because you have to remember that as a personal brand as well, how you interact with them, that it's what it says about them. It's the self-reflexivity of it. So if they build a relationship with your brand and people know that you follow the information they're putting out there, you subscribe to their content, then it's a huge issue when they do something completely contrary to that. And like Tiger Woods, he could have positioned himself as a bad boy of golf. Is it John Daly who said, out of all the golf prizes he's won, he's wasted it all on, that he spent most of it on booze and hookers, and the rest of it he wasted. It's fine to say that stuff as long as that's what you're doing consistently. Right. But when you're clean cut, you need to be clean cut, and it's about it. And if you're going to do that, linking to channels or causes that will
Doing it for a reason.
Yeah, doing it for a reason, and that helps build your brand, helps you leverage not just your own thoughts, because that requires a lot of energy, but links you to, like Lance Armstrong, to a cause. He can sell 1 million of those wristbands for.
I think what you said is really interesting as well, because the brand, you build a brand around a person, it doesn't mean you're stuck with that for life. It can still evolve and it can still change. It's just when it changes in one booze-filled, hooker-filled, bubbler-filled evening.
Have
then
10 different relaunches like Madonna.
Madonna's brand, yeah.
You can do it, but consistently, all in one go.
Absolutely the queen of reinventing and doing it over time. And there's no reason the brand can't do that. I was actually thinking of Mike Tyson when you said that, because Mike Tyson came out and he was the most clean-cut, beautiful man who was standing up for all the poor and oppressed and this and that. And then over time, he ended up into the Mike Tyson we know today. And it was the bad boy shift, and that was a very kind of evolution that then was built on quite cleverly, because it was followed through the media, and then you saw the steps happening, so that when he turned around and did what he did, it's like, okay, well, that's who he is now. And his brand didn't actually suffer too much.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most challenging things about launching a personal brand, in that once you've defined who you are, what you stand for, and your values, you have to live and breathe that, even if it's not completely authentic to you. So you have to almost have a public face all the time. And if you're not someone that can actually stand true to those values, then it's going to become quite difficult over time. So the best personal brands have to really, really authentic and genuine, and come from a place that's real for the personal brand to have longevity.
To wrap up, Rob?
Oh yeah, okay. To wrap up, you build a brand for an individual, just as you build a brand for a company or a product. It's all about defining what you want, defining your target market, and speaking to them. Because just as much as the information, the content you have is about you, it also reflects on them, and people think of them differently for their interactions with you. With that in mind, you have to keep up the consistency, and attaching yourself to other brands like causes can leverage their power for a bit of a lift. So you don't have to keep plugging away all on your own energy. And with that, I think we're done with 11 seconds to go.
I think so.
Excellent, good work.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We've got a round of applause. Now, the question that matters, of course, you passed.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. And are we wrap up time? Guys, I'd like to thank you both very much for joining us.
Thank you. It's been such a pleasure.
It
Thank
was
you for having us.
Yeah,
great
thank you.
having
It's been great.
The answers were fantastic, and I'm sure everyone watching got a lot out of it. I certainly got a lot out of it.
Little puppy.
You get puppies.
This is why I came. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's so cute.
Thank you.
So before we hand the baton over to the Step Change guys, donate to Assistance Dogs, not Tiny Hunter. .com.au. We're going to hand over now back to Adam Long, General Manager of Step Change. Thank you again. And
what an epic hour of branding. There goes Andy to think about what he's done over the last hour. Andy is the head of copy and insights at Step Change Marketing. He's been at it yesterday and today. Joe Gossage and Emma Scott from Tiny Hunter, an absolutely fantastic job. And Rob Montgomery making his debut as a strategist with Stump the Strategist, our in-house economist and strategy exec. So it is that time of the day for a changeover. We've got a couple of people who's got at least 3 or 4 hours sleep, so they're about the freshest we've got at the moment. I'll be back on stage in just a minute with, as Ashton Bishop puts it, the tallest midgets. Here we go. Just trying to get to that magical number of 100 of your chewiest marketing challenges solved in 24 hours. That looks like we're sitting on 91. Economist, am I right?
Yep, that's
91 past 0 stumped. We have 9 to go, and we're going to keep on rolling right past triple figures right to 1 p.m. today. Why are we doing this barking mad?
That's a good question, Adam.
We are doing it to raise money for Assistance Dogs, fantastic charity that trains dogs to assist people with disabilities and impairments to help them live a more fulfilling life. These dogs are absolutely most amazing. Yesterday, we had the cute little dog, Opal, on stage demonstrating how you can pull your socks off, pay a cashier, bark and alert neighbors if someone's fallen over. Absolutely amazing. And you know what? I think it is an appropriate fundraiser as well, because we've been nailing marketing challenges all night and all yesterday. And I think we've been getting some good results for people, new ways to make sales, grow the business, get better results out of their marketing. Now, if you're getting a financial return on any of these solutions, go and give some of it to assistance dogs. Log on at assistancedogs.org.au.
You don't even need to give all of it. Maybe just 50%.
Yeah, just $500,000 would be a nice contribution. So welcoming back to the stage, Ashton Bishop. He was playing hard yesterday. He's back to play hard again this morning. Ashton Bishop is the head of strategy at Step Change Marketing, also known as Australia's predatory marketer. He created the framework and the thinking around predatory marketing, which led him to be Speaker of the Year for Tech. The Executive Connection has seen him appear, his work appear on the Gruen Transfer, and his thinking has been used by the likes of AGL, ANZ, HP. There's a lot of acronyms in that. Who else? Nestle, KitKat, KFC, there's another acronym. Sydney Adventist Hospital, right through to the Bavarian Hospitality Group in Sydney. Ashton Bishop back on the stage.
Jones, why don't you get mic'd up, my friend? And I'll introduce back to the stage for his second stint, the man with the most, except in the hair department. When it comes to sales, customer experience,
we go to the
Ivan
same
Frenchie.
go to the same barber.
Two for one.
Yeah.
2 for 1.
Well done.
All right, perfect. So welcome back, Ivan. Thank you for joining us again. So we're taking any question on marketing, communications, and customer service excellence.
And customer experience and how we experience things differently. Looking forward to that.
All right, so any questions? We'll check with the online panel. Okay, so we're raising money for assistance dogs. In doing that, we're taking our Barking Mad challenge. We're looking to answer 100 marketing communications challenges, plus whatever our guest expert brings. So customer experience is the extra.
He's got two.
Is the extra plus that we're taking questions on at the moment. So we put 9 minutes on the countdown timer, and then the audience decide whether we're stumped or whether we're passed. So I think with 9 to go to get us to 100, we'll check in with the online panel and take a question.
Okay, this is from Jerry. Jerry says, I have a printing business.
Jerry, all the way from the States.
Jerry.
I have a printing business and I've accepted that the print industry is under pressure. But I keep seeing fantastic things in print. I wish marketers would be using print more often. What are the best ways to use print in marketing?
From someone who runs a printing company?
Correct.
Okay.
It's under pressure.
Best uses of print.
Okay, so.
Shall I start the clock?
Yeah, you got the clicker?
And go.
And we're off. So look, this is a classic challenge that we're often asked in marketing. We're always asked, how do we best use this particular medium to communicate our message? Like, how do we best use social media? How do we best create a billboard? How do we best get online? But before you get to the medium that you choose, you always got to start with a diagnosis and the result that you're actually looking for. What are you trying to achieve? What's the result? What's the audience you're trying to reach, and what's the best way to reach? And then you pick your message, then you pick the medium that you're actually after. Now, it seems like, Jerry, your goal is actually to market to marketers. And the result you're looking for is to get marketers to pick up print as they used to do by the truckload and get them sending truckloads of print back out again. So with that, we know your audience is marketers. The message now is, what do we communicate to them? Why don't we start with message and then have some of the tactical ways that marketers can use print?
Yep. I think this is something that's actually very pertinent at the moment. And in the last 24 hours, Kerry Stokes has actually said that people are going back to TV and print because it's actually got oomph and grunt, and they can actually use it more effectively. I think he's right and I think he's wrong all at once. And one of the things about the message that you've got to get across, and it comes across really to what was being asked here about what result are you after? And I think one of the things that happens with certainly with print, is there's a lack of integration. So that print has often been seen as a standalone thing that sits by itself. I'm doing some work at the moment with Hewlett-Packard, and very big in the printing industry and in their specialist printing area. And the people that are really kicking some goals in this space are the ones that are saying, here is the result we're after, and here are a number of medium, one of which print will be, but print is being used as a strategic methodology because it is actually being used in very creative ways. In other words, it's not just the standard, we're going to print your name on something using digital variable print where you can put a list of names in one end and stuff pops out the other end with everybody's name on it. What they're doing is they're being far more creative. And they're being creative in terms of the offer that they give, the way that they package. So they're using print as a tangible tool as much as it is a message medium. In other words, when it comes out and it's printed, they're using die cutters to make individual things look interesting. They're using different methodology. So a client of mine just did some work with a hotel, and they recreated a brand new envelope that nobody had ever seen before in terms of the way it was designed, so that the offer that was there for the audience they wanted, for the result they were after, stood out, so that when people got this piece of information, it was something that stood out, so they opened it. And that was really what they were after. They were after somebody opening it. And I think that's part of the big issue at the moment is print's being used pretty much as here's a postcard, here's a letter, here's something else. It needs to be more creative in its integration.
Yeah, absolutely. And you tapped into something there, Ivan, about the fact that people used to use it in isolation. It really needs to be part of a more coordinated campaign. And that's some of the promise of digital variable print. You can work these things together. The other key thing here is effective frequency. Now, amateur marketers send their message out once. They say, oh, well, I didn't get a result. Maybe print doesn't work for me anymore. What you should be doing is working out how many times you need to speak to your audience in order for them to take action. Now, the work of Onslow back in the 1980s first recognized that there's an effective frequency needed to actually reach people to take action. At the time, it was 8 times for radio ad before they take action. These days, it's a lot more than that because we have media saturation. As people are spending more dollars on digital marketing now than TV marketing, digital online is getting very, very crowded, and print is actually an opportunity to cut through because you just don't get letters anymore. You don't get prints anymore. So when a company sends you that, it is remarkable for the fact that you haven't got one in quite a while.
A client of mine is just using postcards. Because you think about it, when you get a postcard, what do? You sort through the mail and you go, oh, there's a postcard. And they've got a company of people that handwrite these postcards so people sort through the mail, they get it, they put it on the top. And so that they read that first. It's an enormous cut through from something you would have thought was a bit yesterday, but is actually very tomorrow.
So how do you know, Ash, you jump in if you're ready. I'm going to keep going otherwise.
Okay, yeah, just want to jump in a couple of things. I think just to summarize at this sort of halfway point, what the guys are saying is that it's not about the medium, it's about relevancy first. And print's criticism was about not thinking, of just doing massive amounts of print and just sending it out without the thought that goes with it. So we always start with relevancy first. When it comes with relevancy first, it's the idea and then it's message. So we look at message as being 6 times more powerful than the medium itself. That's some David Acker research. And that's just not about print, that's any sort of medium. So we need to think, first of all, how does it fit within the communications mix? And Ivan touched on something very nicely there. The data I've seen is that you're seeing EDM, so electronic direct mail, have reduced rates. You're seeing direct mail itself have reduced conversion rates. You're seeing tele-sales have reduced conversion rates. But when you can stream these 3 things together and you've got campaign thinking, you find that actually that's when you turn things around. That's when you're able to get cut-through conversion rates, when you have these 3 things working together. A couple of just examples there. When we start to think of print as something not in terms of a flat A4 letter, but as something that can actually be relevant, there was a wonderful campaign that did well at Cannes, I believe. It was Papa Joe's, the pizza delivery people. And what they did was they had these little stickers, and what the stickers did was outside the peepholes on people's front doors, you know how you got the little peepholes? When you look through, it was basically a perspective of somebody delivering a pizza to you. And it's like, wouldn't this be nice, get Papa Joe's delivery? So it takes that moment of of where you want to own, a moment of looking through, seeing a pizza being delivered, and actually owning that. It's a print medium and doing that.
The other great examples of really remarkable use of print, like a divorce lawyer who created a business card with a little cut down the middle so it breaks into two. You get it? One for one party, one for the other. But it's a little remarkable element that says, yes, I get the situation that you're working in. And when you start to bring all these together across die cutting, across the different stocks that you can use, across the folding and the 3D that you can work into it, it's no longer about sending out DL brochures by the truckload and hoping something will land. It's about creating a piece that people will pick up and actually comment on.
We had a question yesterday about what to do in department stores, and one of the things that we were talking about was tangibility. When you're looking at a customer experience, and our motto is if you give people an experience they can't get anywhere else, they won't go anywhere else, you can do things with print that you can't do with anything else. An EDM will not make you feel something because it's tangible and you can grab it and you can interact with it and you can play with it and you can turn it into a mobile that sits on somebody's, hangs from the ceiling, or an interactive piece that sits on their desk, or something that actually has photographs on it which are important to them. Yes, you can do that with digital, but with print you can do a whole range of other things that actually transform it from, oh, I got this message today, to I got this piece today. And if it's a piece, it has impact. Impact creates emotion, and it takes you from what you want to be, is you want to be more visible in their marketplace, but it can also take you from more visible to more interesting, and from more interesting, then you can move to other places. And I said we're working with Hewlett-Packard, and I introduced the boys to them, and they did a fabulous job. But one of the things you've got to look at is you've got to find a smart printer. It's not only just a matter of finding a printer. You've got to find somebody that understands your wavelength and has the creativity, and something like a Hewlett-Packard Integra in what's it called?
The Indigo machines.
Indigo, thank you very much. I was going to say Integra. Indigo machines, which can actually do the tricks and hoops that you want it to do, so that you can have that go from visible to interest.
I mean, I guess when it says best use of print, it's not print itself, it's linking with your marketing, it's linking with your campaign. One example there that we use a lot, it's doubled and tripled conversion rates. It's what we call the A3 discussion guide. It gets your sales conversation out of here and then anchors it using print. It's an A3 tangible. And Dr. John Medina, who wrote Brain Rules, says that when you combine mediums, you can get up to 30% more effective. So it's not print alone, it's print in context. Okay.
Very good.
How do we go?
All right. Open to the audience.
Okay.
What do you reckon, guys? That's a pass. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, you might have heard the tradies are back at work in the background. So
yeah.
The good news is the people online, I don't think they can hear it. It's just a hammering inside our heads.
Yeah. So there are actually people doing some real work here today. Okay.
I love it when Ivan said we had a question yesterday. It just seems so long ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So long ago.
Yeah.
So we're past 8 o'clock, I believe, which means we're past the 19th hour into the 20th hour of the Stump Strategist marathon. 24 hours of marketing challenges sold against the club. It's high pressure, it's high stakes, it's walking that fine line between bravery and stupidity.
It's also high content, high excitement, and high value. Come on,
That's
you know,
right.
give
You'd
us a
have to
break.
be barking mad.
What an
wouldn't you?
experience this is. Come on.
So we are building the models, the strategies, and the frameworks to solve the chewiest, crunchiest marketing challenges that you can throw to us. Both down here in the studio at Fishburners, you can join us at 608 Harris Street, or you can watch us online, which you're probably already doing. You can ask questions online by commenting on the YouTube feed, by entering it into the chat box, or by emailing us at stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. So we're going to go to another one of the online questions. There was a stack submitted overnight from the UK, the US. I even had a text message from someone in Denmark who was watching us live from Denmark.
Wow.
Hello, Anis, if you're still there.
Sitting next to our Mary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reaching around the world. We're going to
Because I got a text from Sweden. It said Örenburn, Skurenburn, heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd work on that one.
Swedish.
Yeah.
Swedish. All right, we're going to go to one of the online questions and clear the backlog of questions that came through overnight. Rob, what have you got for us?
Okay, this one's come through from Simon at gmail.com.
No.
Simon and Chingo.
What a great name.
We're a mid-sized transport company based in South Australia. We run a fleet of 40 trucks and run logistics for wholesalers and retailers. So South Australia, just outside Victor Harbour there, he says. Business has grown steadily, but we're ready for big growth. The question is, where next? Do we grow interstate or internationally? Do we offer new services? How do you decide what's next? It's really...
To grow a trucking company internationally when it comes to
That's right.
Oh, I don't know.
So it was...
We have a little company in Australia called TNT that started out as a trucking company. It's
I think we're the same.
A little company.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
All right. Any?
I think they perfected the technology in the World War II D-Day landing. It's kind of just this little inflatable.
All right. So the question is, it's a logistics and trucking company
Yeah.
looking to grow, and they're asking,
What's the best strategy for growth? Yep. Okay. Cool. Okay.
let me take us away, Ash, when you start the clock going. So look, the first thing here is now we're talking about opinion, not advice, because I don't know your business, so I can't tell you exactly what the next best step is for you. And the number one thing there is I just don't know the context that you're actually working in. Context is so important because until we know where the opportunities and the challenges lie, we don't know where the lemonade stands and the potholes are on your road to success, to use an analogy, a metaphor. So first thing to do is do a scan of what's going on in your world. There's scans like the PESTLE, which has a look across political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. We use one called the Strategic Radar, which has a look at what are the opportunities and threats that are coming externally, what are the opportunities and threats internally, and also when are they going to hit, because that's important. Because if there's an opportunity or a challenge that's barreling down towards you, it's going to hit in the next 1,000 days, that's where you act. That's where you take action, you jump on it and make sure you're dealing with it. If it's going to hit you in 10 years or more, or 7 years or more, look, you can you start to build for it. You want to be putting cultural elements in place. You want to be preparing for it so that you don't go the way of Kodak and Borders and those sort of companies. You want to be preparing for the long-term changes. But where we tend not to look is what's changing over 3 to 7 years. It tends to be no man's land. It's very hard to predict what's going to change in 3 to 7 years' time. So focus on what's going to happen in the next 1,000 days, the opportunities and the challenges. Looks like you've just drawn a strategic radar.
I'm just strategically drawing a strategic radar, actually.
Nicely done. So at the heart of the radar is the purpose. And that's got to drive where you grow as well. So what's at the heart of your business? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? What touches, moves, and inspires you, your staff, and your customers? And look, purpose isn't a mission statement. It's not we want to be supplier of choice in our sector. It's really what drives you. So for Virgin, it's we are David slaying Goliath wherever they sleep. It's a guiding thought that gives action and out. For Coca-Cola, it's to share happiness with the world. That's their purpose. And matched with that is a commercial ambition, which goes with purpose, which is how do you know when you've won? For Coke, it's having a Coke within the arm's reach of anyone, anywhere in the planet. For Ford, it's having a Ford in every driveway in America. That's when they know they've won.
So, Adam, doesn't that just look like a SWOT?
Yeah, but it's nicer.
No, it's not a SWOT. The trouble with SWOT analysis is it's the generalizations that lose the distinctions and the value. So the distinctions between a strategic radar and a SWOT are firstly this. It has a purpose. The purpose provides a filter. Now, during the course of our Stump the Strategist marathon, I think there's going to be something like 973 different academic papers and new bits of research published. You can't possibly keep up. So unless you have a purpose that gives you a filter, you can't keep up. The second thing is what we have is the time overlays. Adam mentioned we have 1,000 days, we have 7 to 10, and then we have 3 to 7, and then 7 to 10 years. When we're looking at these ranges, we basically have 1,000 days as the action zone. We then have 7 to 10 years is basically the resource zone. So when Jobs came back to Apple in 1996, famously went and slashed the range by 70%, cut payroll, and actually got clear, given his purpose, about where they wanted to lead. It was about a desktop a laptop, the G3 PowerBook MacBook Pro. So with 4 products, he was very clear. Then he resourced for this transition zone. That's where the I range came through, the iPhone, iPad, etc. It just was internet. The I is for internet, got ready to surf the wave. So when we're looking at a strategic radar, we have opportunities and challenges, the market trends, the market forces, the competitive forces that give opportunities or challenges. We have our internal factors, which is our sustainable competitive advantage. And then we have the external challenge, the internal challenges, and this is about where we're getting stuck, where we're currently tripping up all the time. So first of all, we start with context.
Look, I've just had an experience with this week because I ordered something from one of the major online suppliers of an auction site, and when it went to the transport company, they lost it. So I'm right up to myself on this one. But no, that's fine. But here were the issues. And so if I look at this as a customer experience, I think there's loads of opportunity. In any business, there are breakers, things that damage the customer experience, any things that make us enhance the customer experience. Here are some of the breakers. There's no time delivery. Oh, we'll get it there on Monday. People are smelly. There's poor tracking of information. When I rang and said, you've lost it, they said, well, our online tracking system, I don't care about your online tracking system, it's not here. And also, there's also the frustration of people like me. So we were talking yesterday about David Hall, the clean plumber. There's no time, he's defined his business, but if there's no time delivery, put a window of a couple of hours. Make your people wash. Make sure that and this is literally happened, there's no tracking. It's on the system, but I'm terribly sorry, we can't phone the people on the truck because they don't turn their mobiles on. And I'm going, you've got to be kidding me. That doesn't make sense. The point of it from a marketing point of view is take your breakers that you think are in the industry, turn them into makers, and you will find an advantage that your competitors don't have, and they don't have to be massive. Sometimes it's only a couple of things. I was working recently with a dentist. We added 40% to his business by getting to run on time. That's all we did. But everybody else said, you know what, I hate it when they're late. I'm sitting in the surgery, got him to run on time. That's the way to do it. And find a I'm tripping over myself. Have a designed experience, one that happens on purpose rather than the one that just happens to result at the moment because of the systems you've got at the moment. You don't have to do much. Change a couple of small things, it'll have an enormous impact.
So the question starts around growth, and we've talked about, first of all, about the importance of context. The second thing is that most businesses make terrible mistakes when they ignore the core. The core business needs to ask their question as part of that strategic radar, what is required just to stand still? Coke, the most valuable brand on the planet in terms of brand equity, when they plan each year, they say, what do we need to do to preserve Big Red? How do we defend the core first? Once we've defended the core, we look at our core business. There's only 4 ways to protect the core business. Can we bring new people into the category? Is there people who should be using transport services that currently aren't? Could we be doing that for them? The second thing is brand share. Are we market leaders in South Australia? If we're not, who could we take brand share from? How could we grow? Yeah. Then we're looking at effective frequency. Are our customers using our business as much as they should? And then it's upsell, cross-sell, and looking to drive margin. We do that first before we look to expand. Then when we're looking to expand, we look at interstate, we look at internationally, and we start to plot the advantages in different markets. When we do that, we look at what's the customer shifts in terms of drivers, need state, financial positions. We need to map that. And then we look at the competitive context. Assuming that you can just lift what's worked in one market to another without changes in those 2 things is a bit of a nonsense. So I might just wrap up on this one, yeah?
I've got one more thing to talk about.
Here, go.
I spent some time working with a guy named Mike Bash. Now, Mike Bash was the initial logistics manager for FedEx. You might have heard of them. And he was saying that the problem they have is if they deliver 1 million parcels a day and they get 1% wrong, they've got a 2% problem. And the reason is there's a receiver and a sender on everything that they do. And so one of the things you've got to do is to make sure that you deal with this thing I call a moment of trust. When you promise something, this is the biggest thing in transport, the biggest thing. If you tell somebody you're going to do something, it happens. Otherwise, you piss off 2 people, the person that sent it and the person that was supposed to receive it. So moments of trust become really important.
Okay, I actually want to start there. So start with your moments of trust. Make sure that even though you think you're doing well, have you optimized your customer experience from a customer's point of view? We then look at our context. We complete a full strategic radar and see the trends that are starting to hit. Is Uber hitting trucking? Is Uber hitting transport? And should we be defending before we expand? We then look at our core. We look at new customers, brand share, effective frequency, upsell, cross-sell, and margin. And then we look at interstate and internationally given our competitors, our context, and then we map things for value effort, noting that there's going to be a distraction and we never want to distract from our core.
Very good.
Ooh,
Get
boy,
trucking. There you go.
That was
close.
fast. Well done.
Okay. All right. So looks like the audience are. You still with us, guys?
Yeah. Get some.
Yeah.
We need some cappuccinos.
Yeah, these truckers have been up all night, haven't they?
Yeah. We need some more cappuccinos.
Okay. So everybody up. Time to stretch the legs a little bit. Of morning calisthenics.
I'm glad to have you here, guys. It's wonderful to see you here this early. Well done.
All right, so stumped or passed. 3, 2, 1. Over the line.
Well done. Okay.
All right, guys. Let's clock that one up.
Rightio.
I think the pens are going to run dry before the strategists do, by the looks of it.
Okay.
We got any more? We need more pens in the wings.
We're up to the red pens.
Oh, really? We are. That's not going to show up. We need to get some more pens.
We're taking any questions, both online and from the audience, on marketing, communication.
Just for
sales.
customers.
We want to know what's keeping you up at night. What are you getting stuck on? Where are the areas you want to grow? We're going to give you a hand. What we're going to do is put 9 minutes up on the clock behind us. We're going to take your challenge and build you a framework, the model, the strategy for nailing that true marketing problem.
And we have people that are returning from yesterday because they couldn't stay away. Well done.
People we can't get enough.
Fantastic.
But there's just 2 things we need to remember, Adam. What are they?
Well, first thing is, it's opinion, not advice. Now, we don't know your business. We're just meeting you for the first time, and none of us are foolhardy enough to say, yeah, I know your business. Here's what you should do. No, we're going to give you the opinions based on the models, the strategy, and the frameworks that we've seen work for other businesses, that we've seen work in other categories. We can take that and use that and be first in your category. There is only one rule.
There is only one rule. It's here. It's written here.
I don't know why we even bother writing it there.
I don't know. It's not like the online guys are listening. They've been very good. We've actually had no breaches of the rule from the online audience today.
So it's 9 minutes without interruptions. Once we start answering your question, you give us that 9 minutes free. Thank you, guys. You haven't interrupted once. A few people that are live are not so.
Yeah, that rowdy live audience.
Yeah. We apologise for those people that have thrown things at their own screens, but that's your issue.
Great.
All right. So the clock is back up.
Yep.
Right.
Are we going to take that question from the audience? It's not ready. Building out to the next one. Are you ready?
Yes, not enough caffeine yet.
Yeah.
Right. Next online question.
Yeah.
Yep.
Audience question, is it?
Audience question. Fantastic. We'll just get you a microphone.
I'm going to have a bit of caffeine before we go.
There's a microphone behind
Microphone's
you.
ready. Here it is.
Right.
Here we go. Oh.
I want to position our business as the best online and web strategist for small business owners who own businesses between 1 and 20 employees.
Right. Web strategy.
Yes, so that we are...
Can you flesh web strategy out a bit?
So small businesses need to get online.
Yeah.
But what's happening is people are designing pretty websites, but not really delivering their business's strategy, you know, what they really stand for through their business, through their website. So what really they need to flesh out any business is what that business really stands for, right? And how they are so unique and what they can do best for a customer. That's not coming through. So what's happening is that somebody comes and designs them a pretty website. So we want to change this paradigm, and we want every small business, if ever they do their websites, they have to get this strategy right. I want to know what is the best way we can do our strategy to deliver that message.
Okay. Any clarifying questions? You're okay? Looks like Ivan's, the big man's already rolling. Look at him. He's away now.
Wow,
Look at him. He's even taking his jacket off. You know, you got some good stuff coming when the big man loses
it's the
threads.
lights, they're reflecting off my head.
Absolutely.
Right, 8 seconds down. Let's get into it. The first area I want to have a look
Actually,
at.
with 8 seconds down, 8 seconds is actually a fabulous number, because 8 seconds is now the engagement point on most websites, where you have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you've either got me in terms of you show me something relevant or I'm gone.
Yep.
Bounce rates aside, you basically have 8 seconds to show me something relevant or I'm gone.
And that's true of your position, that's true of your communications, it's true of your website as well. Now, you've got to build that credibility, and I like the ambitiousness in what you're asking, because you don't want to be just positioned as an advisor, you want to be positioned as the best advisor for these particular areas. So one place I want to have a look at is what kind of partners can get you there faster than anywhere else. If you're going for small businesses, 1 to 20 employees, now someone else is trying to get in touch with businesses of 1 to 20 employees and is struggling to differentiate are the big 4 banks. Now, good news is there's 4 of them, which means you can start to play them off against each other. If you went to, say, Commonwealth Bank to begin with and say, I've got a program that's going to be so valuable for your small businesses, that's going to help them make more, put more dollars in your bank, and position you guys as the ones looking after the little guys. Well, it's banks, right? They're always working hard to not be the big guys picking on the little guys. If they can actually be helping them, they could potentially be paying for your services for their clients or referring you in. All of a sudden, you go from we're a new business that's no one heard of and we're trying to be the best, and there's things you can do to help with that over the long term. But short term, backed by Commonwealth Bank is a really powerful play. And hey, go to Commonwealth Bank and say, look, my next meeting's with NAB. Do you want it? Because I'm going to pitch it to them as well. Have a pitch on, play them off against each other to see if you can get that sort of backing right up front.
There's 3 things that whenever I think about that kind of thing, there are 3 things. A, how do you differentiate? And differentiate's either going to be low or it's going to be high. You want advocates that are going to refer you. And here's the bit that most people want. Everybody wants the advocates. Everybody wants to differentiate. Where they don't start is what the customer
I don't.
values.
I want to be the same.
You want to be the same. Well, and you've overachieved in that space. Here's what the customer values, and I think this is the bit that gets missed. And I think if you're doing strategy for small businesses, the challenge you've got is how do you get, where's the pain point? Because I'm a small business and I understand what you're going through, because I sit there and go, I need somebody to explain to me how to make my online strategy cohesive. Which vendors do I choose? How do I know which one? How do I get a designer to interact with my direct marketer? And I gather that's kind of what you're doing. Is it the strategy piece? Okay. So it's the pain point. And if I were you, I would come up with what I call a hot button list. And the hot button list would be, here are the 5 reasons that people use our services. I don't know which one's yours. You tell me which one's yours, and then I'll tell you how we affect which one's yours. I'd actually flip it over, because everybody's doing the drown you in information. I'd flip it over and go, you know what, we're going to do it the other way. Here are the 5 reasons people mostly choose our products. You tell us which is the most important to you, and then we'll address that one. Otherwise, you're in danger of doing what I call bucketing, which is we've got this whole information, we're going to tip it all on you, and hopefully something will hit you that you'll get excited about.
I want to just take a step back, and I'm going to throw back to Ivan in a second, because he spoke about something in a previous question I think so pertinent. So if you just log moment of trust, right. I'll throw to you in a second. You said you want to be the leader in website strategy. I'm a small business owner. I don't have somebody in that position. And the reason is, when it comes to digital, I've been lied to. I've been disappointed and I've been let down, because it's always taken twice as long, cost 3 times as much, and been 4 times as confusing as it needed to be. So in terms of my availability for that conversation, it's down. I don't need somebody to come and sell to me because I don't believe, I don't trust, and I'm not willing to engage. So I think the opportunity for you in positioning as website strategy is you need a hook and a lead-in and an audit tool to actually quantify. And now there's things like PageRank sites, there's SEO Moz that actually look at how websites perform for search engines. What about the way they perform for customers? So if you could actually build a tool and an audit tool that could automatically assess Because the more shit than a show bag approach of information's good for SEO is not what happens for people. Information is a barrier to action. And the more information you put there, the less people will actually like to take action. So if you start from a proposition that says people's availability for this conversation is so tiny, you need to be single-minded. I think that single-minded starts by actually rebuilding trust around having an audit tool that can quantify how my web experience is going really. So just throw it, I'm about talking about the role of trust.
Sure. And I think this audit tool needs to be two parts. We've actually got one. If you want to come and see me afterwards, I'll give you an audit tool for the customer's experience. So how does the business evaluate its customer's experience? And then you work backward from there. It used to be the moments of truth. You know, are you telling me the truth? And now it is the moments of trust. And trust is, you said you were going to do this. Can I trust that you're actually going to deliver on that? And I think that's actually the starting point backwards, which is, how can I trust you down here not to lie to me? But the other thing is, which part of the promise do I want to keep? There's a brilliant, brilliant book been written called The Truth About Trust in Business, and it has a wonderfully interesting model. But the two parts of it are the implied and the explicit. So what are you implying about what you do, and how can you make that explicit? In other words, we think we're going to do this for you. We're actually going to do this, and then you've got to be able to deliver. But if you transfer that to your customers in the strategy point of view, you'll end up with the same place. Is that kind of what you needed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to add one more perspective on the partner approach. I've had a bit of time to think about it now, luckily. So the other part about small businesses is that they like to try doing things themselves first. And there's the promise of a whole suite of tools online like Squarespace, Shopify, Wix, the list goes on, where it says, you don't need someone to help you do this. You can do it yourself. The trouble is, people get on there, they try and do it themselves, and then they get frustrated. That's the opportunity for you to come and say, hey, actually, it wasn't as easy as they promised, but I can actually make it easy for you. So if you can partner with Squarespace, Shopify, or Wix, it's an approved supplier. Shopify has an approved consultant program that you can get on board with. Then you get people right as they're starting their digital journey, and right as they're seeing the importance of it, and right as they're seeing how hard it is. That's one way for you to get in and either shift them to your own platform, shift them somewhere else, but really cement that relationship early on.
I've just got one quick thing to do. I've just been working on a model for another client, and it is working with this, so that if this is effectiveness, if you do it yourself, here is the effectiveness that we expect. If you get somebody in who knows what they're doing, you'll end up with this level of effectiveness, and you can put your own levels in. And then if you get an expert in, here's what your level of effectiveness could be, and speed as well. And my thing for you is monetize it. Actually take it out of the intangible, which is we might be able to do this to you, to people who do this end up with this kind of return on investment, this return on investment. When you add an expert in, it costs you this, but your speed goes up, your return goes up.
Okay, so the first thing is, when you say you want to lead in this space, I think acknowledging that that space currently doesn't really exist. Why? Because people have been lied to, misled, confused, and it's shut down. So we need to reopen that up. The best way to do that is some sort of quantification, some sort of audit tool. And if people are doing an SEO audit, what about you did a web experience audit? Use either a white label of tools from someone like Ivan who's trusted, or actually build something. Then roll that out with partners, because to open this back up, you need to actually provide something of value to build your own trust in a digital experience. So it's don't tell me you're funny, tell me a joke. And then finally, in the framing, to make sure that you acknowledge that these small business owners are going to want to try to do something themselves first, and that's just an absolute nonsense. So that's the 3 steps. It is getting hot, isn't it? Whew.
Okay. Excellent. Right.
There we go.
Some happy claps up front, so must have done well. So we do get to vote on every question.
There we go.
There we go. One up.
The vote is in. Well done.
Vote is in.
What's that? Getting close. So guys, this is Stump the Strategist. We've got a panel of strategists on stage for 24 hours. It's been grueling. We've been at this since 1 p.m. yesterday. Here's how it works. You guys get to throw at us the chewiest, nuttiest, crunchiest problem when it comes to marketing, sales, growing your business, finding staff,
customer experience,
branding, and customer experience, because this is the guy for customer experience. We're taking questions from the audience as they trickle in and out today, and also online, where we've been streaming to the UK, the US, Denmark. And it wasn't really Sweden,
no.
Not Sweden. So, any questions? There's a backlog online. We'll also take.
We have an audience question.
Question from the audience. Well done.
Audience question.
Thank you. We're excited. Thank you.
Thanks for being here for 24 hours. We've got a peer-to-peer car sharing platform called Car Next Door, and we've currently got 170 odd cars on it, and about 3,200 people borrowing the cars.
So 170 cars.
Yep.
And 3,200 borrowers.
Yep. And we are trying to there's always in two-sided marketplace. There's always one side you struggle with more than the other, and for us, it's the cars. There's a bunch of things we're doing, but I'd be keen to basically the question for you guys is how can we get put on more cars faster? So
that's basically you're an app interface, are you?
Yeah, it's an app interface. We install hardware on the car as well.
Okay.
So basically what we do is an owner joins, or an owner inquires with us, and then if they decide, right, yep, I want to rent my car out, and they can earn money from that. So a typical average owner makes $2,500 a year sharing out their car.
Yeah.
2.5.
So it's kind of like go-get, but it's private owners supplying the vehicle.
Exactly.
Go-get.
That's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
So private owner go-get.
Private owner go-get.
Yep.
Yep.
I love it when I come up with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And your particular question is what type of marketing initiatives could you be doing to grow the cars or the borrowers?
Well, we know, like once we get a car on, we know like, the borrowers just come.
So it's
like
that's cars, is it?
Yeah. The cars is what drives it for us, and we need
a stock problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And do they need to change? Just one question, sorry. Do they need to change their insurance policies when joining?
They come under our membership plan, which includes comprehensive insurance.
Yeah.
And they can drop their existing policy because they're included in ours.
All right.
Yeah.
So you actually replace their existing insurance policy. Okay. All right.
Which is kind of the only way we can do it regulatorily here.
All right. Oops. There we go. Any other away?
Yeah,
Yep.
look,
Okay,
I actually saw you guys had a stall at the Newtown Festival on the weekend, and I really wish I talked to you. It would have been perfect homework for right now. So, okay, at the top level, I'm starting by who are you actually competing with. You've got hire cars, go get Flex-a-Car, Hertz, Green Car, and ultimately owning a car. So if we leave out owning a car for a moment, go with the various forms of hire and car share systems that are already out there, there's one thing they all have in common, which is they're working to a certain urban density. That model works when you have access to enough cars and enough people in one spot, which is why you see all the cars around the city, the eastern suburbs, and the inner west as well, but they don't go further than Parramatta. Now, their logical business reason is the density isn't there, that if your nearest car isn't available, where's the next car available? But if we look for where the greenfields opportunity is, it's potentially out of the cities. It's not playing and competing in the same spaces that have already been dominated and saturated by these companies, but where are the next opportunities? I'm thinking places like Newcastle, Gosford, urban, slowly moving to medium and high density areas that haven't been dominated yet. Also, Adelaide and Perth that aren't serviced by these types of car systems. So the first opportunity is always to go fishing where the fewest fishermen are going. That makes sense? So start by what are the opportunities, what are the territories that no one else is looking at?
I'm actually going to do a yes and totally contradict you in a funny way, Stones. So what's interesting, I don't know how much you've done about your story, but certainly I love the thought about, it's more responsible car ownership, more responsible for the environment, and more responsible financially for you. And I think with that message, if you go into a context where people are thinking about car ownership, such as carsales.com.au, that might be an interesting place to actually start placing some ads. So when people are thinking about buying a car, they can stretch a little bit more, yeah? It's like if you think about $2,500 per year, you think about the average cost of how long people own a car for. You could probably figure that out. It's somewhere maybe between sort of 5 years. So you're actually thinking you could afford a car that was an extra sort of $10,000 or more just by logging onto this when you buy your new car. So it's getting into that mindset of change and transition. People don't like change. There is a bias towards the status quo, but in a moment of change, it's a simple yes and. So I'd even potentially think about a joint venture partnership with carsales.com.au because it's more responsible environmentally and more responsible for people financially. So they might actually be a really good partner, not just an advertising medium for you. It's something that you can try and then scale. So you can get some ads up really quickly and then scale. Test the different messages of environmental versus financial. Now, you've got a key driver there, enviro. You've got a key driver there, financial. What we've actually seen, and why I'm going to do a little yes and build on stones there, is the biggest driver of behavioral change is one-upmanship versus your peers. And if you've got 170 cars already and you know where they are, I would go back, and the answer is a letterbox drop, so print. I would actually go back and around the houses, the next 2 or 3 streets of where somebody is actually joined, I would want to say, hey, did you know that one of your neighbours has jumped on this new platform and they're earning up to $2,500 per year while saving the planet? What are you doing, chump? Yeah? Because what we've seen, and if we look at mosaic segmentation, it's people in like areas, and they do it down to a street level. So mosaic segmentation actually build different profiles of people. Your biggest take-up is going to be around the houses of the people who are already doing it. If they know that their neighbours are already on it, that's the best chance of doing it. So if you can digitally variable print, did you know that somebody who lives in Swain Street has just jumped on this platform? They're saving the environment, but they're doing something that's financially smart. Yeah?
Yeah, I think this screams to me of Facebook. This screams to me of an experience on Facebook which says, and the Facebook thing you can very much target is, do you have a second car? Because if you've only got one, maybe you don't have the flexibility to do something. But if you've got 2, maybe we can help you with all of the things that the boys have been talking about in terms of the monetary side. But I would then go, okay, what kind of experience are we delivering? I'd get some Skype chats out to the people that you're already doing, get them to talk to you, start posting that on Facebook, because you can be so targeted on Facebook about who you want, what you want. I'm guessing you can find people who have 2 cars on Facebook. You can find just about anything on Facebook. And it's a cheap medium for doing it, but it's also a medium that's very viral. People will repost and retweet and all that sort of stuff on Facebook. So I'm saying, if I were you, I'd be talking about, this is the experience of me doing this, because we talked about trust in the last one. I think your biggest issue is, I have to give my car away? Oh my God, I can't do that. How can I trust you to take my car and look after it? I'd have a bunch of other people doing 2 things. A little video, and then you need to get some online reviews. So when people are searching for what you do, the online reviews come up and they go, this person has moved from, when you get an online review, somebody else is saying, giving your message. So you move from visible to credible. And if you move from credible, then you can move to buyable. But the problem is sometimes in this case, you're trying to go from visible to buyable without moving past credible. Does that make sense? What SEO, what Google says is what you say about yourself. Yeah, sure. What other people say about you, that's gold. And we'll push you up the rankings. And it also is social proof. Other people have done this. I'm okay. It's fine. So if you take those 3 things, do that, find a medium, away you go.
So I had a little thought during my quiet time standing in the corner thinking about what I've done.
Adam, stand in the corner and think about your behaviour.
I've already done that. So I love the concept in the business because I'm very environmental myself. Unfortunately, that means I fall out of your target market because I don't own a car and I'm not driving, so I'm already in the car share service. So I'm thinking, who else has the same mindset as the type of people you want to give away your cars? And there's this whole community around property investors who are all about taking the assets you have and leveraging the crap out of them. There's speakers who go out and talk about going from 0 to 130 properties in 2 years. They run big conferences, they get thousands of people there, all wanting to know how to leverage investment properties to get there. Every one of them, it's a no-brainer for those people to say, well, here's another asset I've got, I should be leveraging that as well. They're the people you want to link in with, set up a referral and a commission and partnership scheme with some of these speakers. Because there's a great book just released by Peter Thiel called 0 to 1. And what he talks about is monopolizing a community. Facebook got started by monopolizing Harvard first, then universities,
than the others. You want to, PayPal was the 20,000 power users on eBay. Who can you monopolize? You can absolutely monopolize this small group of property investors who have a matching mindset and who are reachable through these communities that already exist. You get in with them, I think you'll get a massive amount of traction and then can start to think bigger.
And they have massive online communities. They all talk to each other in chat rooms and spaces and places.
Yeah. Okay, so just opening it up. First of all, thinking about the greenfields opportunity. So if there's extra competition in city areas, then go outside them and open that up first. Think about the changeover periods. So a partner like carsales.com or one of their competitors, people in transitions, then giving them that opportunity to think about they can get extra money. It's a simple change. Don't worry about your insurance. You can build a really great story in that environment. They're not just an advertising medium, they're a potential doing good partner. The other thing there is thinking about geo-targeting. I would get really local. You can get Salmat to do 1,000 houses for about $30 in terms of a letterbox drop. I would make sure that you have the message here of it's good for you, it's good for the environment, but most importantly, your neighbours just got ahead of you, catch up. We then look at social reward. As Ivan said, there's a real opportunity in the social environment. I mean, you could look something like Goodwill's credits, yeah? Where you're actually looking at Goodwill's credits to do good, some sort of gamification, the self-expressive publication benefits of that, and then get into the thought leaders. So we've seen some on stage. So you've got Ivan's a thought leader, Tim Longhurst is coming up this afternoon, Craig Rispin. These are the guys that will sell your message from stage, and then you'll get the early adopters on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
All right, everybody up. Stumped or passed?
You can't go until you vote.
Oh, you got to vote. Stumped or passed? Okay, that was good. Whoa. Thank you.
I actually had a thought after that. Before you go, I actually had a thought after that. If you've got a $20,000 asset sitting in your garage and you own it, $2,500 is a hell of a return on your investment.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
like it's better than putting your car in the bank sort of thing.
Yeah. Is it sitting there doing nothing for you? It used to be a depreciating asset. Now it's a return on investment. Okay. Right. I think I need to borrow your duster offerer.
Yeah.
Our duster offerer is falling to pieces.
All right, dealing with the big technical issues of a very dirty whiteboard, you can practically peel off.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, that was good. Yeah. No, that was useful.
24 hours.
We need to bring back Dave, the cleaning lady.
Yeah. Where's John Farnham when you need him?
We've had a question from online, chaps, and when I read it out, you may recognise who it's from. And the question is,
we might recognise.
You might recognise.
Is it in Swedish?
Yeah.
Similar. I've got the domain names for a Scandinavian game called Floorball.
Right.
Right, which is big overseas but tiny in Australia.
Yeah. Right.
At the moment, only people who play it are expats. But it's fun, fast. It's really good for fitness. Aussies just don't seem interested. I want to treat it as a business and grow it across Australia, but I don't know how.
Floorball.
Floorball. I can answer questions about floorball if you have any.
Sorry, does anybody know anything? Can I ask a
Renee,
clarifying question about anybody know anything more about floorball and
It's a roller hockey.
roller hockey? Okay. All right.
Indoor roller hockey.
Indoor roller hockey.
Not at all big in Australia, maybe big again amongst certain staff members in the business. All right, so floorball. How do we get floorball big in Australia? Got the domain names. Was there any other key points that I missed there? Just Australians don't get it. Australians don't get it. Want to treat it as a business. And they want to treat it as a business and grow the sport as a whole in Australia. Okay. Ready when you are.
Right.
Can we start it?
Okay.
Okay.
Let me grab onto this one first. I think part of this is this is like Ebola. It's an infection that spreads. And what I mean by that is, there are no people. In other words, when somebody says Australians don't get it,
Topical, Ivan. Topical.
oh, topical. I tell you what, I'm excited. I'm on the ball. When you say Australians don't get it, it means that Australians who don't understand it don't get it. And I'm guessing that there are pockets of people who come from the countries that do get it, that would play it here if they knew it was here. So I think it's actually part of a community issue. find the community of people from the places where they do know it, where people are playing it, and infect the people here with that enthusiasm from the people in their original places they came from or the places where they have it. So if, for example, we were talking about Denmark before, if it's big in Denmark, find the Danish community here that might well go, well, our friends are playing it, our family are playing it, start it there, and then start to create an experience around it, because if it's interactive, experiences are really easy. You just have to go do it somewhere and people will join in. I mean, it's just what happens. And so that kind of infection happens quickly.
So to get that infection, when it comes to marketing, there's a principle called Kruger's 3-hit theory, which is you've got to hit someone 3 times before they actually get what it is you're talking about. The first time they say, well, what is it? And they've got to say, okay, floorball, here's how it works. Second time is what of it? So am I meant to be entertained by this? Am I meant to go and play it? Should I be signing up for lessons? And then the third hit is the reminders to actually take action behind it. So to do that, you've got a long hill to climb in getting that traction, getting that 3 hits in front of enough people to get traction. There's 3 types of media you can be working with. There's what you own, there's what you earn, and then there's what you pay for. I'm assuming because you're starting up, you don't have much of a budget to pay for marketing. Let's not start with TV ads or anywhere like that. Where I am very interested is how you can earn some media around it. So one of the challenges of the 24-hour news cycle, the number of channels on TV, is coming up with enough content to fill all those hours. And having a unique activity that can be worked into reality TV shows, into game shows, something fun that people can do on Sunrise, for example, is one opportunity to start to build the credibility and build the positioning by just having it shown in a public space. So have a look for PR, how far you can get there.
Yeah, if I were piggybacking on that, what about all the reality shows that are looking for something different, something new that nobody's seen before? Yeah. You know, put it on Beauty and the Geek and watch people do it that way, and all the adventure shows like this new Big Adventure where they're going to dig up the beach. I don't know whether you can play it on a beach, but what I'm saying is that there's lots of places you can go where they're looking for something unique and different, where there are participants that they want to have somebody do something that nobody's seen before. I think that's great, and it's real. That's really sneezing on people.
Yeah, absolutely. So the business model itself is a big question here as well. How are you going to turn a sport into a business when it's new to Australia? And there's really 3 ways you can approach this for your own approach. One is entertainment. Do you make it something that's so fascinating to watch that you're selling TV rights, you're selling tickets to games, you're bringing in international players, and there's a big stir around that? Is it about training and lessons? Is it about mastery the same way martial arts is about mastery and you don't do it to watch or to perform, but it's about your own development? Or is it about running competitive tournaments that people pay to enter? And then it's all about getting more people to play, getting it into school so there is that driving force behind it. Depending on which one of these you choose will greatly impact the marketing strategy that makes sense for it. The danger here is not choosing. The danger here is trying to do all 3 and not getting traction on any of them. So really encourage you to pick one of these, narrow down, and focus.
So essentially, it's a 2-step dance the way I see it. The first thing is a set of questions around what your particular message is. Who is it for, really? We need to get quite tight, because just saying, oh, you know, it's for 18 to 60-year-olds, that's not a target audience, it's a family reunion. We need to be very clear who it's for. What's the essence of this? Is it, as Adam says, is it about fun? Is it about fitness? Is it about competitiveness? What's the essence of that? And get it down to a couple of words. Where is the time going to come from? This is like people's lives are a net sum game. You suddenly want to launch floorball, and there isn't more time created. You need to figure out where that time's going to come from. Are they going to stop doing something? Is actually a smarter strategy than assuming it's a dumb plus. Dumb plus says, Ivan, I assume your life's pretty busy. Would you like something else in it? No, people are looking for less. What can people take out to make this happen? You know, it's better than the morning walk. Find something that they can substitute. You know, it's kind of, it's golf for modern life. You know, if you don't have time to play 9 holes, then play this. So where is the time coming from? And then you need it's like, you know, you saw the way Ivan, a brilliant communicator in that last question, took a concept that was fumbly and went, oh, it's like this for that. When you're trying to anchor something people don't understand, you know, people avoid what they don't they fear what they don't know, and they judge what they can't understand. You need to anchor it to something familiar. So it's it's like. So that's the message. You need clarity on that before you move to part B. Part B There's 3 strategies here for amplification. Now, Adam talked about owned, earned, and paid. Here's some tactics within that. First of all, expat visitors. If this is big in Scandinavia, the next time Mary's here, get her to have a game, you know? It's the classic expat pride from home demonstrated locally. What about taking a company from Scandinavia like IKEA and having an in-store game? If you got the IKEA database across this, you had an in-store game, you know, people playing floorball around IKEA, wow, they might just get behind you in terms of a corporate entity that aligns with their values. And then finally, you could get outrageous. Depending where you end up about the essence here, you know, if it's about fit and it's Scandinavian, you could do something quirky like a game that will have you so fit you'll want to play it nude. So you could actually have a nude game, telecast that. That would certainly get you basically outrageous coverage, but it's got to be linked to, first of all, your essence. So if your essence is about fitness, look great, you know, a game so good you'd want to play it nude might be something that's relevant.
With Swedish meatballs.
With Swedish meatballs,
Right,
absolutely,
okay.
yeah, if it's a mixed gender thing, of course, yeah.
Last thing I want you to have a look at, this really is a long-term play. It's going to take time to build, and what you need to be doing is making sure that every time you acquire a new customer, a new participant in the sport or the entertainment, that they're then going and recruiting others. You want that embedded mechanism of the member approach. So whether it's about getting people to have a buddy, everybody needs a buddy in order to play this. We're going to do 2-a-side to begin with, change the rules so it's not large teams. It's easy just to grab one other person that you can play with, like tennis, easy to get started with. Then can you build teams, can operate as, for example, a corporate competition. Get all the engineering firms to play off against each other. Get the banks to play off against each other. Get the types of activities that people love to do at lunchtime, love to tap into their corporate competition side, where it's visible, where it's among groups of people that are influential. But make sure every time you get someone, they're looking to see who they can recruit.
Great. Do you want to wrap something?
Great. So a stack of areas to look at here. It starts with making sure you pick the business model, whether it's entertainment, training and lessons, or about competitive tournaments where you get a cut every time it's played. You then want to get your message absolutely clear. Who's it for? What's the community? Which I even talked about. What's the essence behind it? Where can you play it? And what is it actually like? How can you connect it to other things in people's lives? You then want to be promoting it wherever you can across owned, earned, and paid media, where you can work in other partnerships like IKEA, can you tap into existing communities like expats, and do something outrageous. Make it absolutely outrageous and illustrate that with nude floorball.
It's a real guerrilla strategy, isn't it?
I don't think you can beat nude floorball.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you, there's a joke I'm not going to go near. Okay.
You got 30 seconds.
All right.
No.
Okay. Well,
let's leave it there. So everybody up.
Well done.
Stump to pass. 3, 2, 1.
Okay,
Pass. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Another
So
stripe on
everybody
the
give
board.
me a because it's time to say goodbye.
Does that mean we've got 3 to go?
It's
96.
96.
96. 4 to go.
It's time to say goodbye to Ivan.
It's been a great
Thank
fun
you so
pleasure.
much,
Thank you
Ivan.
very much, sir.
Thank you for your time. Very generous,
Experiences.
man. You got a
Have more
puppy
of them.
yesterday, didn't you?
I did. Thank you very
absolutely.
much.
1 puppy per person. Can you do the introduction, Stones? I got to do a quick
That is
bathroom break.
Ivan Frangie. Ivan Frangie is the customer experience expert. I've been lucky to have him on stage twice in the last 24 hours. He was on, I think, at 5 o'clock yesterday, backed up again this morning for a second play. So, it's my very great pleasure to introduce our next 2 guest strategists. You can see them miking up just off stage. Jet Swain and Michelle Tabbert, the founder and CEO at Momentum Advisory Group, the environment strategist.
I wish I was.
What is this?
I'm betting Facebook liked
So, Jet, we know, is a change maker. So to change the world, you need to change your thinking. And Jet is an irreverent, intelligent, affecting speaker on a variety of subjects from all things change, culture, social, and experience to specific innovation and disruption topics. Jet contextualizes the future, creates purpose, and defines solutions. I wrote that myself. Jet, we're really happy to have you join us on stage. Please, round of applause to welcome Jet. Michelle Tabbert is an experienced urban strategist working at the intersection of creative strategy and urban planning. Her role is to work upstream with project leaders to set up the right strategy for large urban projects. Having worked with the design, property and cultural sector for over the past 6 years, Michelle's skill lie in her ability to inject and elicit innovative ideas from the team she works with, which is exactly what we need right now. Some high-powered ideas to solve some chewy, crunchy, nutty marketing challenges.
Oh, gosh.
That are coming online. And from the audience as well. So this is Stump the Strategist. We're taking any question on marketing, communications, and sales. We're putting 9 minutes on the clock behind us. And your panel of strategists here, including Rob, who's just, are you joining us now?
I'm swapping up.
You're swapping with me?
Yeah, Ash is
Ah. I'll stay a little bit longer. So any question on marketing, communications, and sales, 9 minutes goes up on the clock. We'll build you a strategy, the tools, the processes, the models that you need to solve it. Now, we're doing this for a very, very good reason, and that reason is called Assistance Dogs. Assistance Dogs is a fantastic Australian charity. They train dogs to support people with disabilities to help them lead a more fulfilling life. Now, these dogs are the most amazing dogs you'll ever come across. We actually had some on stage yesterday demonstrating how they behave in different situations. So they can pull your socks off your feet, which is always useful. The dog could have got your coffee for you. These dogs are incredible. They can alert people if someone falls over. They can pay the cashier. They can hit the button at the traffic lights. Now, these dogs don't come born that way.
No.
Obviously, they require a lot of training, a lot of intensive care to get there to be that amazing. That is exactly what Assistance Dogs does. Training those dogs, helping people lead more fulfilling lives. So we've been cracking into the problems. We're 96 marketing challenges down at where are we at 20 hours, 21 hours? What are all these people doing in my bedroom?
Yeah.
We've cracked some challenges. The point here is that if we crack a challenge and it's worth it to your business, if you've had an issue in sales and we've just opened up a new sales channel for you, we've saved you money in your marketing, if we found a way for you to grow your business, I want you to work out what that's worth for you and go to assistancedog.org.au, jump online and make a donation there for give half what the upgrade is worth. So someone told us earlier we'd solve $1 million problem for it. So hopefully we'll get that $500,000 check in the mail any day now.
Doesn't even need to be one installment. You can like just take a $10,000 a month.
It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll be back in an hour for more chewy, nutty marketing problems. I'm going to high five with Rob and see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Manager or General Miss Manager, Adam Long.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are looking to take any question on marketing, communications, urban strategy, or experience design. So do we have any from the audience? So we're going to go to our online panel.
Yep.
Yes, question.
Here we go, it's ready.
It seems like the markers and the microphones are quitting before the strategists today. Yes.
Hi, I'm from Assistance Dogs Australia.
Woo!
We're a very small charity.
But growing rapidly.
Growing rapidly.
Last 24 hours has seen that.
Exactly, and we're trying to get up there with the big boys like the guide dogs. We constantly struggle with resources and trying to get bang for our buck in terms of marketing strategies, and Step Change have been amazing in helping us with that. We currently are looking at launching onto the digital scene and trying to get convert our likes and onto make those people into donors. So a big sort of challenge for us is how do we get more Facebook likes, how do we convert those people to donors, and how do we optimize our presence in the in the digital space. So I think that's our biggest challenge at the moment, and do it. We've had some quotes and they're very expensive to get agencies to run that sort of campaign for us. But so we're looking at how do we run on the smell of an oily rag being a charity.
Okay, so how do you optimize your digital presence when to get it done professionally has big bucks?
Exactly.
Yeah? Okay. Any clarifying questions, Jed or Michelle?
So we have a Facebook page. We've got a couple, but we've got about 12,000 Facebook friends at the moment. Yeah. It's always growing. I mean, our imagery is amazing. Obviously, puppies.
Yeah.
Puppies are very attractive. So a lot of people like to find out what's happening.
What else do you know about the people who usually give you money? How does it come around?
We're very much heavily focused on direct mail and sort of more traditional channels of fundraising. So there's sort of, female over 55 propensity to give to multiple charities. So they're sort of our donor demographics. So I suppose...
Do they give lots of small bits, or do they give you...
Yeah, we have sort of the average gift is around $50 and for those donors. But obviously we have different segments which we try and target for larger gifts and for regular gifts as well. So, yeah. With the digital space, we'd probably look at trying to convert people to become regular donors, sort of like Whisper or any other sort of charity that's doing it really well. Soy Dog Foundation is another really big player in the digital space.
I can...
Okay, we ready? Sorry, are we starting? Yeah, okay, start the clock. Yes, go.
And so I know your story really well. One of the big things that I think a lot of charities have issues with is that when some people on direct mail and those traditional channels, that they see it as kind of a take a step. You're actually not. It's just another channel where your audience is different same people. We're the same people who used to tell the same story to us sitting and playing. So it is just another channel. It's not a whole new way of thinking. And that's the first thing that I guess I'd like to put out there. So the most important thing that you need to do is to remember that at the end of that digital channel, there are humans, there are people who want to fall in love with what it is that you do. And just like in any old school, old-fashioned relationship, the way that you get someone to fall in love is by being kind to them, showing them you know who they are, giving them little gifts, surprising them, rewarding them. And that's what we need to do when we're trying to get people to fall in love with our brand. You've got puppies. My children have decided now that we're going to become puppy supporters and we're going to take them on holiday. So that's not what we're looking at your website. So, the main thing that my little one's like, Mum, make sure you come home with a puppy. I'm sure that's going to happen. So the big thing for me is the one thing that digital technology has done for us has dehumanized our communication. So when I talk about experience design, I talk about every experience that you have as a human. So you go to Woolies, maybe because you love the food and fresh food or the certain brands they have, but it's more likely because it saves you time, because it's closer and it's got easier parts and then you're free. So there are emotional things that make life easier for you that make you choose to do things you do. If that can turn the charity space, so we need to design the experiences for the people, tell them stories and get them to fall in love with us. The same way you've always done that. That's how you did it. You told them stories. I mean, I used to get sponsored a puppy, and I used to get updates from the puppy with photos of what he was doing and in the mail and little brochures. Yeah? Fell in love. So it's kind of the same storytelling. Just that there was no idea in that photo.
I completely agree with the falling in love part. I mean, a lot of how we get people to do the things that we do is because either it talks to their status or it talks to their emotions. I've got a few ideas for you. Number one is not all people in the digital space are like equal in that space. There's some people that are influencers in a disproportionate way to others. That's where I would be looking to spend my effort, is creating relationships, probably one-on-one or face-to-face with people who are real influencers, who have either a lot of followers or who are read a lot on the internet. So that's what I would do. I think one of the people that I've seen support your cause is actually, is a thought leader, and he has a wider reach than just anyone. So in my view, if you're looking at getting, and you probably want to spend time socializing the idea with less people for greater gains, so you probably don't want to go for all those $50 transactions. You're probably looking for someone who's going to be able to part with a bit more for you. Then I think also another thing that I've seen work really well is making a fundraising effort around a specific goal. and something tangible. So I listen to a lot of public radio, and in public radio, obviously they don't, I mean, public radio also in America, and obviously America doesn't fund stuff like that. It's, you know, low tax kind of environment. So they often have to make do themselves with what they have. So what they do is they build campaigns or fundraising campaigns around a specific goal, either the amount of backers, and I've seen people move away from we need $25,000 to we need 25,000 followers, so that they're actually growing their base before they grow the money. And they get sponsors to match that funding. So it's all about them getting the credibility with a sponsor that they can actually get that critical mass of followers, because then you're actually capturing an audience for that base of followers, right? For that partner. The other one is, I mean, I know digital, I agree with Jet, digital and physical aren't really separate things. Any opportunity you can give people to interact with the dogs, I think would be, you know, I've never actually had the opportunity. I was hoping there'd be puppies here. I was hoping there'd be dogs here that I could actually feel and touch. That's where you're going to get those heartstrings pulled. And then finally,
there will be. Opal's been here.
Okay, great. And then also connecting with the story. I mean, it may feel, sometimes it may feel like it can be a sad story that somebody's not able to see or has lost their sight or whatever, but I think it's a huge message of hope. So if you could get a competition going out there of, you know, young filmmakers or young storytellers to actually give you some creative input, creative ways with animators, whatever that is, and say, here's a challenge, even to a class, you know, go to whatever, a creative industries, a school that has a creative industries program, and say, here's an assignment, how can you tell this story? And then you use that media that you've gotten for free, given it's good enough, but usually it would be good enough. So those are my ideas. That's it.
Okay, Karen. So with my background as an economist, I love analyzing things and data. And one of the things I think could be really useful in that conversion from Facebook likes to donation is some analysis and customer segmentation around what are the trigger points. So at what sort of interactions are the Facebook likers having that then lead to donations? And then we can better refine our marketing so that we can not only save on marketing spend, but also target it more at the people who are likely to convert over to a donor, rather than just a broad spectrum, broad brush approach. And with that, it's all about using data in different ways. So are they turning to donation after a particular assistance dog event? Is it after a particular post? Are you getting influxes at those points? And targeting what age demographics, status. There's so much information, personal information on Facebook, that you can then go to build a really detailed customer segmentation out of that.
Just want to have a quick little rant here. So I get really jazzed up every time I hear social media, because there's two things about it. One, it's not free, as you've figured out, because you're getting big invoices. It's not free. The second thing is the bad news is you don't have a Facebook profile. Zuckerberg has your Facebook profile. You don't have a YouTube channel. Brit and Paige have your YouTube channel. So you don't own it. What you do own is your database. So the number one social media strategy is get people from your social platforms onto your database. Then what you want to do is you want to model conversion. McKinsey did some data about the difference between social and email marketing. 40 times more likely to to get a customer, or therefore a donor, 3 times more likely to activate in own channels, and they're going to give 17% more. If you could up your donations by 17%, then that's a great thing. The answer to that is what we model conversion. This is an autoresponder. I know the dogs can do up to 50 commands. I think what we need to do is basically have dog pop up. I will do a command for $1. To get that, yeah, who wouldn't, yeah? That's the one. And then what they do is they get a single command. It's a very short video. They're just showing that perfect command. It's $1 each time, and it's once a week for 50 weeks, yeah? That's the way we do it. It's just $1 a week. It's an absolute no-brainer. Now, if that's the conversion, we start by just asking for $1. We've effectively got them to give $50, but then we've got them on a $50 subscription a year, and there's no reason why they shouldn't stop that, especially if they're getting the feedback loop around what's happening. So I just ask you to stop, look at the influence factors here. So it's Cialdini's influence factors. Social proof, scarcity, consistency, authority, reciprocity, and likability. Those are the things that actually get people to shift behavior. With 24 seconds, we don't have time for that. Two things though, instead of just social environments, what about if, I think Jet was talking about it, what about if you went to schools and daycare centres where parents can't actually adopt dogs anymore? It's like the adoption at a class level or a parent level. That's a really rich environment. And pet stores, when people buy a dog for themselves, what about helping somebody who can't just get a normal dog have one for themselves? So look to leverage real world environments. Time for a leg stretch, everybody up. So 3, 2, 1, was it from the divine place or the other place? 3, 2, 1, heads or tails? What do we got? Heads. Oh, that's a pass, thank you. Oh, did you? Oh, wagging tail. We got a wagging tail there. Yeah, we got a wagging tail.
We want to clear up the board?
Yeah. Oops. Jay, would you like to, any questions from the audience? Or are we going to go to the online? Okay, yep. Yep.
Oh, this doesn't work very well.
Andy, do you want to jump on and do a little board clean? Don't worry about that, Michelle. We'll get a board clean off.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Maybe I've got the wrong type of pen.
No, that's right. We'll get someone to come do that.
You ready for the question? Yes, for sure.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. My name's Paul,
Hi, Paul.
and I am from a education technology company.
Yeah.
And we are going through, like most companies, major sort of transitional change, going from the traditional sort of print environment into digital solutions for our customers.
Yeah.
And as part of that journey, we have, traditionally, dealt directly with a lot of the academic sort of society within universities and education businesses. We're now moving towards a direct model to students. And we're about to, in the next, 6, 12 months, launch a new e-commerce platform.
Yeah.
And in doing so, we're starting almost from zero in terms of we don't have a database of essentially students. We need to build that out. And looking to understand in terms of a strategic position, how we start to really drive that engagement in the first 12 months, they'll give us real momentum. So we start to actually see real growth coming out of that direct to student model in the first 6 to 12 months of that being launched.
Okay, and in terms of the content or subject matter and the age of the student, what sort of, who are you after?
So I guess it's traditionally the sort of 17 to 25-year-old university students.
So it's university.
University traditionally. That certainly will change over time as our product suite becomes broader, but that is our core marker right now.
So 17 to 25, so it's secondary.
Yeah, so essentially from tertiary. Yep. Certainly want to start to target as people are leaving high school, so they're aware of our brand, aware of how we can actually help them through their journey into higher education. Yep.
Can you describe your product better? I'm not fully understanding what are the advantages of it.
That's okay. So our product currently are essentially textbooks. So anything you use as a teaching or learning product in all the textbooks you use in various courses, we produce content for those products. And you can obviously buy them through various channels, whether it be bookshops, online, etc. So a lot of students right now are using our products. They may not necessarily know our brand because they're simply given little choice of what to actually use it. They're by their lecturer or by their academics. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah. That's okay. So I guess and that's kind of where we are today. But in the future, where we are building out is more digital learning solutions that we want to start to have direct to students.
So is the question, how do you move from a physical product to a digital product? Or is the question, how do I build a relationship with 17 to 25-year-olds?
Yeah, how do you get the relationship with our audience directly?
Yeah.
Right now we don't have that. And using our e-commerce platform.
Okay, just feels like there's two questions. What's more important there?
Probably more important is that direct relationship. How do we actually build that out?
Build a direct relationship. Okay. Any other clarifying questions, or are we ready to get going?
The relationship to sell books directly.
Well, to sell any product, whether it be physical, digital, it's a lot more. It's content. It's content. Yeah.
So that means that originally professors are suggesting this book.
That's right.
Yeah. Students don't think about publishers; they think about the content.
individual textbook.
Do your
they have to-
lectures usually, are there specific like exercises and stuff that I'm trying to get to? Does everybody need to have? It's only 2 years ago. No, I'm just kidding. Is it stuff that everybody has to have access to the same information, or is it okay that, you know, is the lecturer going to assign an exercise out of the book?
Yeah, so it's a bit of both actually. So right now is a lot more around, you know, getting students to use what they are recommended to use. We want to start to broaden that so they have access to a lot more information and content that will help them essentially. So not just what is being recommended by a lecturer, it's what we recommend as being solutions they can use in their, I guess, educational journey that'll help them to succeed.
And one final question, Paul. Is it about when you say they don't know the brand, is it like, is that a publisher brand that you've got? Is it like a content series brand that you've got? Is it a format brand that you've got? So is there something that unites it, or is it individual publications?
It's a publishing brand, and so, you know, they would be using across their, again, their educational sort of journey, various brands of content, and they'll probably be familiar with the brands, but don't necessarily have a relationship with the brand.
Yeah, okay. All right. We ready? Okay, away. Montague.
This is a really thorny one, just because it's just a set of a context piece. This is not at all in the solution space yet, but what I do know from having been at university recently, no, not that recently, and from having taught at university, is that the relationship between knowledge and information, that relationship's being blurred. And I'm seeing the academic profession, the teaching academic profession, really struggle with, I want you to think, I don't want you to tell me facts, and that it's actually deeply entrenched with the way that people learn and teach. And I think it was last week that there was a whole scandal about how a lot of students actually go to there's this like online business that sells you essays and gets them. Well, as a business idea, and this also works for applications to universities. So I think there's really kind of how do you kind of extract what is information versus what is a knowledge building platform, because they're two different things, and I think you'd go about it really differently. And I think students often think, oh, what do you want me to tell you so that I can get a mark to pass, so that, for some of them, so that I can emigrate to Australia, and for others so that I can have a great career. But, so I think there's just a bit of a confluence of those two things at the moment, but you know more about education than I do.
Well, I think we can have a conversation about the ideological values of education, but in this, if we just go really quickly, I think it's the same problem that lots of pharma companies are having. So if you look at they're a big pharma that produce lots of different brands, and what they've always done is just market their brand. So it's the same, you've got Complex, you've got, and so instead of Procter & Gamble was saying they've only just started branding every TV ad as P&G. Before that, it was just Glade air freshener. So you're in the same place. The students all know the text. They know what books are great for what subjects, etc., etc. They don't look on the spine to see whether it's Scholastic, McGraw-Hill, Nielsen, or whoever. So what you need to do is become a thought leader. I think, this is my thing. You need to put McGraw-Hill up here as a provider of knowledge and content, and to be a trusted influencer and provider of content. So the reason that you need to really kind of get in your head clear, first, the reason I think that people struggled, I have an insight into this, so I will declare it. Struggled with it is that if we come up here to the fundamental purposes. So in the last one, for example, we all jumped in on how to make more money. We didn't think about what or why we were really doing it. If you do not and cannot clearly articulate why it is you do that you do, everything else is just hogwash. So McGraw-Hill needs to be sorry. You need to be really, really certain as to why.
We can't edit that, we're live.
I didn't swear. You don't know how lucky are they that I
You can swear if you like.
Can I?
Yeah.
So McGraw-Hill needs to really take a position as to why they want to be the provider of knowledge and content and social environment and collaborators with students. And from that will come the what. So their textbooks, it's a chat room or forums, it's, exam, fake questions, that when you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, the rest just kind of comes so much more easily. So it doesn't matter to me what the name of the textbook is. What you're struggling here with is becoming a brand that those students know. Everyone knows we've already the publisher, but know that you're the reason for their success. Trust you, and then they're going to look for you and develop a relationship with you because they're falling in love with you.
Paul, for me, the theory of trying to get direct to students is a really tough one because once you enter that space of university, there is so much competition in terms of advice on what books to use. It's all lecturers, they have that position of authority that they're speaking from. And then in my case, when I did maths during my master's, my lecturer was hopeless, so it was all Khan Academy for me. And
Your lecturer isn't watching today, is it?
Gladys, no,
Yeah.
I don't think is watching. So what my theory here is that you need to get in early. If you want to get students, you need to help them through their transition to university. And I think there is a real gap in the market for guiding people through all the marketing rubbish that comes at them from big universities in Australia, what courses they should do, the paranoia around what UAIs they need to get into different courses. It's probably not even called UAI anymore. I think there's a gap there to really hit them with a lead product that gets them to know your brand, helps them to that point where they're at university and you are a trusted advisor.
Yeah, look, I just want to jump in here and tap into something that Jet said. I don't reckon students want books. And I don't reckon students want informational products. You know, your previous customers were not loving customers, they were hostages. They were told that they needed to buy this stuff else they wouldn't pass their courses. And you want to shift from hostages to advocates. You want to move from a compulsory mandated spend to a discretionary spend. And the thing that really gets me around this is that pain is twice as much as a motivator as gain. And I reckon if you map the student population body, there is about this many students. They tend to be overseas students where their parents have paid a lot of money and put a lot of expectations. That's not enough to make you a lot of money. You need to look at the people who have pain. I don't like studying. I'd rather be at the pub. And from my misspent time at law school, I know the only book outside the mandated reading list was Butterworth's little case studies that basically took the 400 pages of Justice Manumbi's judgment and put it down into the only thing that was actually examinable, which is about half a slide. So if you go back to the actual pain points, what about if you did the Lazy Student series and you actually took, here's the textbook, here's what's actually examinable, yeah? That's one thought. The second thought was, what about if you did the Blockbuster series? Knowing that now you're not teaching students, you're teaching cyborgs. They walk around with a little device, a tablet or a phablet with them. What about instead of a textbook, you actually had the audio-visual version that was available? It's called the Blockbuster series. Get the textbook, get the AV. Why? Because AV is by far the most preferred way. And finally, looking to Audible. If you look at the great courses of the world, which is something that's gone absolutely nuts on Amazon, that's a format where it's about the benefit. So you can cook, you can walk, you can work out whilst listening. So take reading time, which people don't have anymore. If you want to students say, how much time do you have to lie about? Not much. If you can basically start from a place of pain and go, I don't want more reading, I don't want more books, I want stuff that works for me. So I'm either lazy, I prefer watching video, or I'd like to have something I can listen to when I'm doing something else. That's when we're starting from a place of need and getting this transition between hostage to advocate. They're completely different.
And I think one of the things that's built into what you've just said is, I think there's a diversity in the student body. I think you need to do some really hard-hitting. Not all students are born equal under the sun.
Yeah.
They're not all there for the same reasons. And they're not going to want, some of them just want to pass, some of them want to learn, some of them are maybe between the two. Like, you really need to map out what those drivers are, because they're not, as a whole, all going to be captive audiences for your product.
Yeah, that's a really nice insight. And if you mapped it out and you actually went, here's the series for the easy passes, yeah? Here's the HD Edge, yeah? And you actually modeled at this type of level, and then you're actually serving and producing the content, because there's nothing more frustrating if you just want to pass to have the advanced textbook. There's nothing.
When you start writing your product, work out why how you're going to sell the product without truly understanding what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah? You're not in a position to design your product. That's not your gig.
Yeah.
All right. It's going to explode now.
Okay. All right, time for a little leg stretch. So everybody up, 3, 2, 1, stump or pass. What do you reckon? From heaven to the underworld?
You're too nice. You're very...
They are very nice.
It's so cool. I want that. Can we come back now?
I'm sure you can find it online. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of hard, isn't it? It's not as easy as it should be.
So maybe I can get our audience to think of any questions particular around urban strategy or experience design. Any questions around urban strategy or experience design, or is there any on our online panel? There is some from it. We turn to our online panel.
Hello. Okay. Questions from Rich.
Rich.
I've raised $14,000 on Kickstarter and built the Glowbro.
The Glowbro?
The Glowbro is a device which lights up the toilet bowl for guys in the middle of the night. Yeah. Sells for $10 a pop, but will never make the sales online. It seems the best marketing campaign these days are all online, like the Ice Bucket Challenge.
Yeah.
I work in marketing, so I know that's really difficult to do. I think I need ideas for partnerships so I can sell this thing.
Yeah. So it basically sits in the toilet.
It sits in the toilet bowl.
So it lights up.
When you
lift
the bowl
lid
in the middle of the night.
Oh, that's cool.
You don't have to turn on the lights.
You just
need to lift the lid
to know where to shoot. Yeah.
So does that not exist already? Obviously not.
He's invented it.
It's a problem that you guys feel, pain.
What
I
are
don't
the
have a problem with
consequences? No, but really, what are the consequences of not peeing in the bowl?
Wife, girlfriend gets annoyed.
I mean, you're asking two women what the consequences of, you know?
I don't know. We don't have to clean it up. Someone has to clean it up, I
Yes,
guess.
I mean, I think fundamentally
I don't know what
on that front, the benefits probably for like pub owners and the rest of it, and probably places of status, you know, where a clean toilet is important.
So so there's no more information about Rich. So what's Rich really asking for? What are my marketing tactics?
Partnerships.
Yeah, he's just created it and wants to launch it.
So where's the 14K already on Kickstarter?
That was a Kickstarter.
Kickstarted
The
it.
product's been back. Now he needs to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what he did on Kickstarter to get 14K.
Probably video.
Video. It's got
Yeah.
a video.
Okay. All right, Montague, kick us off, mate.
All right, so we're going to start off here with one of our favourite things in Stump strategy, and it's pain versus gain. And to really market this one effectively, we need to start talking about the fact that pain is twice as much a motivator as gain. And with this in mind, we need to bring out the real pain and make it individual and real for those poor guys who are going and peeing all over the floor in the middle of the night because they can't see the toilet bowl, for the bar owner, as we said, and for the rest of the family who's experiencing the male members of the household urinating all over the floor because they can't see it.
There's a simple solution to this. Some guys are trained to sit on the toilet.
Okay.
Sit, you boo, sit. Good dog.
No, but Michelle, you identified an interesting point here. It's often when we talk about marketing, we talk about who's got your money, and it might not be just a direct competitor, but it's all the alternatives. So sitting down is an alternative. It's someone who's got our money.
So is the pain for the man or for the person that has to clean up the man's mistake?
There's pain on both.
I think the only pain I can see is you've peed on your shoes or you've peed on your pants or, you know, like the Is it? No. You can just be drunk in a pub. I don't know. I mean, who knows? This is a problem women don't face, so it's hard for us to
Interestingly, though, I think we've hit it on the head already in terms of partnerships. In terms of getting eyeballs, it's pubs. So there's so many people through there. Like in an average night, you'd be getting, you know, in a medium-sized pub, you'd be getting hundreds of people through, using it, seeing it. So what you want is you want it in you want it in the toilet bowl. You want to do an experiment with with when the lights are out in one of the particular cubicles, and you have this glow bro functioning. That way you get some eyeballs, see how people use it, and also an illuminated sign at eye level so that they can read about the product as they're using it.
I think to build onto that, I think that's a really good strategy. But number two, I think it's girlfriends and wives who have to deal with this. So I think they're the target audience, and I think you get them to get this for Valentine's Day or.
Because it's not their turn. They don't give a shit where they wear if we go with this pain versus
girlfriends, wives, mothers.
We're going to need to clean that up now, Jet, aren't we?
If we go with this pain big game, which I haven't quite got my head around, but let's turn a pain into a game. The game is not for the boys, it's for the girls. Let's get the girls to fall in love with toilet bowl glow thing, because they're the ones who benefit. Therefore, you need to do campaigns for girls.
Yeah.
Market it to girls, market the shit out of it. Online, cool little funny ads. I don't know if anyone's seen the ad, the YouTube video about a child, a man acting as a child with his pregnant wife, and he behaves for 24 hours like a child. So she's sitting on the toilet, and saying, "I'm finished." And it's like, you've got to be. So that whole campaign was about how to make children, to heighten the bad things that kids do. I can say that I have them, and to make it, more loving.
Or things like moving in, critical moments, moving in with your boyfriend, moving in with your husband or whatever. And when you're like, you thought you had Prince Charming, but it turns out he's got all these flaws. Here's one way to actually fix it. He can actually see where he's going to pay. It's a nice passive-aggressive jab at your partner, and I think you just need to play the humor around the passive aggressivity.
What do you call those things that I don't know? Get you from A to B, the
sat nav.
And the whole campaign around that was to stop women fighting with men. So it was aimed at to the woman to stop your man having to look like an idiot, and so the whole campaign was sold to women.
Yeah, okay.
To save relationships.
Yeah, and on that we've got around some of that targeting of women. What we can do is target the events where they might buy it, and aim for partnerships with places like Hens Party companies around any time that a novelty gift might be useful. So Christmas time for Secret Santas and things like that, birthdays, they're the type of companies that deal in that area. And stores, wedding conferences, lifestyle conferences.
How to save your marriage.
Yeah, so I think distribution is always going to trump marketing, and that hurts me to say as a marketer, but you're going to have to get some critical mass here. The behavioural economics case study about guys pissing was the flies. Guys love a game, and when they put flies, and the ladies might not have seen this, they put the flies, a fly sticker in the urinal, and accuracy increased. So as well as your little glow bro light, I think with it needs to come a little target, needs to come a little something to actually increase the accuracy with it. So turn it into a game that goes with it. That's the first thing. When we're when we're looking at partners, I think pub environments are probably going to be well lit. So I think that you're going to struggle to actually get any traction there. But if you looked at the cause of basically some of those nighttime visits, if you looked at VB, if you looked at Forex, if you looked at Colton Draft, I reckon you could actually hit the jackpot and potentially get millions in distribution by partnering with one of those guys in terms of the, it's a real campaign of social cause. It's the type of toilet humour that Colton Draft, VB, Forex might be into. For a hard-earned thirst needs a good hard aim, something like that. You could then look at the women's angle, potentially something like Toilet Duck, a brand that's looking around bathroom hygiene, the Father's Day challenge. Get your guy shooting straight, give him the right light, give him the right target. There might be an environmental story with councils or something, looking at public spaces or something to get some mass there. There might be something fun in terms of a novelty display around marriage counsellors. When you walked into when you walked in and you're sitting in the waiting room, maybe there's a display there. And I think really when it comes down to distribution, I would think about where new toilets are actually bought, because when you're thinking about a new toilet, the last thing you want to do is actually have the thought of what that's going to look like with a little bit of poor aim. So I think as a simple little plus purchase that goes into new toilets, and maybe think about the manufacturers of those brands. So the what's the Royal Dalton, do they?
Well, I was thinking actually, who's obsessed by toilets and toilet gadgets? It's the Japanese. I'd go for the Japanese market and add it on there. You know, it's heated, it makes all the sounds, and you can actually see where you're peeing. I reckon the Japanese would be crazy for it, mad for it.
Yeah, so just going back to that, you know, so if you went to someone like American Standard or somebody who actually brings out large distribution, and instead of discounting, it was a plus purchase. So you buy a new American Standard toilet or toilet seat, and with it comes the Globro. Assuming that the price point's reasonable, it's much better to add value rather than discount. And that for their brand then has that positive brand rub.
And then I guess quickly back to the question, which was how do we market it? Where is our audience? So
Yeah.
these are all great ideas. The truth is that something like this is going to fly online rather than offline. So I would be creating lovely little stories and
Fun.
Maybe the toilet humor angle,
Yeah.
things that become viral and get shared. It's no ice bucket challenge, and
It's got to be
they're
funny,
1 in a million, but
funny, clever video spots. Like
yeah,
that's
people will share on their social networks.
yeah, because it's funny.
That would be how to
Yeah.
kind of get some traction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
and it depends how remarkable you want to go, but yeah, but you could basically have the 1-step challenge, the 2-step challenge, the 3-step challenge,
I'd actually
and see how far away you can go. The leaderboard.
I think I'd stay away from the toilet and talk about the social consequences of peeing on the seat.
Yeah, I agree.
I would talk about, you know, what kind of sticky situations does it get you in?
Yeah.
No pun intended there.
All right, there you go.
Yay.
10 seconds to fill.
This is not an urban strategy.
No, this is
More experience design.
oh, kind of, yeah. Was not experience design? A little bit, yeah. Yeah,
I
it's
think
good.
it's playing on the Mobro and on the Movember stuff. Like
All right,
it's
stump to
bro
pass.
monster.
3, 2, 1, stump to pass. That was a hit. Is that 99?
That's 99.
Are we going to be the 100th?
We're going to be the 100th.
This could be the 100th. Could we get anything around urban strategy or experience design?
No one's listening to you.
No.
There's breakfast happening over there.
Yes, we got a question.
Oh, God.
Hello.
Stuff is.
Hello.
I've got a question about experience design.
Yay, go for it.
Because Ash, I think you might resonate with this one as well, because I think both of us have spent too much time with doctors. And the experience of going to the doctors, going to specialists, going to hospitals is horrible. You're already feeling horrible, and then you're told to wait for a few hours. It'll only be 30 minutes, and that rolls into an hour and a half. And when you get in there, the doctor's trying to get you out of there as soon as possible. So they prescribe some antibiotics, and off you go. So I've got friends who are GPs, but I'm pretty cynical about it. You're already feeling horrible, and it feels like the experience of going to a general practitioner at the moment is not helping the situation. So my question is, from an experience design perspective, how do you make a doctor's surgery from something that you dread going to essentially and try and avoid to something that actually makes you feel better start to finish?
Okay. Any clarifying questions?
Are you talking? Wait. I think it has. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, general practitioners, medical
'cause
centers.
It has a. And are we talking about practices or clinics?
I find they're both tough for their own
one
reasons.
is worse than the other, really.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay.
We're ready?
That's fine.
Okay.
So interestingly, this whole theory around doctor's experience and the customer experience there is sort of close to my heart. I've had a few broken bones, two elbows and wrist surgery recently, so I've spent my fair share of time in doctor's surgeries as well. And it brings me back to the whole waiting experience. So it's a stressed customer, or a stressed client in this case, is not ideal. It's what everyone hates about it. And they're ill, they're not feeling well, and it's that whole waiting procedure. So the first thing I would do is try and cut down waiting time. So this is all about automated messaging that has delays and updates on how the doctor's going in terms of time. That will really cut down how stressed the client is once they actually reach the doctor. Another interesting thing is that there was a study done in the financial advice space around reading material. And what it suggested was that intuitively, many financial advisors had financial news playing and the Financial Review, things like that, Money Magazine, all that sort of stuff in the office, in the waiting room for clients to read. And what this study actually found was that people were really stressed out by it. The fact that it wasn't just the fact that they were hearing bad news about the economy, also good news induced feelings of missing out. So I wonder whether it's the same thing when there's health magazines about healthy living all through the waiting room, and you've got Men's Health there staring at you with a guy with a six-pack, and that's not you. So they're two of the things I would start with before you've even seen the client to pick it up.
So I'm going to just jump in really quickly and say I have an amazing relationship with my doctor, and there's 7 or 8 of them, and I go all the time with children.
Hey!
Woo! And a daughter who has some special needs, to say the least. I hope she's not watching. And the reason is down to choice. There are different choices that you can make in the medical industry. So I think that it is one of the slower industries to get on board with this whole customers matter experience design, etc. But my doctor's surgery always texts me to say that, and it's a 10-minute window. If it's 10 minutes late, and they'll say how much. It's automated. I know that, but plugged into the back of their system. So I never have to wait. And if I do have to wait, it's never for a very, very long time. I trust them explicitly with my children's life and my life and all the knowledge that they have, because they're a good practice that are, delivering really good things. Most of the time I go to them not on a needs basis, but because I'm going for some advice or the children are a bit sick. If it's really, I'm not obviously talking about when they break a bone, because obviously I'd go to A&E, yeah? The other side of it is when you've got a need, which, you guys might be having, you've got a, I don't know, a little bit of a runny nose or something, and you want to go to the doctor to get
A man flu.
You're just looking for a fix. You're not looking for a trusted advisor. So I think we need to, first, before we go and say how high, what, or, come up with all these product ideas, I think we first need to realise that there's 2 different categories here that we're talking about. These guys here have already ticked into this whole scenario of respecting your customer, your patient is your customer. There's money making in it now with this whole decentralisation of Medicare, blah, blah, blah. So, the clever ones, and there's always good, and so I'm getting a little bit into there's always a good example. So there are examples to follow. I think what you're talking about more is here, the guys that, and I've been there, sit for hours and hours, they don't give a shit who you like. You may or may not have a relationship with them, you're popping in and out, you're using Medicare. So there are different values to it. This one cost me $120 a visit, maybe, roughly, I don't know. This one might be free. Yeah, so I think we need to, before we go and start solving problems, separate and work out which one it is that we're talking about. Yeah?
Yeah.
So are we here? Can I have a nod or from the question maker?
No. There's one rule. We get 9 minutes. So the answer to this, RESPECT, there's just no respect. And the thing is that it doesn't start with a purpose. And there's often a disconnect between the service you get at the front and the service you get from the practitioner. Why? Because they actually haven't had the conversation about the game they're playing and what they're up for. A different industry that actually had a real lack of respect was the plumbing industry. David Hall inherited the family business. He inherited Allen Hall Plumbing. He did the sacrilegious thing and he took the family name off the business and he replaced it with a purpose, with a cause. His purpose was to become the clean plumber. And when they turned up to people's houses, they turned up on time. When they walked in the house, they didn't walk in with their dirty boots. They put medical boots over the surgical covers over the top. They had a promise to their customers: we will leave your work site cleaner than we found it. They transformed it on a united purpose of we will treat our customers' homes as if they're our own. I bet every single medical practice where you have that poor experience, if you said to the person at the front door and the practitioners, what's your purpose? They would not give you a clear answer. And it would certainly not be about client respect in terms of valuing our client's time. When we look at somebody who did that, I was speaking to an advisor who was competing with an orthodontist. So they had an orthodontic practice. And what they realized that mums were trying to pick up kids, trying to drop them in after school, and they had these outrageous wait times. They put in a guarantee: if we're late, we'll pay you at the same rate that you paid for the orthodontist. I tell you what, they started running on time, and he reckons they are booked solid. An absolute transformational game changer that started with a purpose. Two other things on respect quite quickly. The biggest return on investment to wait times was the London Underground. A wait time is not equal. If you have a countdown timer that says the average wait time is, and then you beat it, then the experience of that wait is completely different. The best ROI ever spent on the London Underground was actually having countdown clocks, especially when you've got walk-in clinics. Wait times is just such a no-brainer. And then finally, having iPads packed with content that's time relevant. So if you know that the average wait time is 5 minutes, is 7 minutes, is 15 minutes, what about having iPads in the surgery that have content from YouTube, the top 100 5-minute videos, the top, because there's nothing worse than being in a situation like that. You start a movie, it's not thought through. Have time content where people have got time to watch 1, maybe 2, so it doesn't feel like a waste of time. Workout equipment, something that's actually respectful, but it all starts with purpose.
I would say that this problem is actually more emblematic of the way that doctors get trained. I think doctors, it's a vocational profession. I don't think they don't give a shit. They do. It's just that demand outstrips supply pretty, systematically. So they're on time pressures to actually see all the people that they care about. Now, the reason I asked between the difference between a clinic and a practice is that a practice, you go see the same doctor over and over. A clinic has a bit more of a mechanistic thing. A doctor has to get their head around your case without any prior history, really, of knowing you, of being able to ask, and what about that pain that you had last time, did that go better? So fundamentally, I think I'm with Jed on this one. They're two different experiences. I think what happens there is I go to a practice where, yeah, I do wait long sometimes, but when you book a GP, they never say, hey, do you think what you have is life-threatening and we may have to spend a half hour? Or they just book you in and you get some airtime with the doctor. The doctors don't know whether they're going to have to be there for 10 minutes or whether they're going to have to talk to you for, a half hour because you're having a mental breakdown and they have to refer you. And it's true, all queries are treated as the same. And I think that's the kind of thing where you could start to assign kind of times to what each query is. So if I'm coming in, look, I just had my appendix taken out, for example. They knew that if I could have said that I have abdominal pain, I think I've got something big, then that would have been a consultation that takes more time. So screening at the beginning by the receptionist would help them manage their diary, but
Yeah, not the receptionist, screening by Watson. Watson is now a third-year medical student, can do a pre-qualification that matches the time. That's the future. So Watson's the supercomputer that just won Jeopardy. Okay. All right. That was our 100th question. So let's see how we went. Everybody up. Stump to a pass. 3, 2, 1. That's a pass. Woo!
Yay.
And the puppies are here. I think we need to do a dog. We need to do a dog interlude.
You mark it up, Ash.
So this was. That's 100. Woo!
Can you pet them like normal dogs? Hello, puppy.
That was 100. Richard, the CEO of Assistance Dogs, would you like to come up and do a little puppy introduction and break?
I'm fully into dogs.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
Richard, the CEO of Assistance Dogs, and who's he got with him today?
We've got Taylor.
Oh, Taylor.
And how are you?
Thank you, Richard.
Congratulations.
This is not how my dog used to walk. My dog used to be over here and then over there, over here, over there.
Yeah, well, what a marathon effort, and congratulations to the Step Change crew here. They've made their 100, what do we call them? That's right. He's cheering them on. Well done, Taylor. Well done. They've made their 100 strategies in well less than the 24 hours, so congratulations to them. Of course, they're supporting Assistance Dogs Australia. Thank you, Taylor. It's not always about you. And of course, Assistance Dogs, the dog especially trained to help people who need physical help, people who require a wheelchair to get around.
What's going on?
He's very opinionated dog, this one. Did you want to come over here, Taylor, and get a special pat? There we go.
Oh, yay.
All right.
Little present.
There you are.
Thank
Have your own
you.
assistance dog to take home.
I love him.
All right. Well
One
done.
for each kid.
Just a quick round of applause for Michelle and Jess.
Thank you. Hello.
All right. Thank you again. And assistance dogs. We're going to make them do something. I'll have to get a biscuit because they don't work for nothing. These
They
guys.
don't?
But
Can I ask a few questions about them?
sure.
So are they both golden retrievers?
Yeah, golden retrievers. We use golden retrievers and Labradors and a cross between the two. And around the world, most people are using that cross. I call them Labradivers, but
Labradiver.
they're because they get the sort of sometimes the golden retrievers can be a bit timid and labbies can be a bit boisterous. So you're getting something that's in the middle. Plus, you do away with some of the health issues that these big breed dogs, hip dysplasia, skin issues.
I noticed that they're quite furry and they shed quite a bit. Can you
Thank you.
try to cross them with like non-shedding dogs?
Yeah, well, they've done a bit of that with Labradoodles and things like that. Good for people with allergies.
Yeah.
But again, the dogs don't seem to perform as well as some of these other crossbreeds. So they haven't really been successful in that way.
Okay. They're so adorable.
They're yummy, these. All right. Well, we'll bring Taylor back out here and do a few tricks, shall we?
Hey, mate.
Come on, Taylor.
Hey. Is he really smart?
he's seen the food.
Come on,
He's
hey, there's
seen the
food.
food. Come on, sit down. Down. Roll over. Thank you. No, you're in the way. Shush. Sit. High five. High five. Oh, yes. Down, down. Down.
You're very vocal this time.
Wait.
You gotta
Down.
wait. How long
Wait.
will they wait?
Watch. Release.
Oh, that's impressive.
Here we go. But what it's really about, if you're in a wheelchair and you're out on your own, you're a quadriplegic, you drop something, shush, sit. And you've got no one with it, you can't get it yourself. So there's my wallet. Come on, Taylor, find it. Find it. Lap. Give. Thank you, Taylor. Well done. So they're an extra pair of hands, your best mate, and a safety device, and the whole speaking at the end is about kitchen, sit. You sit too. So you tell your neighbours, if you hear my dog bark, come in and see me. There could be something wrong. They're very excited about these biscuits. Taylor, speak. Thank you. There we go.
Do you always have to have treats on hand? Is there?
Oh, only with this guy.
Oh, but I'm just thinking if you didn't have great.
Yeah, no, this guy is so food orientated. That's why he's not out there. So that's why
He's a show pony.
a show pony. Yes. When we got him back, he was out there. But when we got him back, he was 44 kilo, and they'd done all the wrong things. And family of food.
44 kilos.
31.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I
You're right. You're right.
Oh, here you go.
Right, and all the excitement. Am I on?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So in all the excitement, we just about missed our transition and our marker pen. So we are back on stage now. It is 10 a.m. here in Sydney, and we've been going for 21 hours, and we have reached the 100 mark. 100 questions without being stumped. It is like a All Black versus USA game. It's that unanimous. So Before we go any further, I want to introduce our next guests. We have Colin Joel and Natalie Archer joining us on stage. Let me just read you through their bios. Very impressive. This may take a moment. So let's start with Colin. Colin is a partner at UDKU. You don't know us. Clever. See what you've done there. You're at it. Here he is. He's in. Here's Colin. A design-based innovation and communications company. From the imminent launch of Australia's first electric scooter with a battery to go to the creation of the first ever store for a blue chip Australian brand, You Don't Know Us delivers better experiences by design. So any questions on design experience, that'd be well handled by Colin today. Colin began his career as an analyst at McKinsey & Co. So he knows a little bit about business strategy as well before moving into advertising and marketing. Before launching UDKU 18 months ago, he was head of strategy for M&C Saatchi, providing strategic guidance to clients such as Optus and Commonwealth Bank. So a big round of applause for Colin. It's almost like you wrote it yourself. And over to my right here, we have Natalie Archer, founding director of Ben Delta, a practice area expert in strategic business analysis, organizational alignment, and executive development. Specifically, she's Ben Delta's practice leader for professional services firms. So any professional services firms out there that have a question, now is the time. And Natalie is also a certified master coach with behavioral coaching with the Behavioral Coaching Institute. So round of applause for Natalie Archer. And of course, we have Lord Montague himself, Robert Montgomery, one of our strategy execs on stage here as well. So I think we're ready for a question. All players. Let's do it.
So I think maybe any questions about potentially leadership, business strategy,
Leadership, business strategy, advertising, marketing, communications, just throw it at us. Oh, you just had a shot. There you go.
There we go. Now I know where I'll be leading.
So have we got any
Sorry?
questions in the audience?
This spot.
I'll take that. Any questions in the audience? No, a little bit shy at the moment in the audience. Have we got a question online?
Yes, we got one from Twitter.
Twitter?
Yeah, someone tweeted from Fish Burners. So the question is, how can we get more talented people from corporates to take the plunge and start or join a tech startup?
Good question. Right, so how do we get talented people from the corporate world
To take the plunge and start or join a tech startup?
Okay. How do we get more? All right, good question. We'll take that.
Hashtag.
You ready to roll, Rob?
I sure am.
Where's our clicker? Somebody had the question. And we're away.
Okay, so one of the things I'm seeing here is that what people are really scared of is losing out on the opportunities in their career by taking a huge risk and joining a tech startup that might fail or might only do mediocrely. They're smart enough to know, because they are so talented, that only a very small percentage of businesses actually succeed. And so with this in mind, we have to not only allay the risk, but we have to take some of it off the table. So my first thought here is that we need to design a program that has its own branding so that people aren't just part of a business that didn't get up. They were part of a business tech startup branding program that they can then say, whether it failed or not, they were part of that, they have that training, it's something recognizable across the different tech startups. It's not just you and two other people who are in that failed business, it's you and a whole lot of other people who have entered that program in that technology space, and gives it a bit more oomph and makes people much more likely to be able to put a name to it. Oh, I was part of the Fish Burners startup program. I ditched my career in management consultancy to take a stab at this thing that's really selective. It's got to be exclusive, and it's got to be easily, people need to be able to talk about it.
Great, thanks, Rob. So what I think is interesting about this is we're starting to see a fracturing of the way the business world works. You've got big business on the one hand, and you've got safe corporate careers, and then you've got small, the solopreneurs, the entrepreneurs on the other hand. And this middle ground is really starting to disappear on us. So the question for these big corporate players is that where you want to be the rest of your life? And really, I think Rob's on the right track there. The call to arms here is to prove yourself, because what we know about these people that work in big corporates is they're driven by fear. Now, they'll never admit it, but they are driven by fear. They want to have Coca-Cola on their business card or above the door. They want to have Google above the door. They want to have West Farms Group above the door because it gives them a sense of safety. But deep, deep down, it's fear that's actually driving that decision. So the call to arms here is prove yourself. And I think when Rob talks about making it really difficult, what you want to do is you want to give them a little bit of social cachet and almost career cachet for trying. So there's actually value in going out and being in a tech startup from a CV perspective, just as much as there is having a big corporate on your CV. So I think that's the start point. Natalie.
First thing I'd say is, and we see this a lot in terms of startups wanting some of those bigger players who've been there, done that, perhaps transitioned a business into the next size that the tech startup was hoping to go to. Maybe a couple of things I'd mention, which is when you're in that space, know what you mean by talent, because the majority of people who are comfortable working in corporates are actually not going to suit your environment. So what do you mean by talent? And I guess I'd fold that into two categories. What are the key capabilities you're looking for? And what's the kind of contextual environment that you offer? And what kind of people thrive in that environment? I think the second thing is how visible is your brand to that corporate market? So do you have strategic alliances that you can be leveraging? Do you sell into some of those corporates? How is it that people in that market are actually aware of your brand and what you're doing? And the third thing I would actually say is look at your current staff. So who have you had from corporate that's been really successful? They're going to be your best advocates. Use them, and also have a look at the environments that they've come from, because it's a pretty good success model. And the biggest attractor of a big player coming from corporate into a startup is the equity play, which you obviously need to choose very carefully. But if you get the right person, the biggest draw card is going to be a slice of the action.
Okay. I'm probably going to be a little bit more practical and micro about it, because we look for these people all the time, actually. I think one of the things that you guys have all touched on absolutely is the notion of risk working within a corporate. And I think the first thing we need to look at is how can you create structures where people can get involved in your business on a part-time basis. So a try before you buy, if you like. Setting up a mentoring program is good. And in fact, there are a number of mentoring programs that exist already that you can actually then begin to reach out into. The second is, and this is a little bit more controversial, is you talked about equity, but what about offering sweat equity on a part-time basis? Because it's all about giving people the comfort and the confidence to join a business, and nothing speaks louder than owning a slice of the action. That sweat equity can be conditional on certain conditions being met and certain parts of success being reached, but that's a really good way of getting people involved without actually, and getting them to try the milk before they have to buy the whole cow. The other thing to think about really carefully is really about targeting where people might be at. So thinking about the points in which people's careers are, where they'll be getting the maximum frustration. This can be at a couple of points. It can be at the, oh my goodness, I'm almost 40 stage, which is kind of what happened to me and why I started my business. Or it can actually be at the very recent graduate phase. They've gone into a job. They've got some great skills, they've got some great learnings, but they've suddenly realized that this corporate life is not for them. And we all know that there are lots of young, talented people who have a lot of energy. And we certainly have done really well out of targeting those kinds of people as well. The other option really is that everybody sees innovations on Kickstarter all the time, but it's always a hand into the pocket. So a really simple way of doing it is allowing people to donate their time rather than just their money. So it's a great way of reaching people, capturing people who are interested in projects, and saying, well, if you're prepared to donate 5 hours a week of your skills, that would be fantastic. So that's a great way of broadening reach. And the second is that to think about the fact that innovation is the new CSR for companies. Maybe you're not actually targeting individuals at all, but you're targeting organizations that are looking for ways to pitch themselves as more innovative, and actually getting into the likes of large organizations that themselves may be worried about their impression as being quite staid or quite boring, might be a much better way of recruiting the skills that you need.
Yeah, so my last point is it needs to be made personal and relevant to this individual. So this young person in their 20s, 30s, whatever, can see where they might head. So what you need is a face. You need ambassadors who have gone through this life stage and can talk to it as successful. People that that the young talent can aspire to be. And it's a walking case study, really, and it makes it real and it makes it personal. And that's one really good way of letting people allay their fears of the risk that there's nothing there, there's nothing at the end of it, that they'll end up washed up with no way back in.
Yeah, I think, ultimately when you're trying to influence someone, you've got to get back to what's going on in their head. And when you're talking to a potential candidate, assuming you've identified the correct candidate, it's going to come down to they've got a probably pretty good corporate career ahead of them if they want to take it. And all they're seeing is risk. You just represent risk. You don't represent upside. But what they're missing is the inherent risk in their current career, because there's absolutely no guarantee that you're not going to get made redundant in a big company, just like there's no guarantee a small business is going to work. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I'd play it on tech. Everybody gets it that the world's changing and that tech is driving that. And a lot of people are finding their skills becoming redundant. So this is a way of actually learning and potentially getting back into corporate later on if it doesn't work in a more skilled position. So the risk is actually a lot less than people realize, but that's just not the way we're brought up to think. So it's starting there. So in 45 seconds, just to sum it up, because there's a lot going on here. There's four of us, there's a lot of answers. So I think point one is we start with make it hard, because we want to build some cachet around this tech startup. You want to be one of the 1,000 that got it because I passed the test. I figured out how much water fits in a bus that's driving at 50k down the road, and we're at 3,000 feet above sea level. I answered that question. I got it. Know who you want though first. Absolutely crucial. Build your employer brand, your employee brand as much as your consumer brand. Your staff, your current staff, are going to sell it to future staff more than you ever can. It's testimonials. That's how it works. Don't tell me about it. Let somebody else tell me about it. Define the risk. Take the risk off the table. Potentially equity. Try before you buy. Nice idea. And in case those are testimonials, there it is. It's an 8-time plan. Done. So, how did we go? As is the tradition in Stump and Strategist, we do need to check in with the audience just to make sure that we're not drinking the Kool-Aid as well as the Red Bull after being up all night. So, everybody on their feet. Hands up. You consider that a pass. Very good. It's unanimous. And we move into 101. Now, this is dangerous territory. Being a... that's right, Natalie. We have whiteboard troubles here. Being a cricket player, I know you make your century, you start to take your eye off the ball, you pull behind very quickly. We're not going to do that today because we're focused, we've got fresh blood in here, we're going to keep pushing through. So, we need another question. We've got a question down the back there, from the band being massaged. We wait for the microphone.
There seems to be a lot of focus on sort of leadership in the context of developing strategy, but there seems to be a gulf in actually getting strategy executed on. So there's the gap between developing and then executing strategy. How do we bridge that gap?
Strategy gap. Yeah, interesting. Do we have any clarifying questions from the panel here, Colin? Natalie?
No, I'm good with that one. No, unless you want to make it more specific.
Okay, we'll take that question. How do we bridge the strategy gap? That's the question. It's all very well having a strategy not executed is a complete waste of time. So how do we make sure that those strategies are executed? Start the clock.
9 minutes on the clock.
And away we go.
Okay, obviously this is people's major problem with consultants. They the old phrase goes, you hire them and they charge you a fee to borrow your watch and tell a time. So what the issue here is, how do we get these great strategies, these bold ideas into action? And one of the first ways is, if you're a leader within a business, it's looking at hiring a consulting company that does secondments, that will embed someone who's across the strategy and good at executing and their wage and fees are actually defined by how well they execute into your company to follow those strategies through. That's the first one there. Glenn, do you
I've just written the word bottom, and you stopped me there. Okay. So, I think the start point for this is what is strategy, and that's where I think we go wrong, is because we actually haven't got a strategy to execute. What we often have is we have objectives masquerading as a strategy. We have bravado masquerading as a strategy. We're going to double the business by 2020. That's our strategy. No wonder that doesn't get executed, because how do we execute that? It's a very motivation. It's not a strategy. Our strategy is we're going to try harder, we're going to push faster, we're going to run harder, and we're not going to sleep until we win. That's motivation, which is interesting and important, but it's not a strategy. A strategy informs how we go about actually making the change that we need. And a strategy is informed firstly by the context. So let's assume we've done that. We've actually created a strategy that's relevant to the context, because the greatest stuff-ups in strategy, in military strategy, business strategy, happen when a strategy's been built for one context, and then the context changes and the strategy doesn't change. You just ask orders, you ask Kodak, you ask the French in World War I, the context changed and the strategy didn't. So first and foremost is getting the strategy right. The strategy has to be context relevant, and it needs to inform how. It needs to have a how in it, not just an objective or bravado, but a how.
Well, I can pick up from that, actually.
Please.
So there is I'm going to paraphrase this badly and not credit the person who probably said it, but there's a saying that says culture eats strategy for breakfast. And ultimately, any strategy that you're putting in place, you talked about the how. There are 4 key elements of how that you need to incorporate within that initial plan. The first is around KPIs. So in any given strategy, how are you changing the KPIs of the people within the organization to make sure that they deliver on that? If that hasn't changed, nothing will change. If you're still rewarding people the way you always used to reward them, if you want any kind of transformational strategy, it's simply not going to go through. The second is about stakeholder engagement. And this is probably the biggest learning we've had in the last year, is knowing who the real stakeholders are, who the real decision makers are. Sometimes it's senior leadership, but sometimes it's gatekeepers within the business. And making sure that you identify those people absolutely correctly, and that you engage with those people at every stage. Take them along for the journey, make sure that they're invested in the response and the strategy, and they will be the ones that ultimately enact the strategy for you. The third is a reintegration process. A lot of consulting projects happen in a greenhouse, a skunk works, all sorts of places outside of the organization, and then they get thrown back into the organization and expected to flourish. Well, that's simply not going to happen. Understanding the step-by-step process of reintegration is as important as what the idea is and what the plan is. The third is around really being really careful about how you manage cultural change and communications. Understanding what your internal communications channels are going from the upfront is really important, but then also making sure that they're utilized correctly all the way through. And potentially those channels themselves can be an indication of the change. Some of the times we've seen massive innovation projects go through, and the way in which that innovation is communicated is through a few posters on the wall. Well, how do you communicate innovation if you're just going to throw up a few posters on the walls? Think about how you can actually innovate the way in which that change is being communicated. Maybe it's an app that puts out personalized notifications to people on a daily basis. Whatever the case may be, understanding that the cultural communication channels are really important, and that they too need to change to indicate the change. Those are probably the 4 most important things we find.
Agree with everything that's been said. Maybe I'll take an example of a recent client engagement. One of the big global pharmaceutical companies, German background, very operations, very rules-driven, very much about execution, but hugely changing landscape. And so the problem, if you like, that they came to us with is how do we, create a different strategic direction, but also how do we build cultural alignment to be able to execute on what we think is going to look like quite a different style of organisation going forward. So picking up on what the other guys have said, I think the biggest element of being able to drive execution is involving as many key people in the design of that strategy as possible, and using that strategy design process as a way of building strategic capacity in your organisation. So what do we do in that particular instance? We set up outside of the board and the leadership team a number of deep dive mission teams who came from right across the organisation, and got them to go out and have a look at how the market and category was changing, what was happening in the competitive landscape, talking directly to customers, customers that they currently work with, customers that used to do business with them, no longer want to, and those that they've never been able to capture. And then another deep dive team who looked at the changing shape of the organisation. Why did we do that? Because it was really important that actually the people in the organisation start to get the insights around how the landscape's changing and therefore the rationale behind the strategic decisions that were going to be made. And that was twofold. One, because actually we're going to come out with a strategy product. Yes, we're going to have a view, and that's important to have that traditional element around here's where we're trying to get to in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Here's some things that we know that we can implement. And that is still about discipline and project management. But there was a really large chunk of that strategy, picking up on what Glenn said, which is we actually don't know what that's going to look like. It's going to be emergent. And so there was a number of different areas that came out of those insight discussions where we took a different approach in execution. We set up these organic communities filled with people called change pioneers. And their job was not to try and solve the whole problem, but within that theme to think about how do we actually start chipping away at changing that particular dynamic. So one of them, for example, that we had was we have a kind of disconnected head office team compared to those who are out on the road. So we had a organic community built around that. They've done some really cool things like building a mixtape. So instead of thinking about how do we actually change the whole cultural framework, let's just get people associating better. So everybody put in their favourite song and where they got voted on, and a mixtape, or it was a CD in fact, actually got built with 12 different songs linked to the person whose favourite song it was. And as people are driving around out there in the sales force, they're listening to that music and saying, oh, that's pretty cool, I like that song, whose is that? So there's much more kind of organic involvement of the strategy alongside some of the big traditional things that happen through project management.
Very good. So to start, to kind of bring all this together and sum it up, we've got to be very clear on what our how is. That's what a strategy is, a how. And it's got an X to Y by when associated with it. So that's what we call a lag metric. We will do X, we'll get X to Y by a date. Very, very specific. The next thing to do, though, is to move it from what we call a bottom drawer strategy. It's one of these nice strategies you put in the bottom drawer, you come back and look at maybe 3 years later, to a bottom line strategy that actually impacts the bottom line. Is you need to move from lag metrics to lead metrics. What are the lead metrics that are going to drive those lag metrics? So that's the key to this. What Colin's talked through really well there is that once you've got a strategy, you need the capabilities and the management systems to align around that. And that's kind of three things really. What are the lead metrics that are going to drive it? Because that's what you're going to do every day, lead metrics. You need a scoreboard. You need a way of knowing whether you're winning, a really simple scoreboard so that everybody can see it. And then you need to know who's responsible for what, who's accountable for what, who's supporting, who's just a consultant form. If you don't give accountability and responsibility, A, people won't be happy because that's what they're looking for in their jobs, and B, it won't get done. And then finally, to Natalie's point, you need to build it together with people and you need to sell it. You need to market your strategy and sell it within the organisation. So that's how you move from bottom drawer to bottom line strategy. There we go. Quite a crowd building here. You can't see this at home, but it's filling up in the bleachers. So, on our feet, everybody. The question is, did we pass or were we stumped? So hands up for pass. It is a no pass, and we keep going. Not out. 102 not out. It's a fair run rate. It's better than Bradman, 99.94. Needed 4 runs in his final innings to get the average of 100 and was bowled for a duck. Would you believe it? Not happening here today. We've got 2 hours and 33 minutes remaining. Divide that by 9. That gives us about time for 20 more questions. So if you're still waiting to get your question, now is the time. Do not hold back. If you hear the audience, here we go. We've got one at the front. We bring a microphone down the front so this fine gentleman in the singlet. It is hot here. For those of you not in Sydney, it's going to be 36 degrees here today. The lights are shining. The aircon is off. It is getting real in here. Please.
Okay, so basically we've got a company registration website that has, over the past year, focused towards consumers, so just startups looking to set up a company. But we've identified a niche market where accountants would be using this platform to set up companies for their clients. However, we're moving into that market with a separate brand. However, the biggest challenge is that we're going up against huge corporate providers like Reckon. It's a $200 million company. And how does a little startup compete with a big company like that and scale with sales.
It's funny, one of my flatmates works for Reckon in marketing.
He's going to give us all the inside information right here. That's great.
So just to be clear, you're a small startup.
Yep.
You've got an online kind of platform.
Yep,
that
online.
that helps small businesses or small startups register, get all the admin stuff done. Really.
That's
quickly.
right. Yep.
And you want to.
And we've got a lot of accountants using the platform now,
Right.
and we want to build out a separate brand focused on B2B.
And you're charging them to use it, or they're charging their clients.
We charge them to use it, and they pass it on to their clients. So.
Can I ask a question of clarity? Your model is based on a purely online delivery, or are you looking at
purely online?
You don't really want any kind of deep and meaningful relationship.
No,
with people.
but the accountants are very offline driven. So
Yeah.
there are platforms out there like Reckon doing this.
Yeah.
But we've got a big challenge, obviously, to compete in terms of sales and really going up against a big company with a big budget. So.
And in your own words, what do you think it is that you're offering that they couldn't?
That we do differently.
Or is that your question to me?
No. In terms of what we're doing differently to what they're doing, definitely being agile, technology driven. So we're unique. We can be agile, bring out new features rapidly, really thinking ahead of the game. So how can we hack up the tax office to get things done quicker? Whereas these older companies are still very desktop software kind of focused, not thinking ahead of the curve.
All right, I've got it. We got it. Ready to roll?
Yeah, maybe I'll just make a couple of comments and then
Hit the clicker. Hit the clicker, Rob. We're on the way.
Thinking.
We're on. Okay.
I guess first of all, I'd say as those other organisations as Reckon been in business for a long period of time, they will have graduated up the value chain, if you like, into larger business. And so I think one of the areas not to overlook is that small business market, and particularly when small business is able to actually see that you are, if you like, you have an entity and you're compatible with them. They like to be able to do business. So starting there rather than trying to kind of jump up to dealing with bigger business is not a bad move. I mean, it's the lifeblood of Australia in terms of where the engine of the economy is in that small business. So how do you become their best friend? And one of the key things is, can your team reel off the three biggest pain points of that particular segment of the market, and does your solution directly solve that? When you're wanting to then migrate into some of those large organisations, I think you're doing the right thing, which is you need to build credibility in some other way, because currently your brand won't have it relative to your competitors. Going through accountants and those who hold the relationships and have the credibility is a really good move.
Okay, so the one thing I know about Reckon is that they have a whole product suite. It's a lot of stuff. And you have a great opportunity here, because when we talk about predatory marketing, we talk about striking at the weakness that arises from your competitor's greatest strength. And in this case, it's their versatility. They do legal platforms as well as accounting stuff. They're all over the shop. So you have the ability here to identify yourselves as the specialist in this particular area. And you can have that inch wide, mile deep positioning where you're only that big, but you have the whole market. Another thing I'd like to point out here is that it's really about how easy you can make it for accountants to on-sell this service. So if they can explain it really easily, if you give them the tools to, if that's, we often talk about an A3 discussion guide. So this is something that will step by step, they can use as a sales tool or as an explanation tool to their customers about how it works. It makes it so much easier for them to gain confidence in you and gain confidence that they can use your product with customers and it will reflect well on them. So giving something to the accountants to use is going to be a real breakthrough for you.
Okay, I think what you have is a brand relationship problem. And we have a little tool that we use to help understand brand relationships. So excuse me if I use this for 3 or 4 more problems after this one. I have a bit of a one-trick pony and I managed to get through 3 problems without using it.
Fortunately, it's a very, very good trick.
So how a brand relationship works is actually not a function of your day-to-day sales, because that's a moment in time and that's not necessarily predictive of whether that was a positive or a negative experience. Understanding a brand relationship comes down to 2 things. Number 1, is the rational side of it. To what extent is your target market habitually entrenched with using your competitors? And the second is around an engagement or an emotional side of things. Okay, it makes logical and intuitive sense, but here's where it gets really useful to help understand where your problem is. Your competitors are probably sitting right up here, high habit, low engagement. They use them because they always have, because that's what's there. You are probably sitting down here in the low habit, low engagement. No one knows you, no one loves you, okay? So you actually have one of two strategies to go about it, and you actually don't know which one will work better. Number one is you can actually start trying to entrench habits, or number two is that you can actually try and build engagement. And you should actually be running both of those strategies in parallel to see which one works better for you. Because you think that it's going to be all about new features, and specialism, and all of that kind of stuff that'll drive you down this way. But in fact, what they could be looking for is cost and time savings. And you need to see which of those two strategies is actually going to be driving your business harder and further. Because you might be investing all of this time in new features, whereas all the market wants is a simpler, cheaper way to get the job done. So at this stage, while you're still learning, you've got two different strategies. One is around a cost and time benefit process, and the other one is around new features and specialism. Trial both of those, see which one wins you the most business, and keep doing that.
Very good. So where I come out with this is you've got the advantage, right? As a startup, a tech startup, you've got the advantage over the incumbents because they've got incumbent business models. They've got legacy business models, which they can't change very quickly. So you're in a great spot. This is the reason why coconut water can launch and Coke do nothing about it, because they need 1 million unit cases to even bother getting out of bed in the morning. But when you don't have all of that infrastructure, you can make a really good living on 100,000 unit cases. So you've got an advantage. You talk to Uber about that, disrupting the taxis. You look at GoPro. I mean, where did GoPro come from? Surely Kodak or Sony or another brand, Olympus, someone else could have done that, right? GoPro got it. So firstly, you've got an advantage. Once you've got the pain points, to Natalie's point earlier, once you understand the pain points, that enables you to speak into the listening. Because you've got to speak into the listening. Don't tell them what you want to tell them. Tell them what they need to hear. So you need to understand their existing pain points. Then you've got to get really clear on your value proposition. And the risk with a technology is that you get carried away talking about features. It's got hundreds of features, all these features, all the rest of it. And what you don't do is talk about implications. It's the implications that count. People buy benefits and implications, they don't buy features. So what you need to do is go through and understand every feature of your platform that's of potential value to your accountant, to your end customer, and work out that's the feature, what's the benefit of that feature and the implication. So how does it make their life better? So I'll give you a really clear example. If you had a vacuum cleaner that had 2,400 watts of power, that's the feature. The benefit of that is it sucks hard, really hard. That's the benefit of that. The implication is if you've got children, they might have a 50% less chance of getting asthma. Okay? That's what people buy, 50% less chance of getting asthma. They do not buy 2,400 watts of power. So what's your equivalent of 50% less chance of asthma? Once you're clear on your value proposition, then you can get predatory, to Rob's earlier point. And this is where you want to understand what is the strength of your competitor, what is their greatest strength. Now, for every strength, there'll be an associated weakness that comes out of that. And that's where you want to focus. And then you want to look at what's your relative strength against that weakness. And that's where you get interesting when it comes to actually going to market with a message. And I'll give you an example of that because it's a bit conceptual, it's hard to understand. Think McDonald's, right? You think, what's McDonald's greatest strength? It's consistency. Wherever you go in the world, you get the same thing. That's their strength. But there's a weakness that arises from that strength. The weakness is that it's boring, bloody boring, and they can't change it, right? Because the franchisee manual's like this thick, and if the pickle doesn't go where the pickle's got to go, the alarm goes off and everybody freaks out, and it just doesn't work, right? So it's boring. Now, if you look at Hungry Jack's or Burger King by contrast, they've got some more flexibility. They're not as rigid. So you go, what's our relative strength against the boredom is flexibility. So they then come up with this amazing campaign called Have It Your Way. Have it your way. Come to Burger King and have it your way. Go to McDonald's, have it McDonald's way. Come here, have your burger. Now, what's interesting about this, when you take a predatory approach, makes it very, very difficult for them to respond because it's built off a weakness that arises from their strength. It means changing their entire business model. McDonald's try and change their business model. What they end up with is queues running out the door, people getting really, really annoyed because the service isn't fast enough. So it becomes difficult for them to respond. So, seeing as it's only 45 seconds ago, I might just sum up. So, First and foremost, you've got the advantage. Secondly, talking to the pain points, understand it, and speaking to the listening. Get clear on your value proposition at an implications level, not a features level. Then think about how do you take on your competitor? Because you're not asking how do I get more customers, you're asking how do I get my money from those guys? Because they've currently got your money, right? Ask that question. That's the key question. Then to Rob's point, what are the tools that enable the on-sell? So that you can give the account, they can sell it on for you if they've got a problem there. And then to start with, make it risk-free for the customer. It's got to be a 30-day trial, a 6-month trial, whatever it is. It's going to cost you nothing because it's fully automated. So that's your start point. And then finally, with 6 seconds to go, look at the habit versus engagement and just play around with that. Try that. There you go. It's good. Yeah. Awesome. So we got it. That was good from the man who asked the question. So we're going to take this stuff, or we're all going to hands up if we passed. Yes.
True.
Yeah, the dog is wagging its tail.
Paws up and all.
All right.
We've got two in the audience.
We've got questions coming from everywhere now.
Yeah, I've agreed to this. We'll go here and we'll go to you next.
Okay.
Hi, how you going? My name's Tanya. Hi. I've got a business that that launched a month ago, and it has gone like gangbusters, crazy in sales. I design and manufacture bed linen for all of the teams in the NRL, the A-League, and the Socceroos, and a number of other international clubs. And my business is getting bigger and bigger all the time. I've got a picture of it because it's a world first in global licensing. It's never been done before. So
awesome.
It's a picture of the player wearing the team kit printed onto the bed linen, and then when the child's in bed, they look like a player from their favourite team. So my competitor in this market space literally just has a logo on the bed linen, and it's kind of pretty stale, and it's been that way for 20 years, so it's kind of a bit disruptive.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a couple of questions. Number one is, how do I make my product? How do I generate pester power? Because ultimately it's generally kids going to their parents saying, I have to have that, particularly this side of Christmas, because the more I sell this side of Christmas, the more pester power I get next year. So when kids see it on their friends' beds, they pretty much go crazy and will buy it. So how do I do that? And also, my other question is, how do I make it a must-have Christmas item with parents? Because sales are going really well at the moment. I'm getting like shitloads on Facebook from parents. Ship, yeah, there was a ship loads of them going. But how do I get more? Because really, it's about getting market share off my competitor, and it's kind of pretty easy.
So Tanya, you're being a little bit cheeky here because you're asking 2 questions.
Yeah.
We've only got 9 minutes to start with. So
You can do it.
Go on. Well, if it's possible.
You can do it, come on.
I just want to make sure we don't get stumped and answer 2 questions in 9 minutes. So what's the key question here?
Oh, they're both related, really.
Stimulating demand.
They're both, because it's a must-have Christmas item.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I make it a must-have Christmas item for parents and kids?
Okay,
Ooh,
cool.
Okay, there, Tanya. That's clever.
Yeah.
Any more clarification?
Yeah, so your distribution model, it's purely online at the moment?
It is at the moment, and I've got a number of very large retailers who are wanting to range it next year, and I'm holding it back to get a groundswell of support before I range it in retail.
Right, so that the option of changing distribution in time for Christmas is off the table?
No, I could do that if I wanted to do that.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and I've got it ranged in like all of the top NRL stores where they sell, where they sell a lot of product.
Sure.
You've got what, a couple of $1 million media budget?
No.
No. Any kind of budget?
A minimal budget.
Minimal budget.
Like, how do I do it as leanly as possible?
So how do I spend nothing, make this product a must-have Christmas item for mums and children?
I can spend a bit, but like, let's say there's a 5 or 10 grand budget.
And you've
Yeah.
just got licensing around the teams themselves. You don't have access to the players.
I've got access to some of the players through the teams.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start the clock.
Good question. You can't steal that answer.
Clock has started. So first problem here I'm seeing with making it a must-have Christmas item is that if it's NRL, then it's seasonal and Christmas is in the wrong season.
Done.
So
Get up now.
Answers, Rob, not problems.
No, okay, no, it's leading to a problem. One rule, remember? Okay, so one of the things we can do here is change the buying cycle. So perhaps things around lay-bys well before Christmas, around near grand final time, is an interesting way of getting purchases more spread out through the year, not just gifts, but also when excitement's high. Same with Origin. It's really a way that you can leverage the maximum buzz. The other thing I have there is that in terms of the pester item and the member type of strategy, it's really difficult because they can't bring it to school. When I was a kid, we had Tarzos and your kids were just buying your parents were just buying you chips all over the place because you'd see them at school, you'd get jealous. So is there a way that you can make it visible at school? So when kids are there, they're immediately selling to every other kid in their class. So even if it's just a photo. So one thing I was thinking, if kids are on Facebook or something like that, a Who Are You campaign. So just get them to post the photo of them with their player bed linen or their team bed linen, something like that that's shareable and will get kids on board.
Nice.
Stole my thunder.
Yeah.
I guess that the points, I'm not going to tell you anything you don't know, this is your market, but I think for kids, it's all about what other kids are talking about as opposed to obviously the normal purchases of Christmas presents. So keeping that in mind, I think is really key. So we need other kids talking to their friends about buying it. So I guess to think about where are they actually shopping? Where are they making some of those decisions? If they're passionate about NRL, then whatever NRL related channels is going to be where they are. Love the idea of the player profiling. If you've got access to some of those players, your best strategy is going to be heroing those players. So if you get one or two of those on board, think about how am I going to get them on board? Is there a particular charity or not-for-profit that they might be aligned to that they're going to feel more amenable to getting involved in your business because there's a positive social upside. And then to think about this is really the social media generation as well. So similar to the point that's been raised before, how do you create talkability amongst that kind of social media channel? So love the idea of taking the photos or whatever it is that's going to be a bit quirky and has the opportunity of kind of spreading like wildfire across social media.
Marketing to kids is a thorny issue, right? Because there's all sorts of issues around permission that come into that kind of thing. So the trick is not to market to kids at all. What you're trying to do under these circumstances is actually release the permission handbrake with the parents, right? So what was the biggest viral sensation of the year?
The Ice Bucket Challenge.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you for reading it over there. So what that did was it actually aligned to a particular cause. I think there's a massive opportunity that you have with the subjects that you've got and with the relationships that you have with the players to align to a kid's cause that is then aligned to your product. So getting out of bed with ... I'd probably need a little bit more time to work up what the creative idea would be there. But you've got people who would absolutely engage with that so long as you align to a cause. I think one of the things that you should think about is a cause-related campaign that is designed to go viral, that is designed in a similar kind of way to make people pass that nomination forward. That way you're actually talking to parents and kids at the same time and getting them involved in the content side of things. The other thing to think about is particularly which of the players have families themselves and making sure that they're well supplied with free product, because ultimately at the end of the day, those are the kids that are going to be most engaged. So two sort of okay ideas.
Okay, so just building on some of the stuff you guys have said already, but before I do that, a question, because I think there's a strategic question that you need to answer at some point down the track. And I get slightly worried when it's like, I want the sales like right now, please. And that's good. But what are you doing with your brand? Because I think there's a real risk that your brand gets consumed by the brands that you're representing. So if you want longevity, so let's just think beyond Christmas, what's your approach with your brand? What does your brand stand for? What it's all about? Is it just about NRL and AFL, etc., or is it about bringing sports to the people? Something like you just need to understand that brand, so that when anybody's thinking about, I want, I guess it's a novelty team piece of merchandise, they go to your brand first. So I think about that. Maybe you don't need to answer it this side of Christmas, but it's certainly a question that is on your radar. In terms of specific tactics, distribution, about getting on aggregator sites. So there's a whole bunch of these sites out there which are selling perfect Christmas gifts. You want to be there. You want to be present. Distribution does drive brand awareness and will drive more sales than any kind of marketing. So get on those aggregator sites. I can't see what they are off the top of my head, but they're easy to find. Just Google perfect Christmas gifts or looking for kids' Christmas gifts, and they'll pop up. And you want to be distributed through those sites. So that's key, is building your distribution. That's your key brand question. And then there's a PR play here. So at this time of the year, all the kind of women's magazines, the Women's Day of this, they're trying to get these little articles which are like, here's the 6 things you should buy for Christmas for your kids. And you want to be on those lists. So you need to somehow get in contact with those journalists. And they're looking for it. They want to hear from you because they're looking for something novel to write about. So one way of doing that, it's not the only way, there's a platform called Source Bottle where literally the journalists will request expertise or comment on certain things, or they'll actually put it up on the platform. And if you're a member of that platform and log in, you'll get those alerts, and then you can become well positioned to answer that. So this time of the year, they're requesting like, what's the perfect Christmas gift? You've got the answer. That would be Source Bottle. I think getting into some small tactics around this is, what about a lottery where 1 in 100 or 1 in 500 wins a day with player X or player Y? So you're not just, sorry. I didn't see it. So you're not just buying a duvet or a doona, as they call it here. I know here in the UK, it's a duvet. You're not buying a duvet cover. You're buying a ticket in a lottery for your child to go and spend a day with their hero.
Can I build on that one? Because
Yes.
I think actually what you're selling, your proposition is getting closer to your football heroes than you possibly could have ever imagined. And that's the long-term aim of your business. And yes, I would say definitely a lottery to actually meet and greet. But don't do it just off the back of one purchase. Do it off the back of multiple purchases. So think teams, think collections. Kids love collecting stuff. So if they're getting 1 or 2 or 3, that'll actually drive potentially more sales. And for those rich spoiled brats, they might actually get 3 sets to get them straight in for Christmas. So, the pest power is absolutely there, and particularly if they can meet their hero. So yes, competition, but make sure it's not just for one purchase, but for repeated purchase.
And this is a great example of how you get to these ideas. You take an idea, you build on it, and this is just the start. And you're going to need to go away and build on these ideas. So a lottery, now the share here, or the kicker with this is what Rob was talking about earlier, is you make the access to this lottery some kind of social shareable thing where you actually have to go online and sign up or post a picture to get in the lottery or something. So you give people an incentive to do it, and it's going to start creating that word of mouth through whichever networks they're using. So that's a build on it, just to amplify it. And then we talked about charity links. We obviously like the assistance dogs here. They are our charity of choice, and that's what this event's all about. Of course, in the rugby league circles, there are the doggies. So you've got an opportunity to pick up something with the doggies, perhaps.
Junior clubs,
junior doggies clubs. So 27 seconds to go. Anybody else?
I've got one. I really think that sponsoring local teams for Best and Fairest Award, give a set of bed sheets to one kid on the team, the rest of them will get them. Then you can extend the brand into uniforms for those teams. The other one is fathers are buying this stuff, mums are buying it. They play Dream Team, so fantasy. Get it, perhaps prizes there as well. Get the name out there.
Here you go.
Not every day someone says my business is too successful, help me.
And there we have it. Another question. Question 104, not out. Still playing shots. What do we say in the audience? Hands up. That was for you. That was the pass. That was flying colours. Thank you very much. That's unanimous.
The real question that everyone's dying to know, though, is that this was actually the second time she's asked the question in the last 24 hours. Was the second answer better than the first one?
In the first question, there was one point that I got out of it that was like really, really good, which I'll probably have a conversation today about activating. And then this today, like now, there's probably about 5. So I think I rank this question, but in defense of the first time I asked the question, there is 4 people saying.
One idea each, it's
I don't want
fine.
to be mean. Great. Thanks.
What is the business? What's the business? Okay, all right. We have got time, people, for one more question with Colin and Natalie here. So any questions for Colin and Natalie? Now is the time. This is it, going once, going twice, gone.
I've got the question.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Another
So
from the audience. So what's your name?
my name's Ruth.
Ruth.
So I'm going to be starting a new role in about a month, and so I'm going as a business development manager, and but I can see a fantastic opportunity. So the business is called Build On Bookkeeping, and they outsource bookkeeping to all kinds of different clients, like accounting firms and things. So they're fully trained accountants, and but they're doing bookkeeping, and they're based, so it's Sydney based. They don't have anyone in sales currently. They've had an account manager, so I'm going in as their first BDM. But my opportunity is I can see that how can I really come up with a great strategy, a marketing and sales strategy, and really, kick ass in my role. And yeah, that's my question.
And who do they currently target?
So they started off targeting construction companies, and now they're targeting accounting firms. They have someone who does social media a couple of days. There's someone who does a bit of cold calling to accounting firms, but they haven't. They don't sort of do any advertising or anything like that currently.
Why do you think it's such a great opportunity? What got you excited about the business?
I just see. Well, I really like the 2 owners, and I like their vision. They've got their values up on their website, the way that they treat their employees and the kind of people that they want to work with. I like the fact that I'm going to be the first person going into sales, so I can really sort of make my mark.
Impact, sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just for those of us that have been up all night or on 100, so it's a firm that does bookkeeping that sits behind. So accounting firm does this front of house, and you kind of sit behind doing all the bookkeeping, and the accountant presents it as if they did it themselves and charge the markup.
No, I don't think so. So then the opportunity is that they can sort of they might be able to downsize on their accountants and have someone coming do the bookkeeping side, because rather than paying someone full time to do the bookkeeping element, which is part of a business, they can outsource that to Build On Bookkeeping to do their more menial stuff, which has to be done. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we build a kick-ass marketing and sales strategy for Build On Bookkeeping?
Yeah.
9 minutes. Crack that one.
Okay, and we're away. So the first thing I'll say here is that for you in a new role, and it's the first BDM role, the sales and marketing strategy, it's a blessing and a curse, because first of all, there's plenty of opportunity. But secondly, your colleagues aren't used to this. They're not used to the strategy. So the first thing I would say is that you need to get buy-in on all your new initiatives with them. It's something that behavioral economists call the IKEA effect. If you build it, you value it more. So what I'm suggesting here is that make them feel like they're part of it. That way, that they'll actually put the effort into helping you execute, rather than you just giving a good idea. This can be done through collaboration or any number of things, but it's an essential part of getting everyone behind the one idea. The second point I'd say to begin with, when you start ideating around some of the strategies, is work out what you want to say no to. So what I mean by this is good strategy isn't just coming up with great ideas and executing a whole bunch of them. It's also letting those projects go that'll stand in the way of helping you execute the rest. So, and I think Steve Jobs is famous for this particular saying. It's success is not what he said yes to, but what he said no to. So it's crushing those projects that you know you can manage.
I'd be really excited about that role as well, because I think you're going to ride a wave that's happening at the moment. So I had a meeting the other day. The legal sector is being completely transformed by this exact same model. So we're seeing huge pressure on partners, declining margins. Clients don't want to pay those kind of rates for commoditized services that sit kind of at the end of the value chain. So it's a really great time to be stepping into that line of business. And I would think about who is going to be your primary client set. Is it going to be really small business, in which case you're probably going to go to a social media style platform and dealing direct? Or potentially more likely from what you've said, it's actually going to be the accountancies that are going to be your largest clients. And that's all about first mover advantage with actually getting in there as the preferred brand. It's really about understanding what the buying criteria is for those firms. They are nervous about creating these segmented models because for them, their brands come with an insurance policy. So their brands come with the fact that the quality, the timeliness, all of that is going to be delivered to that client set. So going in and actually understanding what is the buying criteria across whether it's the large tier or the mid tier that you're going to be going after, and making sure that you've got proof of concept around the fact that it's low risk, the quality is going to be high, and the timeliness is going to be there, because that's, I think, the three buying criteria that would be the best for them. And then also, I guess, is maybe a little bit outside of the scope of your particular role, but in terms of what you're going to be selling, yes, there's automation to think about in terms of how you're going to keep the cost really low, because that's going to be the ultimate reason that they're buying for you. Thinking about what the model is here in Australia, so a lot are doing hybrid models, whereby they might have some of that staff sitting here in Australia, where they can actually have some level of face-to-face contact. And then they've got a really large workforce happening in other countries, like the Philippines as a major destination for these kind of services. In fact, there's hubs in the Philippines that are set up solely with these business models that are absolutely going great guns. So that might be your first business trip, might be across the Philippines as well.
Three thoughts for you, not necessarily structured in any kind of neat order, but I'll leave them with you anyway. The first is, I think you've got two different kinds of selling models that you'll need to engage in. You've structured yourself as direct to accountants. I think that's one of them. But then I think you'll also want to make sure that you've widened the net to direct to client as well, because there are a lot of small businesses out there that are in need of a good bookkeeping service without the frills. And I'm going to deal with them differently because they're actually very different ways of selling between them. Let's start with the guys that you're going to go direct to. The best thing that you can do is really focus on knowing a couple of different industries and understanding what the pain points are in those particular industries. And then with those clients that you first develop, incentivizing referrals. So whether it's periods of time off for passing you from one to the next, advertising people know other advertising people, electricians know other electricians, and so on. And that's where your referrals will work particularly well. So a referral strategy for the direct customer market is really important. When you're talking B2B to accountants, the likelihood of one accountant telling another accountant about you is pretty small, okay? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, you're either a source of competitive advantage or something that they might even want to not talk about. So you're going to have to deal with a very different strategy there. There you're going to have to be a lot more aggressive and a lot more understanding about who the stakeholders are in each individual accounting firm. The trick with B2B marketing in these kinds of things is to start a conversation. So identify who the boss is, identify who the person is in charge of operations, and ping them both, telling them that you've pinged the other one and that you will be in contact with them. What this does, and we did this for a telco a couple of years back, is it starts a conversation between the leader and the decision maker. And once that's happening, people are far more likely to take your meeting and to take your call. So make sure you follow up with those. The third one is around social, and you mentioned social. Everybody thinks they need to be on social media. I'm a bit of a heretic. I don't think you do. Social media is good for two things. It is good for dialogue, and it is good for emotional conversations, okay? Doesn't sound like you have a product that I'm really going to get quite warm and fuzzy about. And it isn't necessarily something that is going to start a massive conversation with, that was the most beautiful bookkeeping I ever saw. So question whether the efforts that you're putting into social media are really worthwhile or they're just a distraction. By all means, practice in social monitoring. Understand what conversations are happening out there. But don't waste your time feeding a beast of content that needs to be updated week after week after week when it'll be doing nothing for your product.
Okay, that's a great lesson, what not to do there. So I've said this once, I've said this a million times. So all marketing is leverage sales. So the fact that you're linking marketing and sales together, I think is great as a start point. Marketing is leverage sales. And the start point, unquestionably, is your message. And somebody in here is boring me, and I think it might be me, because I say this almost every time. Message is 6 times more powerful than a medium or anything else. You've got to get the message right. What is the key benefit? What's the differentiator? Why would I buy this to start with? So that's your start point. We talked about that in the last question, so I won't elaborate on it. What I want to talk to you about is something we call a customer journey. And I think if you're going to build a marketing strategy, this is the piece that you need to understand better than anybody else in your organization. It'll be your strategic advantage, and it'll be why they love your work. So you need to understand how do people find out about building on bookkeeping. So how do they find out? Implicit in that is who are they? So you need to understand that. Then they're going to have some concerns about your proposition. So what are you going to do to address their concerns? What tools, what conversations, what pieces of collateral, what do you need on your website, etc. That's going to address their concerns. Then you're going to have a face-to-face meeting at some point. What's the conversation? What's the optimal conversation in the meeting? What is the collateral you leave behind? What's the collateral you talk through at that point? You could go through heaps of ideas at each point, but I just want to give you the overall concept. Then what happens at the sale? How do you make them feel great about the actual sale? What happens there? In some industry that might be a box of chocolates with it. I don't know what it is for you. If you're Uber, it's here's a $20 token for your friend at the sale, for example. But what are you doing at the sale? Then how do we engineer the customer service so that this is just a delightful customer service? That's going to be absolutely crucial. So the ongoing service. And then you want regular follow-up as well. How are we going? And the key here is something which we call a net promoter score. But more than that, act net promoter score. So you need to understand, net promoter is essentially one question. How likely are you to recommend build on bookkeeping? That's the key question. And if they're not giving you a 9 or a 10, then you need to understand why not. If they're giving you a 7 or an 8 out of 10, those are the people that are going to drive your innovation, give you some ideas around innovation. The 9s and 10s are going to be the guys that are going to turbocharge the word of mouth. So you ask them for testimonials. Anybody below a 6, you get on the phone and you fix it with them real quick. So to make this work optimally, you need to understand the buying cycle. How long does it take for people to make the decision? Is it 6 weeks, 6 months? And then you need to work out a way to automate, frequently going back to them through that period. There we go. How did we do? That was great, thank you. So, from the person who asked the question, so I think we can take that as a pass. Can we take that as a pass? Yeah. That as a pass. Very, very good. So, it's a pass for the dogs. Okay, it's time to get the dogs down here, isn't it? Let's get the dogs on screen. So, it is 11:05 here in Sydney. We've got 1 hour and 55 minutes left in our 24-hour challenge. It is goodbye to Natalie. Thank you very much for an hour. Really appreciate it. And Colin, thank you very, very much. Round of applause. It is goodbye and good night from me as well. But I will be back.
Thank you.
I will be back in an hour. But who have we got next? We've got a couple of dogs. Any questions? Any canine questions? We've got Simon Clatworthy coming on down. So let me introduce Simon.
Just before you do that, we're actually going to introduce Richard.
All right.
Richard, the man behind the dogs. So, today is not just for our own pure enjoyment, as much as marketers love the sound of their own voice, love to make their own strategies. We're actually here for a cause, and the cause is assistance dogs. So assistance dogs are training up these beautiful dogs here to help people lead more fulfilling lives. They do that by assisting those. Am I giving a sales pitch away? These dogs are the most amazing dogs you'll see. They can pick up the wallet if you drop it. They can pay a cashier. They can alert neighbors if you fall out of a wheelchair. They can hit the button at the traffic lights. They can pull your socks off. They are actually the most amazing dogs I've ever seen. But Richard, they weren't born that way, were they?
Yeah, that's right. They start training at 8 weeks of age, and over the next 2 years, thanks to some fantastic puppy educators, volunteers with the time, the enthusiasm and the courage to give the dogs back after 14 months, they come back to us for 6 months of their intensive training before they graduate as assistance dogs. And of course, we give them away free of charge to people with physical disabilities right across the country. We don't get any government funding, so it's all about the generosity of the general public. And days like today, where a lot of people are helping out by donating, by getting their questions answered by these crews of experts in the marketing field. So it's absolutely fantastic for us. We congratulate Step Change Marketing for this great initiative. 22 hours in, there's a few bleary eyes around, but I know they've got another couple of hours in them, and they're doing really well. The dogs are appreciating all the attention they're getting here, so if you're in the area, come down to Fishburners in 608 Harris Street at Ultimo. Thank you, guys. We'll hand over to the next speakers.
Thanks for coming down. Thanks for bringing the dogs. Goodbye, guys. You can't stick around here unless you got the answer to some strategies. Actually, they can stay.
Go on, you guest speaker. Speak.
All right, so we are about to continue second from last hour on a massive Stump the Strategist marathon. We are aiming for a full 24 hours and we are so close to it. We hope to get 100 marketing challenge solved in 24 hours. We've got 105 solved. Here to push it further than any of us thought possible is Simon Clatworthy. Simon, please join me on stage. Now, Simon is the smartest guy I know when it comes to setting a business up to go well and then work into the exit. So Simon is the Executive Director of the Rufus Partnership, also known as Start Your Earn Out Now on occasions. And Simon has a passion for assisting family and private companies in developing and realizing their full potential, as well as ensuring business owners start their earnouts at the right time to maximize profits and minimize stress as well, isn't it? That's it. So prior to founding the Rufus Partnership, Simon spent 7 years as an independent financial consultant, providing services similar to what he does currently. He's been advisor to CEO of Flowers Financial Group and the investment executive for Cullens Investments in Australia and New Zealand. His bio, his resume is off the charts. I'm just really excited to have Simon joining us. So in particular, we can nut out some questions about raising capital, making sure businesses are realizing their true potential, getting ready for the earn out and actually exiting a business as well.
Correct.
Sound good?
Yeah, sounds great.
Great. And joining us again for, this must be your 5th shift by now.
A few hours in, Stones.
Ashton Bishop back on stage, Head of Strategy at Step Change Marketing, Australia's predatory marketer. He's behind some of the great thinking at 3M, HP, AGL, ANZ, and KFC, and many other combinations of letters as well. Apparently, these are all big companies that have got letters for names.
He's behind about 15 cups of coffee at the moment as well.
So 105 challenges, 6 cups of coffee for me, 3 hours sleep. We're going to get into the next round of questions. I'm going to mic up. Ash, how does this event work?
So let's just check those, Simon, while I do this, just check what's working. So this is Stump the Strategist. We are doing it for the doggies. So we'll take any question on marketing, communications, and then our specialty guest, Simon Clatworthy, right now will take additional questions on small business finance, particularly around raising capital, exiting, and structuring for small businesses. Well, small to medium-sized family businesses. It's just broadened and opened up. So get your questions. Very simple. Send them to stumpme@stumpthestrategist.com. Oh, stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. Sorry, the delirium's kicking in. So stumpme@stepchangemarketing.com. They'll come straight through and then we can bring them up on stage. Or even better, if you're down around Ultimo, 608 Harris Street, we do have the 2-minute angels in there. Give us a wave, angels.
They're 3-minute angels.
They are 3-minute angels.
Ashley, are you sure you're okay to do this?
They'll be with you in a minute. So
2 hours left. You think
2 hours left. Yeah, I'll be right for 2 more hours. Okay, so it's Stump the Strategist. It's a little bit like the Gruen transfer mixed with Thank God You're Here, a little bit of 24, mostly looking like Survivor, and some Mr. Squiggle will be happening in the background. So I'll now declare it open for questions. We haven't had one from the online panel for a while, so let's grab an online question.
Okay, so this one is from Al.
From who?
Pants Al.
Al.
From pantsdance.com.
Pantsdance.
Pantsdance.com.
Pants dance.
He says,
Okay, what is handstands?
I founded a startup that was designed to steal customers from the big player in the market. The plan is to sell really good quality men's underwear using an online subscription model. New pairs of underwear get sent to you every month. Bonds is the big player, if you didn't realize. I want to steal customers, then sell the business to Bonds. What's the best way to do this?
Okay.
So, underwear, subscription.
It's not a bad business idea, actually.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Okay,
No
so
chance for clarification.
We can't actually clarify.
It's
So
online, there's not much we can
that's
do.
all.
Thank you, Al, for emailing your question through. We're going to start the clock. The question is, pantstance.com, how do we steal customers from Bonds and then sell the company back to Bonds? Yeah. Away we go.
Fair enough.
All right. So sounds like you haven't even started the company yet, right? I mean, it's a startup company. So your job firstly is to, guys, if we could just turn the microphone down a little bit on the red one. The first job is to actually get the customers in the door. You've got to start stealing them. And we don't use the term stealing, we use the term switching. Ultimately, it's not personal, it's just about changing behavior, changing dollars. And you've answered a good question already. First question we always ask is, who's got your money? Alan, it sounds like Bonds has your money. So you want to be going after their customers. Some things you've got to match. You've got to match the quality of the product, but then you've got to beat it on story, on emotion, on a reason to switch. And it's very interesting that you're looking at a subscription model as a way to really capture those customers and then make sure that they're spending just with you and not going back to Bonds in the first place. So I might map a little bit how you can do some of the stealing. Simon, you can
Certainly
jump in. Selling back as
Absolutely.
well.
The point I suppose that resonated with me was the fact that you said you were actually going to send out a pair of underpants every month. And to me, being obviously aware of boxers or underpants, my question is, I don't tend to go out and buy them every month. So my immediate question is, do I need 12 pairs a year? And if I don't need 12 pairs a year, is there an issue with regards to quality? And if I look at Bonds, I wouldn't rate Bonds as a really high quality product. So I think really what we're looking at doing is, what is your point of difference with regards to your product vis-a-vis your competitor? And certainly with a startup, it's imperative that your product has a point of difference to the incumbents. You've got Bonds who are very, very large. You can obviously go to the higher end branded products as well, the Calvin Kleins, the Dolce & Gabbana and so forth, but I'm going to advocate that you're not going to position yourself there. You're obviously after a more utilitarian brand or something that's a little bit quirkier. Maybe what you could be doing if you're sending out every month, you can actually have nativity or festivity pants. So obviously you can have Easter pants, you can have, which obviously Easter Bunny or something like that. Or Christmas, you can have the Santa Claus. And if you're a young out there guy, having a pair of Santa Claus pants could be pretty nifty and pretty funky. I think that's obviously an area where you could potentially look to. But ultimately you need, if you're a startup, to take a step back, clearly identify what the market is, where you want to position yourself within the market. Hopefully there'll be some clear air with regards to the product, so you're not just competing on a product for product. And where I think a lot of startup companies get wrong is they think immediately, because I'm a startup, I've got to be cheaper. That's certainly not the case, because if you start cheap, it's very, very hard to put your price up over time. So I think that's a clear point that I'd like to make. And I see that
I'm going to jump
just
on
done a
pricing
U-turn.
actually before he jumps in, because that's a really interesting thing. Startups do always try to be cheaper up front. You kill your margin and you kill the margin you would otherwise spend on marketing yourself. If anything, you should be making your price higher and making your product so much better than there's an actual tiering the products that you have and the prices associated with it.
You're just going to read off my board and then jump in,
What do you
Stones.
got?
That's what's going to happen.
All right.
So startups go wrong because they generally don't use the kids kit. Now the kids kit's free. It's something you can start using now. Who are you actually going to target? Because targeting men is not a target audience. Within men, as Clad has alluded to, there's a whole lot of different segments. Are you after the executive? Are you after the youth market? Like with a name like Pantstance, are you after the pink dollar? So is there a particular target audience within there? Targeting everybody's actually targeting nobody. And that's kind of, if we look at where Bonds are at, they're the mass market player. So you need to find, first of all, a target audience within there who you can go after. Then it comes to what. So who, what are you doing? In terms of product, there needs to be a difference within the product. Because if you don't launch, people are still going to have underpants on. Assuming it's not Pants Off Friday, they're still going to be wearing pants. So
What is it about your materials, the design, the manufacture? Bond's got a whole lot of stick for moving their manufacture offshore and out of Australia, being an Australian brand, manufacturing offshore. What's your product story? Where are you going to focus? So even though you're an online business, 2/3 of searches are prompted offline. So how are you going to start with a geographic base or focus to get some traction? Why? What's your story? When we see brands that have done particularly well and cut through, change categories, what's the bigger, the greater purpose around that? So Tom's Shoes is a great example of when you buy a pair, a child in need gets a pair. We're looking for utility, for purpose beyond the individual product. I think it's interesting to have a look at your story. When are people purchasing? I think, once again, to Simon's point, locking people into a month, it's very easy to say no to, do I need a new pair of underpants every month? So I think I'd just really test, have a conversation about the frequency, and then why. So that's the greater purpose of the organisation, and then how are you actually going to distribute.
Now, most businesses, when they try to get into a subscription model, think, great, I could just set up a Shopify store and I'm off and away, which is true, but it's not the journey. The journey is the journey that your customers go on if you're actually going to steal them from wherever they're going currently. Because the advantage that Bonds has is they're everywhere. You're out doing your other shopping, you see them, you just grab a pair, you're all sorted. So your first step is, how do they actually find out about you? You should be linking with some partners. Getting with the Dollar Shave Club, they've already nailed the online subscription model for men. Do a deal with them, offer incentives. You can do paid media, you can do your AdWords. Look, it's never the first place we look. I'm inspired by one of the question askers from before. Get him with the NRL. What a great group of people to be promoting him. For addressing your concerns, you need a video to explain the value proposition of why they should be getting on board with you. No more than 2 minutes, bite-sized, easy to understand, and then actually convert them. You're going to have to offer incentives. There's different types. You could have a discount for buying 12 instead of buying them individually. What's more interesting is value adds from a behavioral economics perspective. Instead of discounting what you're doing, adding more. So you get the subscription, actually get 13 pairs a year instead of 12. Or exclusivity, having products that you can only get by being involved in the subscription. That makes all the difference. Now, when you've got all this wrapped up and it's actually working for you and you've got a machine that is bringing out customers, you've kind of got two options. Look, if it's working really well for you, why would you sell in the first place? It might be easy to get more investment in your marketing and scale up the business. But what you need to be doing, if the plan is to sell the bonds, is track what people were buying before. When they come to you, track what their default behavior is, because you need that to build the value proposition and the business case to go back to bonds. You start with the numbers and then you translate it into the direct impact on the people who are working for bonds. So we've taken 10,000 of bonds customers. What does that mean for you as a general manager, as an operations director, as a marketing manager? What does that mean for the reports you have to put into your CEO every month? How is that impacting you? Start to build the case, start to emphasize the pain of ultimately switching their customers out.
Just following on from that and your point of exit where you said you wanted to sell to bonds, ultimately if you do want to sell to bonds, you need to start courting them a couple of years in advance of you actually wanting to exit. You've got to illustrate to them that your brand has significant value to them and they're going to pay over the odds for it, particularly if you're going to work within your 3 to 5 year startup period, because odds on you're not going to be hugely profitable by that point in time. You could have very high revenue generation, but your margin and your profitability probably won't be there to generate a significant exit point if it was done on a profit multiple type sort of basis. So what you've got to do is step back and actually really create a value proposition for bonds to say, I need this to bolt onto my business rather than having it in the competitor's brand.
So just to wrap up really quickly, I think the view of the panel here is that subscription is not enough. I don't have a pain point that says, geez, I really wish I could get my underpants delivered. So I think we need to say just being a subscription provider is not enough. You need a story around your product or you need a story around your purpose. Either of those two things will do as long as it's big enough and it's bold enough and will differentiate you. Then you need to look to remove the barriers. So looking at the frequency, the reasons to say no, start with objections as that's the place. And just before, like starting a startup's a really hard place to be. Think about who already has customers who like to buy things online. Think about the Dollar Shave Club, the Who Gives a Crap, the toilet paper delivery, the Conscious Step, the people who are doing socks. So if you can already tap into an audience and bring a new product to them, it's a far simpler way to go.
Good answer. Eh? Well done. Thank you so much. All right, so number 106 of the strategies that we've built in the last 23 hours. We're doing okay and keeping it together up the front, but how did we go on that one? Were we stumped or were we passed? Hands up for passed, hands up for stumped. Yeah. We got there. That's right, guys.
Okay, gents, the next question is online. Chris Bates is watching us from Perth.
Right.
Shout out to Chris. He's from the company Checkside. So people engagement productivity. You look at their website. We help clients get the people stuff right so they can increase.
Just once more.
It's been 22
yeah,
and a half hours.
I apologise. He's from a company called Checkside.
Yeah.
Checkside. Yeah.
Which is people engagement productivity.
Yep.
So on their website, they help clients get the people stuff right so they can increase performance, reduce risk, and sleep better at night.
So is it around coaching or is it product? So what are the combination of tools that they use for that?
So it looks, why choose Checkside? It's advice, so it's consulting.
So it's consulting model.
Yeah.
Consulting and they do consulting and recruitment.
Yep. And what's the particular question? And it was Chris, was it from?
Chris from Checkside. The question is from a PR and blog perspective, how do we get the balance right between leveraging the credibility and profile of the principles of our consulting business versus making heroes of the team and our brand?
Okay, so PR and blog, what's the relationship between the principles?
Yep. There's a second part, I'll just read it out. It seems to me that media outlets want to make a hero of the individual with the brand getting little attention rather than the other way around.
Yeah.
Can we twist it around?
Okay. We can't ask any clarifying questions.
No.
Right. Okay. Should we just take that one then?
Yeah.
You're in professional services. You're in professional services.
So are you.
Right.
Well, that's lucky.
Maybe we can relate some stories here.
So, Chris,
go.
Thank you for your question. It is a tricky tension when the media does love to grab onto the individual story, because a business's story can come off as marketing, as advertising, as talking about themselves, whereas the story of the individual against the odds, their unique experience, what they've brought to life, can be much more interesting. But it sounds like from your question, you're looking to build something bigger than any of the individuals in your business. And look, I think the best place to start is with a little bit of our own advice. It's not a case of, hey, take our advice because we're not using it. This is stuff that we use as well. We had the same issue. We had a couple of very high-profile strategists, one standing just over to my right here, looking to start to build some PR around the brand, yet not put himself at the center of it. That's a tricky one. How do you do that? Well, you take what's a typical concept and you brand it. We created Stump the Strategist. This is feeling very meta because I'm talking about the event that I'm talking in. What time is it? What are all these people doing in my bedroom? So what you need to do is actually create something that has life beyond the individual. And so it's not just about here's an individual doing a keynote speech, here's an individual sharing their thoughts, here's an individual thought leader, but here's a community of thought leaders coming together. And it's how we can get Simon to be one of the step change strategists, how we had Glenn up a moment before, and we've got JD coming up in about half an hour. And they're just as comfortable because there's a unique brand and a life and a story around that itself. And that's what it comes down to. The tension between principles and business is the depth of the story that you go to. And when the only interesting stories around the principles and the businesses, we've been around since 1994 providing quality consulting services to our clients, yeah, the story of the principle is going to win against that. So the first step is, what's the story of the business that you can elevate that is just genuinely more interesting? How can you brand that? How can you bring it to life?
Okay, I'm just going to jump on from there and look forward, Chris, to the view that ultimately you're going to want to sell this beast. It's not something that you're just going to want to work in forever. And the number one mistake that business owners make is that they do not create the business. They are the business, and it's owner dependency. So what you've got to do at the outset is ensure that you have yourself in a position where the business is much greater than you, and such that at point of sale, we can get you out of the business without the business going too. I think from a PR viewpoint, the easy thing is to promote you being the principal because you're the front, you are the guy. It's easy to promote the individual. And taking that step back and saying, what we're actually trying to do is create a viable entity in its own right, its own being. And as Adam alluded to, that's exactly what Step Change has done. We've tried to do that within our own business as well with Start Your Earn Out Now. So we've actually got a product which is greater than the individuals within our firm. So it has its own entity and its own identity. And I think it's absolutely imperative that you look to continue and foster and look at that angle and promote that particular aspect rather than the principles.
We were actually talking about your business, I think, about 3 hours ago, Simon, how Simon himself shifted from Simon Clapworthy of the Rufus Partnership through to Start Your Earn Out Now, which changes the focus from who needs some consulting services to who knows a business owner that's in danger of missing their retirement. Very tangible question that you can tap into and start referring.
Absolutely. So what we're talking about here is essentially thought leadership marketing. And if you just have the principal as the brand or the product, then that's not saleable and it's not scalable. I think we need to look to basically the hero should be the IP, the system, and the process. It's the reason to believe is the person that brought you that. So when we look at Simon's example before, the Rufus Partnership and Simon's bio, as you heard at the start, is this big, yet he picked out of that one point to own where he could lead and be a thought leader in terms of helping business owners earn out. Starts with a question, what's your business worth now? It's a really uncomfortable question for business owners. And the answer is you need to start your earn out now. So Simon is the Start Your Earn Out Now guy. He has a Start Your Earn Out Now process. And what he's done is effectively systemize and leverage that process. So he's got something called an autoresponder that you can get onto at startyourearnoutnow.com.au. And what that does is over, I think it's a 10-week period, Simon will turn up once a week and actually give you a piece of content that helps you step towards that. The biggest mistake most professional services make is they don't put the hero box around the IP in the process. They don't map it, they don't value it, and they don't talk about it as here's a reason to believe. They say I did rather than I used my process which delivered this. So you still need a principal for the PR purposes, but the principal can push it. Another guy who is legendary for this, Matt Church, started thoughtleaders.com.au in Australia. He has different programs, the $1 Million Expert program. He's always got a program. He's always got a piece of IP. Now, he is the indomitable, inspiring leader, but he actually lets other people use his IP. He brings other people into it, but it's always the program or the IP is the hero. Stones?
Yeah, look, the business itself needs to develop its own point of view that it stands for above what you've currently got on the website. So people engagement, productivity, I get that. I get you set up your people, you hire the right people, you put them in the best possible environment and better things happen. That story is essentially, hey, hire check side and good things happen, which is great, but it's a little bit vanilla when it comes to having a point of view. What we need to tap into is what do you actually stand for? What are the things that you're coming up against? So when Ash created Step Change Marketing, it was fight the bull that comes with most marketing consultants giving you an answer before they've asked the questions. For Kim Sealing-Smith, who's actually a speaker in human resources space, her point of view is that we shifted from an industrial age to an information age, yet we still recruit, attract, and retain staff as if they were working industrial age jobs that were repetitive and simple. When Salesforce started, their point of view was, we're here to end software that you buy on disk. And their logo is software with one of those band signs straight through it. So you can have a point of view in your business that comes up against a category norm or the behavior that you're seeing time and time again in your customers, and be keen to sit down with you and actually flesh out what that looks like and what the next step is. But as Glenn Butt, where is he? He's down the back there, he said, I think 4 or 5 times today, you speak into the listening. It's what are people expecting from recruitment, from people talking about staff, and how can you speak into that in a way that you're engaging with people's pain points?
And
anything else?
Obviously, getting back to the question, which is PR and blogging, the principles versus the team. If you want to grow and build up your team, if you are there promoting yourself, you've got no chance of a client actually wanting to utilize the team because all they've seen is you. You're the only one that's been credentialized. So if you actually develop a process, it's the process that people are wanting to obtain rather than the individuals within it. You took step change when Ash started that up. If he was out there being the only person that was being promoted and put forward, the clients would only want Ash. And then actually he's got a bandwidth problem where he's got this team of people sitting behind him, but they can't do anything because they're not wanted. So it's imperative that you actually work on a process and develop that process and promote that process, amplified by the individuals rather than the other way around.
And then the job titles within the organisation just become a degree of excellence of the implementation of that IP system. So your answer in 50 seconds or less is start with a point of view. As Tiffany Jones said yesterday, pick a fight, have a purpose, or stand behind a belief. You actually have to be purpose-led as an organisation. But then the second step is the answer to that point of view. The answer to that is your IP, your process is your hero. Find your process, map it, put a box around it, treat it as sacred, and elevate that. It's not the team or you, it's the process that stands on the shoulders and gets basically the stage dive and everyone supporting the process. And look to examples of the Start Your Own Out Now guy, Matt Church, with thought leadership. And then thirdly, the role of the principals is to endorse the process. They use their credibility and their expertise to say, in my experience, that's why this wins.
Great, thank you, Chris from Checkside.
Thanks, Chris. And if Chris was here, he could have voted, but he can't, so I have to ask the audience that are here, please, on your feet. 3, 2, 1, stump or pass. How do we go? That's a pass. Thank you, guys.
Mexican wave out there.
All right, so we might go to the audience. Any questions from the audience? No questions from the audience? No, the audience just chewing it down, sucking it up. Okay, we'll go back to the online.
Yep. It's a similar question for you, Simon.
Oh, good.
So it's a consulting business again.
I'll do that.
Anonymous.
Anonymous.
It's been a consulting business for 15 years. Getting tired of it. It's time to leave, but his name's on the door. And it's specifically for you, Simon, because it says, oh, and Simon, I don't want to wait 6 years.
You don't want to wait 6 years.
The background of that is Simon starts with the bad news. He isn't like Santa Claus. He actually he does start with the bad news. Let me just get this. So the reason it's 6 years is Simon says an earn-out takes 6 years, 3 years to plan it and 3 years to work it. And the reason for that is that 95% of businesses in Australia never sell or don't sell for what they should because of all those factors Simon was talking about. So that's the background of the 6 years. Sorry, Simon. Yeah.
Simon says, absolutely. So we don't have any other...
Any more information, Randa?
No other information, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you happy to take that, Simon?
I'll give it a crack.
Yep. All right. Away now.
I'm going to have to make some pretty broad assumptions here. That you've been going for 15 years. I'm going to assume that you're not a sole trader. So it's going to be anonymous and co. I'm not sure how big co is, but if you've been doing it for 15 years, you might have a team of 10. If you're looking to exit and your name is on the door, you're going to have key people there. You don't want to wait 6 years. The reality is you can get there quicker, but you've got to start yesterday. What we've obviously got to try and do is make sure that you are ready for sale now. What we mean by ready for sale, we need to actually assess your robustness, your risk positioning and so forth, such that when you do go to market, if you go to market, that your business is not going to get knocked back by a prospective purchaser. The last thing you want to do is go to market and actually fall over and fail at due diligence. You only get one opportunity to make a first impression, so we've got to make sure it's a very good one. And that's why we talk about taking 3 years to get ready. In your instance, you don't have 3 years to get ready. We can expedite that, but the reality is there may be shortcuts which we need to take. We've got 5 critical success factors which we look at, which are imperative to ensuring that you're going to maximize value at point of sale. The first one is structure. The second one is systems and processes. The third one is your staff. Fourth is obviously earning. And the last one is timing. I could spend far more than 9 minutes covering all those points, but the reality is if you go to startyourownnow.com, you'll see a very quick video there of 3 minutes. That'll give you a quick snapshot. We've also got an AR which can run through it. But ultimately, what you've got to do is say, who is going to be my prospective purchaser? If you don't have the 6 years, you've got to identify who's the most likely person to purchase my business. Is it going to be a competitor? So you're going to be looking at a trade sale. If not, you can look internally, which would be a management buyout. Or thirdly, you could look at a management buy-in, i.e. you're going to bring someone into the business who's going to progressively buy you out over time. And then they're agnostic with regards to your brand. The reality is your brand has strength and power to your client base and to some extent your employees, but it's your client base that are relying on and have had passion and time with anonymous.co. So I think it's important that you try and develop that. I wouldn't change your brand. I think it's okay to have your name there. There are lots of firms that have been around for 100+ years, and there are none of the families still operating within those organisations. So if it's a strong brand, keep the brand there.
You mean Mr. McKinsey doesn't work there anymore?
Well, one of his grandkids or great-grandkids may, but
Yeah.
McKinsey's not there.
Well, Mr. J. Water Thompson just turned 150, I think. So
Exactly right.
He's still going.
Yeah.
The same people are working longer.
That's right, but that's a long time.
Stones?
I actually don't have any. This is
Yeah. I just want to tap into a couple of things that Simon said, where in our experience we see business owners don't get the maximum amount of money because they're still working, and even when the business owner's doing the earn-out, they still haven't taken what's out of their head and codified it. With Simon's in there where he talks about systems. Just around brand, we obviously work quite heavily in codifying a brand system. So for that, we actually get really clear on the purpose. We link that with ambition. So unless the organisation is aligned around these things, we find that things drop as the owner starts to step away. So we need an aligned purpose. Under the purpose, so that's the reason you're in business, what you aspire to be. It should touch, move, and inspire you and your customers and your staff and your stakeholders. So it's basically having a clear purpose linked to an ambition, the commercial lens of what makes that a not-for-profit. Whilst assistance dogs are not-for-profit, your business probably shouldn't be. We then have underneath that the value proposition, the ability for all staff members to clearly articulate the value of the organisation and do it in a clearly codified personality. If you're leaving your name on the door, that's got to stand for something, and too often it gets stuck in the business owner's head and not codified. So first of all, we codify the brand proposition, so purpose, ambition, value proposition, personality, and then the positioning, the one thought that you want to own. On the other side of that, we then say, how does that leverage out from sales to marketing? Because marketing is just leverage sales. So if, as a business lead, you have been the source of new business, how do you start codifying that? And then there's the processes of everything in between, which probably Simon's more qualified to talk on.
Absolutely. And I think that the key thing where most small privately owned business owners fail is they're very good at doing the do, but they're notoriously poor at documenting. So if you actually want to maximize your value at point of exit, you've got to make sure that your systems and processes are extremely well documented, such that when someone does come in and do their due diligence, they can see that all the systems and processes are in place. It's important, obviously, at point of sale, but it's also on a day-to-day basis if you're doing business, because the reality is, if a key person is out of the business and you've got well-documented processes and procedures, someone can quite easily step in and have the manual there, which will help them work through the process on a given day. Particularly with small businesses also, you don't have the ability of having a large amount of extra resource, or as I call it, redundancy, such that you don't have two people sitting there trying to do one job just in case one goes away. You don't have that flexibility. And I think it's really important that you get that particular aspect put in place. And if we look at the desire of you to exit the business, your profitability and your earnings are as important as your risk profile. Someone's going to pay a premium for your business if there is lower risk than if you have a higher risk profile. And we obviously look at earnings and revenue if you're in a consultancy business against the profitability and the risk profile. Standard accountancy firms are sort of trading somewhere between 0.8 to about 1.2 times revenue at the moment, which in itself is fine, because the reality is why they're paying that. It's because traditionally accounting firms are bought by accountancy firms, or consultancy firms are bought by consultancy firms. So they're not buying the brand of your business. All they're looking to buy is your client base and the relationship that you've had. So they pay a certain amount for that revenue, and then they just bolt it over the top. So they're actually taking the revenue and it drops pretty close to margin, because hopefully they'll have a resource team there that will enable them to actually fulfill with the projects and so forth that are there. The other key aspect is obviously your team. You're not going to be able to sell a business unless you've got a very harmonious and highly focused and appropriately remunerated team. And we spend a lot of time ensuring that the retention and the remuneration and the motivation of the team is there, and they're singing the core values of the organisation rather than being individuals within the firm that are just there to have a specific job. The brand in itself, as I said earlier on, I don't think is the critical component unless you've got a process or a niche that is so unique. But ideally what we'd like you to have is a core set of service offerings, which we're obviously speaking about with regards to a start you're in at now in the previous question, which obviously enables you to have that point of difference. So you've got genuine intellectual property, which is enabling you to sell at a premium over and above just your revenue base.
So we said Anonymous & Co. It had been 10 years, 15 years?
15 years.
So for 15 years, unfortunately, the owner of Anonymous & Co. is probably sick. They've got something called the curse of knowledge. And while they might have mapped their flow chart of their business processes, I doubt they've mapped it from a customer point of view. And certainly what we've seen across heaps of professional services is if you take your process flow and actually map it from a consumer's point of view, where you have a maximum of 5 to 7 steps, like the start your in out now process, and then you say at each stage what you do and what the customer does, so you really start to unpack the value within the way that you deliver your process. This sustains differentiation and margin. And too many professional services companies aren't actually able to justify the value because they've got this kind of process flow from an internal point of view. They haven't mapped it from an external point of view. You can then take that, it becomes the A3 discussion guide, and that brings basically the connection between the brand, your processes, and your business all together. Stones, anything you want to say in terms of wrapping?
That was pretty good.
All right, 21 seconds to go.
All right.
Start now, don't procrastinate. If you want to exit quicker than your 6 years, you've got to start yesterday. Start quick, get a definitive process in, and write it down and get someone to help you. Don't do it on your own. If you want to exit, you need external help, because otherwise what you're going to do is you'll spend time selling and not on your business.
Good job, Gladys.
Anonymous & Co. Thank you very much.
Anonymous & Co.
Any response from Anonymous? Was he watching online? I hope you were Anonymous, or Chris from Anonymous.
So that was number 108. I thought that was pretty good. So voting for stumped or passed, hands up for stumped, we fell in a ditch. Hands up for passed, there was something useful, we're all going to go sell our businesses now. Well done, that's the pass.
You almost got him, because you went for the fail first and everyone's like, oh, no.
Yeah, got to be sure, got to be sure. All right, so checking with the audience first. We ready with a question? We've got one over here.
Yeah. Hang on a second. It's a bit of a long one, so
and so we're running ahead.
Okay.
It's on.
Is it on?
Yeah, it's
so
on.
what time is it now? It must be about
Quarter to
12?
Yeah.
Great. So if you could just tell your question for about half an hour or so, we might clarify for about half an hour and bring it home with a solid answer.
Awesome. I'll take an hour's of consulting. So there's an Uber for massage thing that's real. There's a few players in the US who have started, like Zeal and Unwind and a few people. Now, my business does a similar thing here in Australia, and I'm in the process of developing an app. In Australia, we've got a well-recognised brand. The Angels and Massage are fairly well associated in the Australian market.
Yep. And just for those watching at home, this is Andrew Ward, founder of 3 Minute Angels. We've also wanted the supporters of the event. We've got 2 of the 3 Minute Angels, which makes it 6 minutes of Angels.
Actually, let's get the Angels up.
Yeah,
come on, Angels.
They can have a 4-minute massage.
They can have a 4-minute massage. Come on, let's get the Angels up. Let's do an acknowledgement of the Angels, because we've got all the online guys. Come on, Angels.
Yeah.
You gonna come up, Wardy? Come on, Angels.
Embarrassed to come up.
So 3 Minute Angels has been a fantastic supporter of this event, having 2 angels for nearly most of the event, keeping everyone on track, on message, on task, going well.
Feeling good.
Thank you, Angels.
Alrighty. So for those of us that know him, he's known as Wardy. So Wardy, Uber for massage. Take us away.
Well, there's a company in the UK who are called Massage Angels. They do a similar short format business. They started a few years after us. And I guess my hypothesis is that America's kind of got the jump on this Uber for massage concept. The app that I'm building would work in Australia, and I believe it would work in the UK. So to propose to the UK mob that are similarly named in a similar business that they use this app, which is called Get Angels Now, that's quite a complicated sales process. It's actually dealing with an international partner. You could... So I've never dealt with an international sale like that, or how to make it riskless for me and for them, and basically incremental income rather than somebody having to stump up or,
Yeah.
But also...
Okay, so you've got the technology and the platform, and you're looking for an established player in the UK, which is Get Angels Now. Have we got this
So
right?
no, our technology that I'm building is
Yeah.
called Get Angels Now.
Okay.
We're called 3-Minute Angels.
Yeah.
They're called Massage Angels, and we do very, very similar stuff
All right, so you're trying to get massage angels onto your platform, which is Get Angels Now.
within the UK market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to get the people who own the brand first of all, and then the people below it who are actually the employees or contractors.
Well, I want them to help distribute. So the way that the Uber for Massage app works is that you put customers in possession of profiles of massage therapists.
Yeah.
We know their availability. So people who want a massage can book with people who can give a massage right now. So it's turning massage on demand.
Yeah.
It works in clinics, and it also works for mobile operators who go to clients.
Yeah.
And I guess where both Massage Angels and my company 3-Minute Angels work has traditionally been in the mobile, delivered to customers.
Yeah.
This takes on a new marketplace, practices, spas and clinics. So it does need a distributor in the UK market, for example, or for any market that we go into, who will physically have to meet and onboard the supply side of that two-sided market.
Okay.
But because they're so similar to me, and I know I've got an advantage in that, like I know the supply side of the market intimately,
Yeah.
and in the short format massage market, I know you've got the capacity to cross-sell from 5 minutes into longer format massage. You're kind of just scratching an itch, and then they want more. So they've got exactly the same market conditions.
Yeah.
It should be a no-brainer. But having had no experience in the UK, knowing that they actually hold the power, bringing them the technology, am I creating how do I create it so that I don't shoot myself in the foot, but I actually get this partner on board?
Okay.
So, Massage Angels, how big is their market share in the UK?
They'd be market leader in our style of mobile short format massage.
But in terms of what does that market look like? Like what I'm trying to get a handle on is Uber Massage going to completely grow and transform the market, and then we actually shouldn't be actually focused on Massage Angels, we're actually sort of transforming it?
Yeah,
or,
so the Uber for Massage concept will eat a lot of, it will transform the industry. Like when people want massages is now. Like as soon as they've had the injury, woken up sore.
And sorry, and the Massage Angels, do they have an app?
No.
So they don't have an app, okay? And in terms of the delivery of your app, when's your app going to be done?
January.
Okay.
And we'll take that January 15.
Well, yeah, it would be middle of January, but allow for, 2 weeks for...
Okay. All right, let's go. Any other questions?
No.
Cladders, maybe I can just say to you, do you have any sort of point of view or experience of when people are doing commercial deals like this, of approaching an incumbent and saying, I've actually got this technology. How about you? Yeah, so sir, how about we work together or I'll go to war?
I think that's
do you have any?
That's sort of the challenge that you've got. You're saying, I've got something, which at this point in time is still an idea. come January, you're actually going to have a product, but at that point in time, it's still untested. So you're not sure how the market is necessarily going to take it up. You're always going to have a much stronger commercial negotiating stance if you're already utilising your technology, if you call it that, call it Uber Massage, in the Australian market before you go to Massage Angels in the UK and say, hey, I've got this app, I've got this piece of technology, it's an absolute killer. You're not using it. I know you're the incumbent in the UK market. Why don't you look to license it off me? Rather than going and saying, I got this thing, I reckon it's going to be pretty cool. Do you want to use it? You've got no economic leverage because you can't say, this is what it's done to 3-Minute Angels in Australia and it's transformed our business. The sales have gone exponential. We're no longer short form. We now have the ability to go into spas and massage and clinics, which traditionally we could never get access to. But now we have the ability to fill up their entire clinic book and actually get a significant slice of their revenue share that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to get any access to. I think taking a slower approach and actually getting your business here going first will give you a much stronger commercial negotiating position than going now. The flip side is of that, which is the unknown, how long do you wait? And if I do wait, I don't know that they're actually currently working on something of their own, and they may then come across to the Australian market. But I think the barrier is the app in itself is not going to work without having someone in the market itself. So they would need to replicate 3-Minute Angels, I would imagine, get you and your team here to actually get out and actually knock on the doors and actually establish those relationships. Because I don't think it's going to get there in its own right at this point in time.
I should put a qualifier.
No qualifier allowed.
All right, you can have one qualifier.
You can have one water.
Right, urban.
Okay. So the competitive landscape is a little bit different to what I was potentially articulating, which therefore may mean that you may need to accelerate your negotiations with them, because otherwise if they get the app to market before you, your leveraging point is substantially diminished. So I'll pass across to Ash.
I think Stones is ahead of me.
Stones, you ready to go?
Yeah, there's a couple of thoughts that come to mind. First one was that you're concerned about not having experience in the UK market. And what we've seen from segmentation time and time again is that markets aren't that distinct by geography. They're more distinct by behavior itself. And what you'll find is that there are parts of London where the behavior of people matches more closely Mossman, for example, in Sydney. And the difference between Mossman and Parramatta is so much more than the difference between Mossman and those same areas in London. So you can actually reach the segments and using the data that already exists over there through Salmat and those sort of suppliers, start to match up what's worked here and see what will work there. So it does actually give you the advantage. The geography is actually a distraction, and don't let that ruin your confidence by any means. Look, one of the areas I'd recommend is setting up a trial, essentially a gateway experience for them that opens up the relationship. And when you run a trial, guaranteeing that it works. Now, one of the examples that comes to mind was when Nudie Juices started. They got their juices stocked in their first couple of stores. They made sure all their friends and all their family went in and bought those juices, and they sold out really quickly. So the reorders came through, they got the testimonials, and that got them off the ground. Now, easy enough for you to do. You can use a platform like Airtasker, where you pay people to go and have a massage using your app. Like, it's a genius idea. I'd sign up for that. And that way you can run a small scale test and make sure that it is actually members of the public coming through. It's successful and puts you in a really good negotiating position after that test.
So just where this started with platters, I just want to say that I think what's really interesting is basically approaching Massage Angels with a deal window to say, I am coming to market, this is happening. This is your opportunity to own the disruption. I think the language is probably quite important with that. So we know that it's going to change. You're going to be competing against urban. This is your opportunity to own the disruption. Now, I've got a lot of other paths to market. I'd like it to be you, but we need to do this deal now and make sure that there's the unbench clause, yeah? That they then need to, within that deal, and Simon could certainly help you structure that deal, make sure that there isn't an incentive or way that they can take your technology and bench it. So basically they get penalized for non-performance of switchover, yeah? So that would be the first thing. I'd call that the deal window strategy. The second thing is I would look to partner. When you go to another market, you want to find someone who's already in an adjacent category because you bring unparalleled expertise with the product delivery and the infrastructure, but who's got the front of house stuff? I would look to see, is there a massage product supplier? Now, I know you don't use oils or massage in short form, but for the longer forms and owning the delivery people, you do. Is there a market leader, like with a much larger market? Is there somebody who's looking to push? Therefore, you know, if there was a massage oil, a massage spray, or somebody who had a vested interest in winning over, imagine a branded app for those masseuses and masseurs coming through. The third thing is think about another industry that needs a value add, that needs a frequency play. 24-hour gyms. The global gym phenomenon is huge. Looking to make sure that people are linking that trigger. I've just worked out I need a massage, yeah? That's something where you could go to a gym, they've got a lot of sway, a lot of contact, a lot of presence, and the ability to link gyms with massage services, not on a I'm standing there the whole time, but on a needs basis would be really interesting. And where this started, Uber for massage, Uber do trials with like get a free ice cream. See if you can get to the UK, integrate and try and do that with Uber. Get your trial and then you can go to these guys and say, I've trialed with Uber, it knocked it out of the park. And it's a very small step.
It's like the nose on the front of your face, so close to miss it. It's like, yeah, partner with Uber. I mean, they run experiments with helicopters, with limousines, with all sorts of other partners.
Yeah, ice creams and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, get your massage therapist in the Ubers and all of a sudden, hey, you've got another way in. Cool. I was just building on that. I thought that was a great idea.
Cladders, any more?
Yeah, I think, Wardy, the thing you want to do is also what's your ultimate goal with regards to Uber massage? Is it something which is going to be an annuity? Is it going to go global? The reality is if it's going to go global, you're better to try and partner up quicker rather than later, albeit in your first geography, you might be giving away more than you would ideally like, but at least you're then saying, well, I'm no longer Australia. I'm international, albeit in only 2 geographic regions being Australia and the UK. And then that gives you the leverageability through message angels, 3-minute angels to say, okay, we're going into the UK, we're going into France, we're going into Spain, Italy, wherever it may be. Your ability to accelerate with a partner in a geographic sense will be far quicker if you do it with a partner. And you can do the first market potentially almost as a loss leader. Could almost be done that I recognise that first market, I'm not going to make a lot of money out of it, but it's that beachhead into the international arena. And I think that's where the deal window, you can structure a deal quite well around that, as long as you've got the mindset that that's the goal. I'm happy to go there and not actually have it as a...
One last point, then I'll let Stones close. One last point is, and if we're talking about the UK market, the point of pain in the UK is the tube. I reckon you should start Tube Angels because they've now got Wi-Fi in the undergrounds. I reckon that's almost a double, almost distraction play to get these guys focused on that. They want to partner with you because you're the entrepreneur, you're fast, you're always there. Stones, 30 seconds, go.
Tube Angels, Bank Angels, Tesco's Angels, wherever there's a large pool of money in a large company whose customers get pissed off by being there, banks, supermarkets, get in there. So firstly, the segmentation, you'll find that you can actually work with what you've learned in the local market. It does work in the UK as well. Run a test case and make sure it works with that deal window there. Find another supplier or a partner that needs the extra leverage. We talked about gyms, we talked about Uber, we talked about tubes.